start shortly. The proceeding will 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 start shortly.
Order, order. Questions to the Secretary of State for Environment, Food and Rural Affairs, Mr. Philip Hollowbone.
Good morning, sir. Number one.
Minister David Rutley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I give apologies from the Secretary of State this morning that he won't be attending this meeting because he is attending vital cross-party meetings in Downing Street, which I'm sure members across the House will understand are vitally important at this stage. In answer to question number one, in the 2017 autumn budget, DEFRA was allocated an additional £310 million to support its work on EU exit preparations in this financial year 2018-19, with a further £10 million being repurposed from existing budgets. DEFRA is using this additional funding to prepare for and deliver its ambitious programme of EU exit activities in readiness for all scenarios, including preparations for the UK leaving the EU without a withdrawal agreement, as is the duty of a responsible government.
Further to what the Minister said, I should just advise the House that the Secretary of State, in keeping with his usual courtesy, did inform me last night of his intended absence. I shall greatly miss him, but we look forward to seeing the fella again before too long. Mr. Philip Holloway.
Well, I'm not sure the House does understand it, Mr. Speaker. DEFRA questions are only half an hour long. Surely these meetings could have been delayed just for 30 minutes. My question to the Minister is, will DEFRA be 100% ready in the event of us having to leave with no deal?
Minister.
The department is working flat out to prepare for no deal. We are, as the House knows, bringing on onshoring, environment, agriculture and fisheries policy, 55 major projects, 120 SIs, and we've recruited, will be recruiting around 2,700 officials to ensure that we are well prepared in a no-deal scenario.
Mary Cray.
Mr. Speaker, we know that householders are stockpiling food and businesses are spending money they can ill afford, as is his department, on a no-deal Brexit that would harm the food industry, farming industry and, of course, the chemicals industry, which his department regulates. In a phone call on Tuesday night, the Chancellor said that a no-deal Brexit would be ruled out and off the table by the end of the next week. Does the Minister agree?
Minister.
The best way to avoid a no deal is by agreeing a deal, and that is why we're working constructively. The House made its views clear on what the government's proposed deal was, and now we're working constructively with major parties across the House to get a deal in place. I'm just disappointed that the Leader of the Opposition did not turn up to do that, and has not even agreed with the advice of former Prime Minister Tony Blair.
And Dame Caroline Spelman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Secretary of State is sorely missed this morning. I wanted to commend him for his barnstorming speech last night. Mr. Speaker, honourable members like myself and others with farming constituencies all received letters before Tuesday's vote from the farming organisations, the NFU, the CLA, the Tenant Farmers Association, saying, and I quote, above all, they wanted to see a no-deal Brexit ruled out. Given that there's an overwhelming majority in Parliament for that, could the Minister give some reassurance that the Government will support the view of the majority?
Minister.
Well, I'll do my very best to make up for the absence of our esteemed Secretary of State. He did put in a fantastic performance yesterday. What I can assure my right honourable friend is that we're working very closely with the NFU, with farming sector, and seeking to find that deal. We know that many farmers voted to leave, but few wanted to leave with no deal. And that is why we're working incredibly hard to make sure we get that deal into place.
6 parties in this House. The Prime Minister met with 3 of them last night. The Labour front bench isn't meeting with her, so I suppose we can work out who the Secretary of State must be meeting with. But he told me last week that he thinks other European countries will be looking enviously at the Prime Minister's deal. Is that still the Government's position? And if it is it not concerned that it threatens the entire European project because everyone will want this glorious new future that Britain's going to have?
Minister.
Well, the EU has its own challenges, which it's no doubt seeking to take forward. We're very clear. We want to take a deal forward. We felt the deal was a good deal. Parliament had its say, and now we're responding constructively in those negotiations. And I'm grateful to the SNP for taking that forward. I would just wish the party opposite would take a similar stance.
Jeremy Lefroy.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Last Saturday, I had the honour of attending the service, the plough service, to commemorate the 100th anniversary of Staffordshire NFU, an extremely good organisation representing farmers throughout my constituency. At that service, a number of members came up to me and expressed how concerned they were about any prospect of no deal. Could my honourable friend perhaps set out what the consequences for my farmers would be if there was indeed no deal?
Minister.
I think the Secretary of State made it clear in his contributions here and at the farming conference in Oxford recently that there could be disruption, significant disruption for the farming sector. And so that's why we're working very hard to make sure that Staffordshire NFU members, farmers across the country, get the best possible protection. In fact, I meet with the NFU every week to listen to their concerns, to work through their concerns. And of course, the number one priority is to make sure we do get this deal. And again, grateful for those parties that have sought to become part of that process and dialogue.
Dr Philippa Whitford.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. Without a deal, Scottish farmers could soon face tariffs of 30% on dairy products and 6% on lamb, which would make them uncompetitive and damage Scotland's food and drink industry. I would like to have asked the perhaps future Prime Minister to rule out a no deal, but will the Minister do it?
Minister.
Well, I can assure the honourable member that I am not the future Prime Minister. That will not happen. She doesn't have to worry about that. But to the substantive question, well, I'm certainly not. I'm just really trying to fill in for him while he's not here. As far as her question, it's a really important question. Other members have asked it here. We want to make sure protections are in place. We want to get this deal into place because it will have a potential disrupting effect on farmers if we have a no deal. So we will work closely to ensure that happens.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. It's absolutely right that the government prepares for all eventualities, including no deal. But does he share my sense of incredulity of hearing those who spent most of this week attacking the deal that's on the table and attacking every other deal the EU's ever done, now complaining about the prospect of there not being one?
Well, that's the case we made. We felt, the government felt, and many colleagues on our side felt that this deal was a good deal. But clearly we now need to respond to what the House has said, and we are doing that.
Mr Speaker, could the Minister, I know he's a very well-intentioned fellow, would he give a strong message from those of us who care about DEFRA, care about the environment, care about our farming sector? Give him the message that we do care, we're willing to help get this right, we're willing to do it on an all-party basis, as long as we can bury this nonsense of a no-deal Brexit.
I know the honourable member is also a good fella and good intentions, but I share his concerns about a no deal. But what we need to do now is to find a deal that the House can unite behind. And it is really important that the leader of the opposition, I know he would, if he was in his place, do that. But if the leader of the opposition could now join that process.
Deirdre Brock.
Speaker, I too am sorry not to see the Secretary of State at his place at the dispatch box after what was quite the bravura audition yesterday. Some performance. Someone once said, the day after we vote to leave, we hold all the cards and we can choose the path we want. It seems there have been some pretty expensive cards and paths so far. Can he tell us whether his department's largesse has sorted out the export health certificate system, which of course relies on a single spreadsheet? Has he made the export agreements with 154 countries to replace the EU agreements? And lastly, has this been the worst poker hand ever played?
Well, lots of questions there, lots of questions. But I can assure her I'm even more saddened not to see the Secretary of State here because I'm having to answer all his questions on this subject. But as far as her substantive point on export health certificates, we're working hard on that process. We're working on the other trade agreements. I know that my honourable friend, the Farming Minister, is working on those issues as well. Each of those steps are being dealt with.
Timms.
Question 2, Mr Speaker.
Minister.
Come on. Understood. With your permission, Mr Speaker, I'd like to answer both question number 2 and 11 together. The Government will introduce necessary legislation to increase the maximum penalty for animal cruelty from 6 months imprisonment to 5 years imprisonment as soon as parliamentary time allows.
Stephen Timms.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I'm grateful for that answer, but the Select Committee called for 5-year maximum sentences in 2016. Ministers promised it in 2017. The Minister of State said last June it would be in place by the end of March this year, but there's still no actual sign of it happening. Why has there been such a long delay? And can the Minister today give us a firm, reliable time frame for when this much-needed change will actually take place?
Minister.
I can tell the right honourable member that we are moving as fast as we can on this. We need to find the right legislative vehicle, but it is absolutely our intention to take this forward, as I said in the Private Members' Bill Committee yesterday on Finns Law.
Angela Smith.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Can the Minister confirm whether any DEFRA Minister, including the Secretary of State, has had any discussions on 5-year sentencing with either the Leader of the House or the Chief Whip in order to secure parliamentary time for this measure?
Minister.
There are very active dialogue that's going on to determine the right vehicle involving the usual channels within the House. There have been those conversations, yep.
Neil Parish.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can the government get out of crawler gear and actually get into first or second gear? Because we really have got to bring about this 5-year sentencing. At the moment, if somebody actually pleads guilty to a horrendous crime of animal welfare cruelty, they get a maximum of four months because they get a 30% automatic reduction. It is absolutely crazy that huge amounts of animal welfare abuse happens and we got such low sentencing. So please get on with it.
Minister.
We will get on with it. We take animal welfare seriously. We've introduced a third-party ban on sales of puppies and kittens, and we are working on this very actively.
Sir Desmond Swain.
Number 3.
Minister.
The government's been very clear that our exit from the EU will not lead to a lowering of our high animal welfare standards. Our regulatory system will offer the same level of assurance of animal welfare following our departure from the EU as it does now. The EU Withdrawal Act will ensure that existing EU standards are maintained once we leave the EU, and we're actively exploring options for strengthening the UK system moving forward.
Sir Desmond Swain.
How will he crack down on puppy farming?
Minister.
The ban that we've put in place and announced on the 23rd of December will make sure that there is a ban on third-party sales of puppies and kittens, and that will mean that unscrupulous breeders and puppy farmers will no longer be able to hide. It's an important piece of legislation, and I think it shows that we have certainly got into a much higher gear on animal welfare legislation.
Clive Betts.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Secretary of State for International Development has been touring the world negotiating trade deals in the last few months. Could the Minister say precisely what involvement ministers from DEFRA have about ensuring animal welfare issues are actually contained in any agreement the Secretary of State is actually concluding?
DEFRA leads on agricultural issues in these trade deals, and there's very clear intention that our standards will not be watered down.
Gregory Campbell.
Mr. Speaker, can the Minister confirm and lay to rest some of the vile scare stories that are emanating over the last 2 months about under certain basis that we leave the EU, there will be a diminution in terms of standard of care for animals, and that whatever the circumstances are after March 29, we will retain the highest possible standard?
Minister.
He makes a good point, and I can assure him that is the case. We'll make sure that the existing regulations come over and we'll maintain those high standards.
Melanie On.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Inside or outside of the EU, Boohoo, the online retailer, have been found to be advertising clothing as faux fur when, in fact, it has contained animal fur, including rabbit. So can I ask what checks are in place and what action is the government prepared to take to ensure that there is no animal cruelty in the clothing industry?
Yes. Minister.
She's raised an important point. There's a clear trading standards issue, as I understand it, that action has been taken and should be taken in those circumstances.
And Mr. Simon Clarke.
Before, Mr. Speaker.
Indeed. Minister Therese Coffey.
Last year, Mr. Speaker, the Department commissioned a review of a serious and organised crime in the waste sector. Recommendations from that review informed our strategic approach, which we set out in the Resources and Waste Strategy. That includes plans to prevent, detect and deter all forms of waste crime, including the creation of a joint unit for waste crime and a dedicated disruption team.
Mr. Simon Clarke.
I thank the Minister for that answer. There's also the problem of casual fly tipping, and residents in Gisborough have been appalled by some of the examples we've seen on Wilton Lane and on the Moor Road. Can she set out what the government's doing to address that too?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, fly tipping is a genuine blight on local communities, and while a number of different actions have been already additional powers given to councils, what came into force this month is that local authorities now have the power to issue penalties of up to £400 to householders who've ignored their duty of care and whose waste is fly tipped. The message is very clear, Mr. Speaker. When somebody comes to offer to take your waste away, check online, check their licence, that they are legitimate. Otherwise, you could be getting a fine from your council.
Useful to know. Matt Weston.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just following on from that question, rural crime, of course, is a major issue, particularly in the villages around Warwick and Leamington. Across the whole of Warwickshire, it's costing something like £650,000 to clear up fly tipping, but there is wider crime, of course, also an issue amongst them. What does the Minister recommend I should be saying to farmers in my communities?
Minister.
Well, it's important that evidence is gathered to try and tackle this. I know that farmers are taking preventive action to try and stop people entering their areas illegally, but it matters that we work together also on other issues of rural crime, like hare coursing and other significant areas, which are another route for serious and organised crime to try and exploit the countryside.
Jim Shannon.
Mr. Speaker, could the Minister outline if she intends to liaise with the Department of Justice to increase the judicial ability in these cases to make examples of those who flout the law? And the fines are less than the financial advantage for the waste disposal, and it doesn't really add up.
Well, Mr. Speaker, as I say, we set out in our resources and waste strategy our intention on how we take this forward. Finding is one approach, sentencing in different ways, and that's the kind of different work that we'll be working on with the MOJ and, of course, the Home Office as well.
Indeed. Craig Tracy.
Question 5, Mr. Speaker.
Minister George Eustace.
Mr. Speaker, the Agriculture Bill is a central part of the Government's programme of legislation to deliver a smooth departure from the European Union. It is the most significant reform of agricultural legislation in over 70 years. The bill creates powers to build a new environmental land management system, to incentivise higher animal welfare, to support technology and investment on farms, and to improve fairness and transparency in the supply chain.
Craig Tracy.
Thank you. Can I welcome the Agriculture Bill, because for nearly 50 years our farmers have been tied to a fundamentally flawed common agricultural policy where payments are skewed towards the largest landowners. Can the Minister provide further detail on the public goods which will be rewarded under the new scheme?
Minister.
Well, can I first of all thank my honourable friend for the sterling work that he did on the Agricultural Bill Committee, and also as a member of the DEFRA team until recently. As he says, we are completely changing the focus of our agricultural support to the delivery of public goods. That could include improving habitats, improving water quality, improving soil health, promoting biodiversity, advancing animal welfare, and allowing public access.
Then Bradshaw.
He would have received the letter sent to every single member of this House from all of the farming leaders asking the government to take no deal off the table. This would also unlock meaningful cross-party talks on how we get out of this total mess. So why won't they?
Minister.
The way to get no deal off the table is to agree a deal and to engage in a discussion about that. And I would simply say, to honourable members, what kind of deal do they think they would get from the European Union if they're unwilling to countenance a no deal? It's a nonsense.
David Duquette.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I welcome the commitment of this government and the Minister on the responses given earlier on the public goods and the environmental and animal welfare. But can my honourable friend also confirm that the production of food, high-quality food and with high-quality safety, will be a commitment in future agricultural policy?
Yes, my honourable friend makes a very important point, and we've been absolutely clear as a government that we will not compromise our animal welfare and food safety standards in pursuit of a trade deal.
Tim Farron.
Hill farmers are essential to our landscape, to food production, to biodiversity, to water management. Does the Minister realise that 91% of hill farm incomes comes from the basic payment scheme? And while his government is planning to phase out the entire basic payment scheme over the next 7 years, will he then commit to a bespoke scheme or set of schemes to support upland farmers and other upland businesses?
Well, many of the public goods listed in Clause 1 of the bill would be ones that upland farmers, including sheep farmers, could readily access, and organisations like the Uplands Alliance are very excited about the potential for a new scheme based on the payment for delivery of public goods.
The bill review is looking into the mechanisms for allocating farm funding across the UK post-Brexit, but can I ask the Minister whether the Government also intends to launch reviews into any legislative and governance frameworks that may be necessary to maintain a level playing field for Welsh farmers within the UK internal market in the future?
Well, there are two ways in which a UK framework can be delivered. Firstly, it's important to recognise that agriculture is devolved, and although the Welsh Government have asked us to add a schedule to our current bill going through Parliament, they also intend to have their own future legislation. But there are some provisions around compliance with WTO rules, and there will be, coming from the Department for Business, Energy and International Strategy, an approach to state aid rules as well.
Dr. David Drew.
The Irish Farmers Association, there were other things going on as well as the debate. They made it very clear to me how vital it is to get a long-term customs arrangement in place as soon as possible. And they say that's shared by farmers in Northern Ireland. What's DEFRA doing to make sure that happens?
Minister.
Well, Mr. Speaker, as was made clear at the very start of this session, the Secretary of State is, as we speak, in dialogue with members of this House to establish a consensus so that we can indeed have a customs arrangement after March.
Dr. David Drew.
Now, the Minister has been quite sanguine in saying that he now supports the Norway option. Is that view shared by the rest of the DEFRA team?
The DEFRA team supported the Prime Minister's deal, including myself, because I believe that the deal that she brought forward was the closest way to deliver the outcome of that referendum result. That deal has now been rejected by this House, so of course we must consider all alternatives.
Matt Warman.
Number 7, Mr. Speaker.
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, protecting pollinators and their habitats is a priority for this government, and our 2017 review of England's 10-year national pollinator strategy highlights some positive progress. We've also simplified countryside stewardship and introduced new measures to help farmers put pollinators back into our landscapes through our pollinator package.
Matt Warman.
Mr. Speaker, 3,000 sugar beet farmers will drill their crop this year, and 100 of them will be in my constituency. Many of them do rely on neonicotinoids, but it is vital that we rely on scientific evidence. 11 EU countries have granted emergency authorisation. What is the government doing to support sugar beet farmers?
Well, I'm sympathetic to the issue raised by sugar beet growers. Of course, sugar beet is a non-flowering crop, and they do have a particular issue with the peach potato aphid and the virus that goes with that. They did put forward an emergency application. The advice from our expert committee on pesticides was that it didn't satisfy the criteria, but we did also invite them to make a subsequent application.
Christian Matheson.
Question 8, sir.
Indeed. Dr. Therese Coffey.
Mr. Speaker, the Department has not received any reports of foxes being killed in illegal ways. I would not expect the Department to be so. I'd expect people to report that to the local police, and it's the Ministry of Justice that does keep the statistics of crime records.
Christian Matheson.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the League Against Cruel Sports reports 32 kills last year, which is a bare minimum because they can't monitor every hunt. So can I suggest to ministers that the reason that they don't collect these figures is because if they did, they'd have to do something about enforcing the laws that exist already?
Well, the Hunting Act makes it clear that, apart from certain exemptions, that it ban the hunting with dogs. I think it's important, Mr. Speaker, that people take that evidence to the local police forces. I'm aware of the incident just through social media in Cheshire, and I understand Cheshire Police are investigating, but it is a crime and it is up to the police force to investigate.
Richard Graham. Not here. Where is the fella? That's a great shame. Oh dear. Well, never mind. Hannah Bardell is here.
Thank you very much. Number 10, Mr. Speaker.
Minister Eustace.
Mr. Speaker, as we leave the European Union under the EU Withdrawal Act, retained EU law will ensure that we maintain our existing food and drink standards.
Hannah Bardell.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The Secretary of State has been previously reported as promising a genetic food revolution. In the new year statement, the NFU warned in the strongest possible terms against any lowering of food standards post-Brexit. Will the Secretary of State, or the Minister in his place, now put an end to this uncertainty, which the Secretary of State created? Will he accept an amendment to the Agriculture Bill which ensures the standard of our high-quality produce are never lowered or diluted?
Order! I see the honourable gentleman for Gloucester is now scampering into the chamber. He'll have to catch his breath. The fellow's missed his question. Dear, oh dear, oh dear. Anyway, it's better late than never. Good to see the chappie, and I'm glad he's in good health. Minister.
Well, Mr. Speaker, we've been absolutely clear that we will not water down or dilute our approach to food standards, food safety or animal welfare in pursuit of a trade deal. And any future treaty establishing a trade deal would, of course, come back to this House under the CRAG provisions, that 2010 Act, and would be subject to a ratification process by this House.
Martin Vickers.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Is the Department considering improving and increasing the standards post-Brexit?
Mr. Speaker, as we leave the European Union and establish national control in these areas, of course it is possible that we can improve our legislation in a number of areas where EU regulations don't quite work.
Alison Hewlett.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Codex Alimentarius sets the standards used by the World Trade Organisation, and reportedly at those meetings the UK hardly ever speaks up in defence of strong food safety labelling and marketing safeguards. What confidence can we have that the UK Government will do so post-Brexit?
Well, Mr Speaker, I do not accept that caricature. Indeed, we worked very hard last year to ensure that a British official took the chairmanship of one of the important Codex committees that deals with food standards, and internationally we are always promoting both animal welfare and food standards on organisations like the OIE and like Codex.
Mrs Pauline Latham.
Number 12, sir.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The Government recently published the Resources and Waste Strategy, which sets out our plans to reduce plastic pollution. We've already consulted on banning straws, cotton buds and stirrers, and consulting extending the carry bag charge. We will shortly be publishing our consultation on the key reforms to existing packaging waste regulation, including DRS for drinks containers and increasing consistency in the recycling system.
Mrs Pauline Latham.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. In light of Countryfell's programme on Sunday, farms used huge quantities of very thick plastic, which cannot apparently be recycled anymore. It's being kept on airfields. How can the government ensure this product doesn't go into landfill?
Well, Mr Speaker, it is possible to recycle those plastic bales, but I'm conscious that the secondary market may not be well established. I think what she will see with the reforms that we will shortly be consulting on, it will be in the interest of the producer of those recycling to make sure that they are recycled, otherwise it will be costing them more.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. And I recently visited Cannon Street Primary School in my constituency, where the children presented to me their Keep Benwell Clean campaign because they are tired of walking to school through rivers of plastic. So would the Minister accept my invitation to come to the school and explain to the children there why it is their environment has to be polluted in that way and what it is that she and local authorities can do to change that?
Well, Mr Speaker, I commend the children for being so concerned about plastic pollution, about litter, and I'm sure that they are being champions themselves in making sure and picking up litter where appropriate. No longer should it be seen as a punishment, but as a duty of civic service to do that. Mr Speaker, next time I am in Newcastle, which I anticipate will not be before 29th of March, I will do my best to visit the children at that school.
Carol Monaghan.
Mr Speaker, here. Scotland led the UK in tackling the waste produced from single-use polythene bags. Now the Scottish Government is looking at a deposit return scheme for plastic bottles. Where this has been used, it has had recycling rates of up to 95%. Will the UK Government consider following suit with a plastic bottle recycling scheme?
Well, Mr Speaker, we will be shortly publishing our proposals on the next steps on introducing a deposit return scheme. I think it's important. I'm meeting Rosanna Cunningham again next month. She's got her Plastic Summit. We've got a British Iron Council. It is something I think that ideally we would like to work together on a UK scheme, but we're conscious that might not be possible, but we'll do what we can.
Order. Topical questions. Diana Johnson.
Number 1, Mr Speaker.
Minister George Eustace.
Mr Speaker, DEFRA continues to progress plans for our departure from the EU, including preparing a comprehensive set of statutory instruments under the EU Withdrawal Act to ensure we have a functioning statute book on day one. We are also progressing the Agriculture Bill and Fisheries Bill, which have cleared committee stage recently.
Diana Johnson.
Just say to the Minister that I think it's such a shame that his government isn't willing to rule out the no-deal scenario. And what I want to ask him is about the EU pet travel scheme, which currently allows pet owners to travel between EU countries with their animals with minimal forward planning. This is especially important for guide dog owners. But the government are now saying that under the no-deal Brexit, guide dog owners will have to plan their travel at least 4 months in advance. This is totally unacceptable. So what is the government doing to ensure that assistance dog owners do not see inferior travel arrangements in the event of a no-deal Brexit?
Well, the guidance that the Honourable Lady cites is obviously in a worst-case scenario, but the reality on pet travel schemes is that it would give us the freedom to adopt a risk-based approach here, and we would anticipate that the EU would do the same. We already have provisions with Norway, for instance, that enable a pet travel scheme to operate even though they are outside of the European Union. We are in discussion with guide dog charities to address this particular issue.
Gillian Keegan.
checking permits on vans and lorries carrying toxic waste. And although these efforts are a step in the right direction, fly tipping incidents in Chichester almost doubled in 2018 compared to the previous 5 years, and they cause considerable cost to local landowners and the council. Can I ask my right honourable friend what steps he's taken to tackle serious and organised waste crime?
Well, Mr Speaker, as I outlined to the House earlier, we recently published our Resources and Waste Strategy. It is a key point that we need to tackle this serious and organised crime. We have already given powers to the Environment Agency, which they are using to tackle this issue, and indeed to local councils. But there's more to do, and we hope to bring forward future legislation as well to tackle outstanding issues.
Sue Hayman.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. On Tuesday, the National Audit Office published a highly critical report on the government's monitoring of the natural environment. The report states DEFRA has not done enough to engage other parts of government with its approach. So what confidence can we have in the Secretary of State, who's clearly busy doing other things, to deliver his promised green Brexit?
Minister.
Well, Mr Speaker, we're currently working on the metrics and targets as set out in our 25-year environment plan to have something that's sustainable going forward. I think it's also important to note that we have laid draft clauses for the environmental governance bill, and in that we refer to a policy statement, and that is something that will operate right across government, embedding into what we do as a government is to make sure that we leave the environment in a better place than we inherited it.
Hayman.
I mean, that's all very well, but what we need is not warm words. We get many, many warm words from this department, but very little real action. And we need action to protect our natural environment and to bear down on climate change. So can I ask, what is actually happening in response to this report?
Minister.
Well, Mr Speaker, this report was only just published yesterday, so it is something that we need to consider and we'll reply to. But just this week, we launched the Clean Air Strategy. It was recommended by the World Health Organization as something for other countries to follow around the world. We are going through with a new agriculture bill. We are going through with a new fisheries bill. We are preparing an environment bill. All these are matters which the House has asked for action on elements like clean air, what we are doing with our local recovery nature networks, what we are doing with all sorts of different things in order to try and improve the biodiversity. And, of course, she will be aware of our commitment to make sure that we get a target of 30% marine protected areas by 2030 around the world, and we will be launching our final decision on marine conservation zone shortly. So, frankly, Mr Speaker, this government is acting to make the environment a better place.
Harry Robinson.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The Greater Manchester Combined Authority is in the process of producing a clean air plan for the region to reduce harmful emissions. The Mayor, who has previously ruled out a congestion charge, is now apparently considering a charge on older cars as well as taxis and vans, which is clearly a concern for small businesses in my area which may be impacted by it. Can my honourable friend outline whether any funding could be made available from central government for the retrofit of non-compliant vehicles so that small businesses in Cheadle will not be penalised should he press ahead with these plans?
Well, Mr Speaker, it really matters that we work with local authorities to make sure that we improve air quality as quickly as possible. There are broader issues with particulate matter and similar, but we are still behind on nitrogen dioxide. Now, the Mayor of the Greater Manchester area is late in presenting its plan to the department. We are continuing to work with them, but indeed, where there are those sorts of measures, like not a congestion zone, but a charging zone for more polluting vehicles, we will work and try to fund the best way we can the measures needed to mitigate that.
Mr Speaker, Patterson Arran Limited are a major and important employer in my constituency and arguably produce the best shortbread in the world. They have written to me raising serious concerns about the impact of a no Brexit. They import a significant number of commodities and their business is going to be seriously damaged by a no Brexit. Will the Minister now take a no Brexit and his Cabinet take a no Brexit off the table, extend Article 50 and take the vote to the people?
Minister.
As I said in reply to earlier questions today, we're working very hard to ensure that there is a deal. We want to work with all the parties to do that, and I was impressed when I met with businesses in Scotland, with the Food and Drink Federation in Scotland, that we need to take those steps, and I understand where they're coming from on those issues.
Mr Peter Heaton-Jones.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Can I thank the Farming Minister for meeting myself and a delegation of farmers from North Devon before Christmas? I'm meeting those farmers again at a meeting tomorrow evening. So can the Minister confirm the Government is considering their concerns, our concerns indeed, particularly about the Rural Payments Agency and the Agriculture Bill?
Well, it was a real pleasure to meet my honourable friend and a number of his constituents. I can tell the House that obviously when the bill comes back at report stage, we will be giving careful consideration to some of the amendments that would have been put down in that, and also some of the representations from organisations like the NFU. This year, the RPA have made significant improvement in the delivery of payments under the BPS scheme, with 94% being paid by the end of December.
Laura Smith.
Mr Speaker, unlike others, I was pleased to see the Minister in his place today, because he also represents a Cheshire constituency, and so I'm sure he will share my concerns that local people have been getting in touch with me, frustrated that current legislation appears to be doing very little to prevent fox hunting from taking place in Cheshire. Will the government do the right thing and strengthen the Hunting Act by adding a reckless clause to end the ridiculous situation that we have currently, where a hunt can avoid prosecution simply by claiming that the chasing and killing of a fox by their dog was an accident?
Mr Speaker, the Hunting Act is already tightly drawn, and there have been a mixture of successful and unsuccessful prosecutions so far. I think it really matters that the police have the evidence presented to them so they can make a stronger case to the CPS for tackling illegal hunting, which is something we all deplore.
Well, let's hear the fella. Richard Graham.
Well, Mr. Speaker, thank you very much indeed for calling me. One of the most exciting developments of recent times has been the announcement from the University of Manchester of a way of desalinating water through graphene sieves that can turn it into drinking water. This has huge implications around the world. Does the Minister agree with me that one of the greatest possible benefits could be the decrease in water bottles that so often find their way into the marine ecosystem?
Well, Mr Speaker, I also saw that very interesting announcement by the University of Manchester, and just shows the benefits of this government having invested in the University of Manchester to develop graphene. I think there are a number of ways that we can try and reduce the impact of water resources in the future and the plastics in that, and we will continue to support water companies in their long-term plans, including desalination.
There's been yet another report published this morning, this time from The Lancet, highlighting the damage that our food systems are doing, not just to public health, with 11 million avoidable deaths, but also to the climate. I've been banging on about this for more than 10 years in this place. Is there any chance that the government is going to ever listen to these reports?
Minister.
Well, Mr Speaker, it was also a pleasure to have the Honourable Lady on the Agriculture Bill Committee, where I know she raised some of these issues, and in particular we discussed the impact that imported soya can have on our environment and the steps that we are taking to reduce that.
Hanging on in this place tends to be a prerequisite of achieving really anything. It's the colloquial version of my persistence pays principle. Mrs Anne-Marie Trevelyan.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Would a minister be willing to meet with me to discuss the banning of the use of bolt guns as a method of putting down greyhounds that are no longer used in the racing industry?
Minister.
I'm sure that we need to tackle in a humane way. However, these animals are put, whether that's wildlife or whether it's domestic animals or indeed racing animals. And I'm sure that one of the ministers will be delighted to meet her.
Rachel Maskell.
If York Council are planning to develop the land adjacent to the SSSI site of Ascombe Bog, what discussions has the Minister had with MHCLG about development next to sites of special scientific interest?
Well, through the National Planning Framework, which was updated last year, she will be aware that SSSI has an exceptionally high protection status. So it's really important that these matters are considered very carefully and any development done to avoid that. But it will come down to a local decision for the local planning authority.
Parish.
Mr Speaker, the Minister has talked very much about amendments to the Agriculture Bill. Will the Minister and Secretary of State really look at the amendments when they come through, especially those that maintain high food standards of those of imported food, so not to put our own farmers out of business?
Well, I can reassure my honourable friend that I've already looked very closely at some of the interesting amendments he's tabled.
Ruth Cadbury.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last week, Heathrow Airport announced that it wanted to have another 25,000 flights a year through the airport, irrespective of Runway 3's development. So what advice has DEFRA given the Department for Transport on the noise and air quality implications of this unwelcome development?
Well, Mr. Speaker, like any development, they will need to have an environmental impact assessment that will cover those particular items, and they will need to be considered with what is regarded legal.
Very well, yes. Mr. Barry Sherman.
Oh, well, very well. Mr. Speaker, I was actually going to ask a topical question, which unlike some of our colleagues, can I remind the Minister or team that until we came under European regulation, we were the dirty person of Europe. We filled our seas with sewage, we buried our waste in holes in the ground. Did she see the wonderful BBC programme only last Sunday that shows the real curse of agricultural plastic waste, which we're doing very little about? Won't she get over with the Minister, with all-party basis, to try and clean up this environment and get a good deal from Europe?
Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. That was nearly as long as an adjournment debate, but the last one that the last one he secured for me was about the circular economy of leftover paint, and he didn't even show up to that himself. So, in answer to his question, I would just say, read the Resources and Waste Strategy. I already answered the question earlier to my honourable friend for Derbyshire, to try and say that we are working on this and we need to work with farmers to make sure there's a secondary market for that sort of plastic bale.
I don't know whether the Minister did manage to see the programme or not, but I dare say it's available on catch-up TV. Country File. Oh, we're most grateful, yes. Chion Wura.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And last DEFRA questions, when the Secretary of State was in his place, he was typically effusive in his praise for the glorious northeastern countryside which so many of my constituents enjoy. But he refused to say how he would protect small-scale farmers on which the beauty and variety of our landscape depends from the massive American agro-industrial machine. So, will the Minister now set out his red lines to protect our landscape post-Brexit?
Mr. Speaker, Clause 1 of the Agriculture Bill makes explicit provision to support and incentivise landscapes and our countryside and to help some of those smaller farmers. And the modelling that's been done suggests that actually it's not all about size, and some of our smaller family farms are actually technically the most proficient.
Order. Questions to the Honourable Member for Houghton and Sunderland South, representing the Speaker's Committee on the Electoral Commission, and the Right Honourable Member for Meriden, representing the Church Commissioners, and the Right Honourable Member for Carshalton and Wallington, representing the House of Commons Commission. Mr. Alex Burghart.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Number one.
Indeed. Dame Caroline Spellman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Church of England continues to suffer thefts of metal and other items of historical and architectural interest from its churches. The Archbishop's Council conducted an inquiry into this. The trend appears to be gradually moving from east to west and from south to north, and I encourage my honourable friend to look at the Church of England website for ways of protecting his churches more successfully.
Alex Burghart.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the Honourable Lady for her answer. And we're blessed with a great many number of historic churches in Brentwood and Ongar. And it's too often the case that these historic churches have to be kept locked for very long parts of the week, making them inaccessible to the public. What conversations has she had with Historic England, or the government had with Historic England and the police, to ensure that more of our historic churches can be open to the people who wish to use them?
Indeed, Mr. Speaker, my honourable friend has a real gem in the form of a beautiful Anglo-Saxon church, St Andrew's, Greenstead. Despite the fact it doesn't have a metal roof, has suffered these kind of thefts. The Church of England participated at the end of last year in a review of Historic England's called Operation Crucible in a strategy against metal theft. There's no question the Scrap Metal Dealers Act needs to be tightened to recognise illegitimate business, for often they often have their own forges and furnaces and melt down metal before it even meets the scrap dealer's yard.
Jim Shannon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And in the UK, there are some 340 important historical churches. The National Lottery funding has made money available to some of these, but there's certainly a shortfall in funds. So can I ask the Honourable Lady, are there other funding avenues that can be made available for preservation works?
Indeed, Mr. Speaker, I thank my honourable friend for that question. The Church, in fact, would direct him and his churches and others with historic churches facing the threat of metal theft towards a Home Office panel for grants to protect religious buildings from hate crimes, and some churches have been recipients of these grants.
Martin Vickers.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Sadly, many of our most beautiful churches are now closed for worship and have been declared redundant. Could my right honourable friend assure me that the Church Commissioners will continue to do all they can to preserve those beautiful buildings?
Mr. Speaker, the Church of England, in fact, opens as many churches as it closes. Often there's a misunderstanding about that. But it is actually a deterrent to crime and theft of increasing the footfall through churches, be that not those who come to worship, but those who visit the historical artefacts. So I would encourage all honourable members with these beautiful churches in their communities to use them or lose them, and actually to encourage people to go into them in order that we can keep them open and keep the criminals out.
Mr. Philip Holloway.
What is the Church of England doing to keep historic church bells ringing in historic church buildings?
Mr. Speaker, the Church of England did succeed in producing a magnificent peal of bells to mark the centenary of the armistice, as I'm sure in many honourable members' own constituencies their churches took part. There are, in fact, grants available to restore belfries and bells, and a great effort was made to have these churches ready for this historic moment in our nation's history.
Thank you. Alan Brown.
Question 2, Mr. Speaker.
With permission,
Bridget Phillipson.
With permission, Mr. Speaker, I will answer questions 2 and 5 together. The Electoral Commission has ongoing dialogue with the Minister for the Constitution and has raised the need for a significant increase to its current maximum fine of only £20,000. This would ensure that sanctions are proportionate and provide a genuine deterrent.
Brown.
I thank her for that answer. We've heard of issues of Dartman in elections and the Brexit vote, which including the controversial £435,000 donation that was channelled via Scottish Tory candidate Richard Cook's Constitutional Research Council to the DUP. Now, the actual source of that donation is still unclear. My colleague, the member for Argyll and Bute, was written to the Commission to ask their due diligence on the case be published. So can she advise when will this be published?
Bridget Phillipson.
In its recent report on digital campaigning, the Electoral Commission recommended greater transparency on the source of such donations, and proposals have been set out. I'm sure that officials from the Commission will be happy to discuss the matter further with the honourable gentleman or his honourable friend.
Kevin Newland.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. In respect to the honourable lady, the Labour Party were fined a record amount for failing to declare donations around the 2017 general election. With the current shambolic state of affairs in this place, meaning an election, if not probable, is at least possible. Having heard the honourable lady's answer about increasing the fine, can we actually have a debate as to increasing the fines much higher than £20,000 so that political parties are generally dissuaded from taking these actions rather than seeing them as a cost of doing business?
I'm grateful to the honourable gentleman. The Commission has repeatedly warned that the ability to fine campaigners a maximum of only £20,000 could increasingly be seen as the cost of doing business. The Commission continues to urge the Government to introduce legislation to strengthen its sanctioning powers for future electoral events.
So why
Matt Warman.
Mr. Speaker, transparency in printed literature is partly ensured by the necessity of having an imprint. In my recent report for the Centre for Policy Studies, I argued digital literature should also have an imprint. Does the Electoral Commission agree?
I'm grateful to the honourable gentleman. The Commission has called for imprints to follow on digital material as it would do in printed material. I'm sure that officials from the Commission will be happy to discuss the matter further with the honourable gentleman and would welcome any steps that he can take to urge the Government to take further action in this area.
Neil Parish.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Electoral integrity is so important when you vote to make sure you are exactly who you say you are as you vote. Northern Ireland has, since 2003, has actually had a photographic identification. What does the Electoral Commissioner feel about strengthening the situation with voter integrity?
Bridget Phillips.
The Commission completed independent evaluation of the May 2018 voter ID pilot trials and published details of that analysis and the background data in July 2018. It found that the trials worked well, but the Commission highlighted the need for more evidence in this area. And as 3.5 million electors may not have the type of identification required, the Commission continues to recommend that electors should be able to apply for a voter card free of charge, as is the case in Northern Ireland.
Then Bradshaw.
What preparatory work is the Electoral Commission doing for the growing possibility of another EU referendum? And what action is it undertaking to ensure that another referendum will not be so vulnerable to the law-breaking and subversion that was suffered in 2016?
Phillips.
The Commission has the expertise, experience and proven track record of delivering well-run elections and referendums at short notice. It maintains contingency plans to ensure that it has made all appropriate preparations to deliver a referendum should there be one.
Jeremy Lefroy. Then Caroline.
Mr. Speaker, with permission, I'd like to group the following questions: 3, 4, 6, 8, 9 and 12. I do realise this will rather make it sound like Foreign Office questions for Christianity, but the Anglican Communion is the third largest global organisation in the world after the UN and the Catholic Church. Mr. Speaker, the Church of England has regular discussions with the Foreign and Commonwealth Office about freedom of religion and belief. But I am pleased to announce to the House that my right honourable friend, the Secretary of State, Jeremy Hunt, invited the Bishop of Truro before Christmas to lead an independent review of the UK government support for persecuted Christians. I'm sorry, Mr. Speaker, I should have given the right honourable gentleman's constituency, South West Surrey.
We're grateful. Jeremy Lefroy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The number of members who attended the Open Doors report meeting yesterday in the House shows just what huge interest there is, and it was very disturbing to hear about the significant increase in persecution of Christians and indeed of people of other faiths in the last year or two. Would she ensure that when this report is being compiled, that the Right Honourable Bishop would talk with as many members of this House as possible? Because we hear from our constituents, we hear from around the world individual cases of persecution.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, of course I'm delighted to give my honourable friend that assurance, and I too was really shocked by the report that was presented in Parliament yesterday that shows that 40 countries out of the 50 on Open Doors watch list are places where Christians experience very high or extreme levels of persecution, and I shall go from this place, Mr. Speaker, to a meeting at the Foreign Office with the Foreign Secretary and the Bishop, and I will make that request directly to him.
Henry Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very grateful to my right honourable friend, the member for Meriden, and also would like to echo the remarks of my honourable friend, the member for Stafford, in terms of welcoming the Open Doors World Watch report launch here in Parliament yesterday. With regard to Commonwealth countries that are on the list, such as Nigeria, where we heard some very harrowing reports of abuse against Christian communities. What effort can the Commonwealth side of the Foreign and Commonwealth Office play in helping to mitigate that?
Well, Mr. Speaker, indeed, Nigeria is high up the Open Doors watch list of countries where Christians suffer persecution, and I'm sorry to say that in the last year, 3,731 Christians were reported killed by the activity of extremists in Nigeria. And obviously, as a former dependency of the United Kingdom, really, as a government, we ought to have some way of having greater influence. And I know that the Archbishop of Canterbury himself, knowledgeable about Nigeria, uses every endeavour to bring pressure on the government of Nigeria to better protect the Christians in their country.
Sir Desmond Swain.
What estimate has she made of the willingness of DFID and Foreign Office ministers to actually do something about it and put it at the top of their priorities?
Caroline.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I'm delighted to be able to tell the House that since the last set of questions to me, with the Right Honourable Member for Bishop Auckland, we paid a joint visit to the Minister of State at the Foreign Office to impress on the Minister of State the importance of of Foreign Office ministers, DFID ministers, indeed, officials in the Foreign Office, in DFID and in other government departments like the Home Office, of taking up the course for a better understanding of religious literacy, and we were given assurances by the Minister that this would be impressed on officials.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my right honourable friend for her answers thus far. One of the areas of the world where persecution is at its highest is in Pakistan. Indeed, there have been a number of high-profile cases. So what is the Church doing to combat this terrible attacks on Christians just wanting to celebrate their religion?
Mr. Speaker, Pakistan is very high up again, Open Doors watch list of countries where Christians suffer persecution, and I'm sure, like me, he will have heard the case of Aisha Bibi raised to the Prime Minister yesterday in this House. But I think it is very important that not only we look out for a solution for her and her family that assures her protection, but remember that what we do on behalf of Christians in other countries can impact others around the world in the same way. So the persecution of Christians in Pakistan is high on our agenda.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As has already been mentioned, yesterday saw the launch of the Open Doors World Watch List 2019 here in Parliament. Can my right honourable friend therefore advise me what use the Church of England makes of their analysis of the trends for persecution of Christians across the globe in their discussions with the Foreign and Commonwealth Office?
Caroline. Mr. Speaker, obviously the watch list is a very useful guide to where the focus needs to be, and the bishops themselves take special interest in particular countries that are high up on that watch list. And in fact, regularly there are bishops who pay visits to countries where Christians are persecuted. And at the moment, in fact, the bishop responsible for the plight of Christians in the Middle East and in Palestine is paying his regular annual visit to look at the decimation of the Christians in that region.
Diana Johnson.
Mr. Speaker, I was interested to hear that the Right Honourable Lady is about to go and meet the Foreign Secretary. Of course, he wrote over Christmas in the Daily Telegraph that it's not in our national character to turn a blind eye to suffering, and it's about our deeds as well as our words. So I just wondered if the Right Honourable Lady could say something about the deeds that she would like to see from the Foreign Secretary.
Well, the Foreign Secretary has acted by bringing in a bishop, an independent person, to review the work of the Foreign Office in relation to the persecution of Christians abroad. 3 areas will be assessed. Churches and organisations overseas will assess the level of interaction with British or foreign diplomatic missions in the protection of Christians. The staff at FCO, DFID and the Home Office, who may have been on the receiving end of approaches from churches and other organisations seeking help for persecuted Christians. And thirdly, to hear the experiences of international organisations to feed back on British activities and assess other countries' diplomatic missions' approaches to this very same issue of the persecution of Christians.
Patrick Grady.
Mr. Speaker, question 7. The Commission has had no discussions on the cost of installing an electronic voting system in the Chamber. Its responsibility in this matter is limited to any financial or staffing implications of any change to the present system were a change to be agreed by the House. If the House agreed to pursue electronic voting, further work by the House Service in conjunction with the digital service would be needed to accurately identify the investment, planning and development required to deliver electronic voting.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the honourable member for the answer, and I accept that a change has to be a decision of the House. But the reality is, this is not just about democracy anymore. It's about health and safety. 600 members trying to get through that lobby the other night was an incredibly worrying situation. If Mr. Speaker had closed for the doors to be closed, it wouldn't have been physically possible for the doorkeepers to do so. There was claustrophobia. We know the issues of members who had health challenges and members who are pregnant. The Commons Commission, I think, needs to consider this from a safety in the workplace environment. Democratic considerations to one side.
Well, I thank the honourable gentleman and indeed his colleagues for these questions, because I think the subject of electronic voting will be my specialist subject in Mastermind, but he has come up with a new angle, and that is, and I'd support the point he's making. Members who are in the division lobby, the very packed division lobby when the government were defeated very heavily, will have noticed that the congestion was quite significant, and there were risks associated with that. So on the back of his question, I will ask the authorities to look at the health and safety risk assessment of that, but as he will know, and as I have stated previously, if he wants to pursue this matter, and I understand perhaps he has not yet done so, he needs to do so with the Procedure Committee to ask them to look at the whole subject of electronic voting.
Fiona Bruce.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, the most recent figures published by Church of England show that in 2017 the Church conducted 41,000 marriages and services of prayer and dedication. Indeed, the church wedding is affordable. The cost of the wedding in church at less than £500 is not the main part of what it costs to get married. But, Mr. Speaker, free of charge, the clergy offer advice to help tailor the ceremony for the couple and, perhaps most importantly, prepare them for their lives together.
Bruce.
Thank you. Church wedding fees can put some couples off from marrying in church. So would the Honourable Lady commend the excellent initiative, which is led by my own minister, Mike Smith, Vicar of St John's, Hertford, who's put together with volunteers from the church a wedding package for 3 couples of a church wedding, photographer, flowers, cake and a reception, even wedding dress alterations, all for £1,000.
Yeah,
and isn't this a model that other churches could follow?
Mr. Speaker, I think this is an excellent model, and having children of marriageable age, I only wish we lived in the diocese of making that with such an offer, but perhaps it will catch on. I sincerely hope it will.
Mr. Barry Sherman.
Mr. Speaker, as someone who's availed, our family have availed ourselves of having our children baptised in St Mary's Undercroft and the daughters married in St Margaret's. Is that well known and is it well used? It is a great tradition. Are members of Parliament aware of the facilities that are available to them, and do they use them?
Well, Mr. Speaker, I think that the Honourable Gentleman's done the House a service in reminding all colleagues that that opportunity is open to them, and I know many honourable members who have had wonderful family occasions, but as also the Chairman of the Restoration and Renewal Joint Legislative Committee, I need to consider and warn colleagues that when the House has to be restored, we need to look very carefully at what actually will remain available.
Thank you. Order. Business question. Valerie Vaz.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the Leader of the House please give us the forthcoming business?
The Leader, Henry Lidson.
The business for next week will be Monday the 21st of January, remaining stages of the Healthcare International Arrangements Bill. Tuesday the 22nd of January, consideration of Lord's amendments to the Counter-Terrorism and Border Security Bill. Wednesday the 23rd of January, consideration of Lord's amendments to the Tenant Fees Bill, followed by motion relating to private members' bills. Thursday the 24th of January, a general debate on Holocaust Memorial Day 2019, followed by a debate on a motion relating to appropriate ME treatment. The subjects for these debates were determined by the Backbench Business Committee. Friday the 25th of January, the House will not be sitting. I can confirm to the House that a statement and a motion on the Government's next steps under Section 13 of the EU Withdrawal Act will be tabled on Monday. A full day's debate on the motion will take place on Tuesday the 29th of January, subject to the agreement of the House. Mr. Speaker, yesterday is history, tomorrow is a mystery, and today is a gift, which is why we call it the present. On the eve of A.A. Milne's birthday, that's a favourite quote from Winnie the Pooh. And as Eeyore said, it never hurts to keep looking for sunshine. And so can I wish you, Mr. Speaker, a very happy birthday for Saturday. And finally, I do. And finally, can I leave the House with an uplifting and rather wise thought from Winnie the Pooh? If the person you are talking to doesn't appear to be listening, be patient. It may simply be that he has a small piece of fluff in his ear.
I thank the Leader for her birthday wishes. I'm looking forward to the occasion, although probably not quite as much as when I was 15 rather than 56. But there you go. Valerie Vaz.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And can I associate myself with the Leader of the House's Good wishes to you, Mr. Speaker. I'm not quite sure about the bit about the fluff in the ear. I don't know whether she's suspecting that you're not listening to what she says. But can I thank the Leader of the House for the business for next week? And I'm pleased that she has said that the Prime Minister will make a statement on Monday. The Prime Minister said it would be an amendable motion, so can the Leader confirm that it will be an amendable motion? And can she confirm what the Government Chief Whip said when he jumped up to the dispatch box and said that 90 minutes is not enough to debate such an important issue, and that the Government will provide reasonable time to hold the debate and vote by the 30th of January? Mr. Speaker, this is the first government to be held in contempt of Parliament. The Prime Minister had a vote of no confidence from within her own party, a vote of no confidence in the government, which they won yesterday because they have a confidence and supply agreement. But yet again, Mr. Speaker, breaking records, 432 honourable and right honourable members voted against the Prime Minister's deal, the biggest defeat of a government in history. Now, the Leader of the House said in an interview with BBC Radio 4 that the government has been collaborating across the House ever since the beginning of this Parliament. Could she say with who? And she said the Prime Minister will be speaking with senior parliamentarians. Could she say with who? Could she publish a list of those favoured ones, or is this another case of divide and rule? The Leader of the House will note that the House voted against a no-deal scenario. That must be off the table. So could she confirm that that is off the table in any starting point for discussions? Mr. Speaker, this opposition and Parliament has been working on behalf of people. It was following the pressure from Her Majesty's opposition that led to a meaningful vote, which was coined by my honourable friend, the Shadow Secretary of State for DEXU. It took a humble address for Parliament to be given the impact assessments. How can we have a confidence in a referendum when the donor of the largest political donation in history is being investigated by the National Crime Agency? The Leave campaign have been found to have broken electoral law. Whistleblowers and journalists have raised alarms about the legality of the campaign, and the previous government said no analysis of the impact should be given out by our independent civil service. Yes, the people have voted, but it is our job as elected representatives to look at the evidence of the impact on the country and not rely on the campaign rhetoric, which we now know to be based on falsehoods. We must rely on the evidence and the facts. So can the Leader of the House confirm whether she will move the business motion to extend Article 50 in time? I know friends of the Leader have said she might resign if she had to do that. Mr. Speaker, the Honourable Member for Edinburgh South West asked the DEXU Minister to explain why the Government thought it appropriate, as a matter of law, to proceed under Regulation 32 for reasons of urgency, extreme urgency and unforeseeable events when they handed the contract of £14 million to Seabourn Freight, a company with no ships, no ports and no employees. Can the Leader publish a list of all the contracts that have been awarded under this regulation by any government department? Now, as of last Friday, Mr. Speaker, 73% of the time available for the government to lay its Brexit SIs has lapsed, but only 51% of SIs have been laid. A previous Shadow Leader of the House of Commons, the Right Honourable Lord Cunningham, said in the House of Lords, there was a Brexit SI which is 636 pages long, 2.54 kilos in weight, and includes 11 disparate subjects. The government is clearly doing all it can to avoid proper scrutiny. Baroness Smith, who is the Shadow Leader in the House of Lords, has said she's now holding both of them in both hands so she doesn't have to go to the gym. Can the Leader of the House update the House on the progress of the Brexit SIs that need to be laid before we exit the EU? Yesterday, the Prime Minister said, when she was supporting confidence in her, when you have worked hard all your life, you will get a good pension and security and dignity in your old age. Not if you're a waspy woman, and not if you're a couple where only one of you is over pensionable age, because a written statement on Monday showed that there would be a £7,000 pension cut for the poorest elderly couples. The Prime Minister said when you're growing up you'll get the best possible education, not because your parents can afford to pay for it, but because that is what every local school provides. But not according to a new analysis by the House of Commons Library, where the total education spending, including spending on schools and colleges in the UK, has fallen by over £7 billion in real terms since 2010. The Prime Minister said when you have children of your own, you'll be able to rely on our world-class NHS, but not if you're on a NHS waiting list, which has grown to 4.3 million. The number of people waiting for longer than 2 months for cancer treatment has almost doubled since 2010, and £7 billion has been cut from adult social care since 2010, leaving 1.4 million elderly and vulnerable people without care and support. The Prime Minister needs to come to the House and correct the record. It's no wonder the Secretary of State for DEFRA was focusing on the Leader of the Opposition rather than on the confidence of his own government. Mr. Speaker, could I also ask the Leader of the House if she will, in principle, talk to the usual channels about proxy voting? I don't want to discuss individual cases, but just the principle of proxy voting. What is the timetable for coming back to the House and ensuring that that's put in place? And the Leader of the House mentioned Holocaust Memorial Debate. The book will be open to sign next week. It was open this week. And on Monday, it's Martin Luther King Day. And we must remember his words. We are caught in an inescapable network of mutuality, tied in a single garment of destiny. Whatever affects one directly affects us all. I hope we all heed those words as we work towards tolerance, mutual respect, justice and opportunity as we work to find a solution.
The Leader of the House.
I'm grateful to the Honourable Lady for her various comments. In response, I can confirm that the debate on Tuesday, the 29th of January, will not be limited to 90 minutes. The Government will ensure that sufficient time is available so the House can fully consider the matter for the whole day. The arrangements for the debate are, of course, subject to the House agreeing those arrangements, and it will be brought forward as a business of the House motion, which will be amendable and debatable. She asks where I claim that there have been discussions across the House. She will appreciate that this Government has brought forward 46 bills, 33 of which have received royal assent. She will also appreciate that in a hung Parliament there is considerable collaboration. With the EU withdrawal bill, there were nearly 1,500 amendments put forward, many of which the Government sought to do cross-party deals to ensure that we could get the business through. So, by definition, having had royal assent for 33 bills, there has been a great deal of cross-party collaboration, and it's important that the Honourable Lady accepts that that is the case, that is the fact, that is the truth of the matter. She asks about what is the position for a no-deal Brexit, and she will be aware that having passed the EU Withdrawal Act, it is the case that the legal default is that the UK will leave the European Union on the 29th of March, and if a deal has not been voted for, then it will be with no deal unless other alternative arrangements are put in place. She says that that the people have spoken, and she's absolutely right, the people did speak. She then suggests somehow that it's up to members of Parliament to decide then what we do in response. I would slightly disagree with her there. I think the people have spoken, and it is our job to fulfil in line with the requirements of the people. This House is a servant of the people of this country, the entire United Kingdom. She asks about progress on Brexit SIs. She will appreciate we've gone further than any previous government in being open and transparent about the plans for secondary legislation. I do remain confident that all required statutory instruments will be brought forward in time for exit day that need to be. I've recently exchanged letters with the chairman of the sifting committee to clarify some of the affirmative SIs that need to be brought forward in committee. Over 300 SIs on Brexit have now been laid, which is more than half of the SIs we anticipate will be required by exit day, and as I say, we remain confident. She makes various assertions about what the Prime Minister said, and I would just sort of gently say to her that she can stand at the dispatch box and welcome, as I would, that the economy is 18% bigger than it was in 2010 and has grown for 8 consecutive years, that wages have outstripped inflation for 8 consecutive months, and that median household incomes are up by £1,400 in real terms since 2010. She can congratulate and celebrate the fact that more people are in work than ever before and that wages are growing at their fastest rate for a decade. She can celebrate the fact that 1.9 million more children are now being taught in good and outstanding schools than there were in 2010. And, of course, she can celebrate the fact that this government has committed a bigger investment in the NHS than ever in its entire history. She could celebrate those things. Unfortunately, I fear that she doesn't. On her final point on proxy voting, it's a very serious point. The whole House knows my view about this. It's vital that families get the opportunity to spend time with their new babies. I will be bringing forward a motion just as soon as I can on this subject. All honourable members will appreciate there are not clear-cut views on this, how far it should extend, for example, and what sort of motions it should be applied to. I have been consulting broadly on this matter, but I do hope to bring that forward as soon as possible.
Sir David Amis.
Right honourable friend, find time for a debate on laws governing local authority employees standing in parliamentary elections. At the moment, local authority employees are banned from standing for the authority for which they work, but they can stand in parliamentary elections. Now, that may not be a problem for the House, but for me personally, I think that law is rather strange.
Well, my honourable friend raises an interesting point. I can actually tell him that the present law excludes local council employees who hold a politically restricted post, as defined in the Local Government and Housing Act of 1989, from standing in both parliamentary elections and in elections to a local authority. But he might like to raise this with Cabinet Office ministers in perhaps an adjournment debate, so that he can seek further information.
Eat Wishart.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. And can I and these benches wish you a very happy birthday on Saturday, and maybe get a game of tennis in if you get a chance and opportunity. And can I thank the Leader of the House for announcing the business for next week? Well, we're all still here, and congratulations to the Leader of the House and their government winning their vote of no confidence last night. At least it's one vote that they could still win, and a nation is grateful, or maybe not so. Amazingly, this is a government that treats the biggest defeat in parliamentary history as a mere flesh wound. Like Monty Python's Black Knight, armless and legless, it fights on, prepared to bite the nation into submission. And similarly, delusionally, it fights on as if nothing has happened. The red lines remain in place. There is no sense that other options are being seriously considered. And the government still believes that a little bit of tinkering round the edges of their deal will be enough to make everything all right. This government needs to start to get real about its position and demonstrate that it's prepared to take this defeat seriously. So can we have a statement from this government, just to show goodwill across the House, that it's prepared to stop the clock and ensure that no deal is taken off the table? That is the best way to engage other parties of this House. And one thing that isn't covered in the statement, and I'm grateful that the Leader of the House clarified to this about the Prime Minister's statement on Monday and the debate on Tuesday. Now, according to the provisions of the amended business motion that was passed in the House, the government has 7 days to have that debate following that statement. Why has it taken so long? Surely the business, important though it is next week, we can have that debate next week. The clock is ticking down. We do not need to wait till next Tuesday. And can the Leader of the House, because she didn't quite confirm it to the opposition spokesperson, can she ensure that this is fully debatable, amendable, and that all options will be considered and voted on? Lastly, Mr Speaker, and it was raised in the previous questions, we need to review the appalling arrangements for voting in this House. Tuesday night was really, really awful. Cramped conditions, no better than a cattle wagon for members of Parliament to vote on. What does it have to take before we decide to do something about this? Does somebody have to give birth in a division lobby before this is tackled seriously? This is the 21st century. Surely our voting arrangements should match the times that we're living in. Get shot of these ridiculous arrangements for voting in this House.
Well, I'd like to thank the honourable gentleman for his insight and his encouragement to electronic voting. I fear that there isn't a clear view on that. It may even prove more controversial than leaving the European Union in this place, which is one of the extraordinary things about the Houses of Parliament. But nevertheless, I will always be willing to talk to him about this. And of course, when we decant from this place into temporary arrangements, it might be possible to trial different alternatives if the House wants to do so. And I do hope to be able to, well, as he can hear from honourable and right honourable members, it's a controversial thought. He asks if no deal can be taken off the table, and he must surely appreciate that if you take no deal off the table and you stop preparing for no deal, then for a sensible government that would be totally an incompetent thing to do. Government has to continue to prepare for all eventualities, including no deal. It is not possible to remove no deal from the table and still abide by the will of the people as expressed in the referendum. He asked about next week's motion, and I do absolutely again confirm, as I thought I already had, that it's debatable, amendable. It's subject to agreement by this House on a motion that will be tabled on Monday. The statement and motion will be tabled on Monday. And then I would just offer him a bit of advice from Winnie the Pooh, which I've been dying to put to him, which is that you can't stay in your corner of the forest waiting for others to come to you. You have to go to them sometimes.
Sir Christopher Joe.
Mr. Speaker, can I ask my right honourable friend whether we can have an early debate on collective cabinet responsibility and what it means in current circumstances? And will my right honourable friend undertake to lead that debate so that she can explain to the House the frustration which we all feel on her behalf at having the 2017 Conservative Party manifesto, which she supports on the Today programme, for example, this week, undermined by treacherous comments from our own cabinet colleagues?
Well, my honourable friend is really tempting me, but I can resist. All of my cabinet colleagues are absolutely in agreement that we will deliver on the will of the people as expressed in the referendum of 2016. We will be leaving the European Union on March the 29th. That remains government policy, and we will continue to prepare for all eventualities.
Very grateful, Mr. Speaker, and can I add my personal wishes to you for your good birthday on Saturday. I hope that also brings along 3 points from your game with Chelsea at the Emirates. And Mr. Speaker, can I thank the Leader of the House for the business statement and for the announcement that next Thursday will be Backbench Business Committee business with Holocaust Memorial Day and a debate on appropriate treatment for ME. That frees up some time in Westminster Hall that we had put to one side for the Holocaust Memorial debate, and that will now become a Home Office resourcing and policing in tackling knife crime, particularly in London, debate on that Thursday afternoon. Mr. Speaker, I really do welcome the House debating Holocaust Memorial Day. Members may not be aware, but I, in Gateshead, represent a very large and very orthodox Haredi Jewish community that I live in the midst of. They are my neighbours and friends. And many of them come from families that fled to Gateshead in the 1920s and 1930s. And it is obviously something that hits home when we actually remember Holocaust Memorial Day. But I would also remind the government that the Haredi Jewish community, being very orthodox and having a particular whole ways of living within their culture and creed, have been hit rather hard by the 2-child limit on benefits. And that is something that we should be aware of across this House. It has an impact in culturally religious communities, and we should be aware of that. And it has hit hard. And while the Leader of the House does say, many of the things which he believes the government have done well, in my own constituency of Gateshead, I'm afraid to say, Leader of the House, that unemployment in December was 1,060 higher than it was in the same month in the previous year. It is not rosy in the garden everywhere.
Leader of the House.
Totally respect the honourable gentleman and thank him for his remarks about his Jewish community and his constituency. I think all honourable members do appreciate the contribution that they make to our society, and I would certainly encourage him to perhaps seek an adjournment debate so that he can discuss some of the specific issues and problems that he has in his constituency.
Sir Oliver Letwin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm grateful to the Leader of the House for explaining when the government's motion will be debated. Can I just ask her whether she will be arranging the business of the House on that occasion in such a way that there will be an opportunity, if Mr. Speaker selects a large number of amendments and if they are pressed to vote on each of them sequentially?
Well, my right honourable friend will be aware that the motion to agree the motion will itself be amendable and debatable, and it will require the House agreement as to what will take place.
Dame Margaret Beckett.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I first sort of declare an interest? Because some years ago, when we were in a minority government, I was in our whip's office, and since then, for some 5 years, I was both either shadow leader or leader of the House. So can I say to the right honourable lady that I feel an old-fashioned sense of unease when I hear people exploring options which might lead to the government reducing or losing its control of the business of the House. However, that is, of course, entirely unnecessary. It is within the gift, within the remit of the government itself, using its access to the order paper to facilitate exploration of where the will of the House lies. And can I strongly urge the honourable lady to consider and to explore, in consultation with colleagues, ways in which the government might do that, to facilitate the House in expressing its wish, as the Prime Minister says she wants it to do, and to come to a decision, rather than, as has perhaps inadvertently happened in the past, almost obstructing the expression of the will of the House?
Order. Can I just say to the right honourable lady that when she served as leader of the House, she was such a good leader of the House and so popular and respected on both sides of it that I recall from 20 years ago the right honourable gentleman member for New Forest West, the right honourable member for New Forest East and the member for Buckingham, when we feared from press reports that her role as leader was at risk, we all sprung to our feet at a session of the business question to insist that she must remain in her place. Leader of the House.
Well, I'm grateful to the right honourable lady for her suggestion. She will equally appreciate that when, under her government, indicative voting was attempted with regards to House of Lords reform, it didn't come out with a clear solution, and that, of course, is the other side of the argument. But nevertheless, I'm grateful to her for her remarks and suggestion.
Sir Edward Lee.
Following that last question, the Procedure Committee met yesterday, and we are doing an urgent inquiry on these issues and on recent rulings from the Chair. May I encourage both the Leader of the House and the Shadow Leader, and you, Mr. Speaker, to come to our committee if you are invited. I do think this is a... I think we should. I'm following the point made by the right honourable lady just now. I think there is a point with these precedents, and I'm now looking at the Shadow Leader of the House, who hopes soon to be in government, that it would be quite a dangerous precedent if backbenchers were given precedence over the government in introducing business. So these are major constitutional issues, and I think that we should actually not play this on the hoof and not approach this because we are pro-Brexit or anti-Brexit, but we should try to come to some sort of consensus.
The Leader of the House.
Well, I think that the final point that my honourable friend made is exactly right, that there are some very serious issues around the way the House conducts its business and indeed the way our democracy is managed, and we need to consider those very carefully and soberly. So whilst I agree with you, Mr. Speaker, I wouldn't storm their meeting uninvited, but nevertheless, if invited, I would of course be available to come along.
John Cryer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Transport for London are in the process of phasing out existing rolling stock from the Barking Gospel Oak line, which runs through my constituency. But they've done it without making sure that new rolling stock, new trains, will be in place. That means the point will be reached where we'll have a few weeks, and perhaps longer, where there won't be any trains on one of the big commuter lines across North London. Now, even for TfL, This is incompetence of a pretty high order. Could we have a debate on transport, particularly trains, so I can get a few more things off my chest?
Well, I think there'll be many honourable and right honourable members who completely sympathise with the honourable gentleman. That does sound appalling. And certainly he might well want to seek an urgent adjournment debate or indeed a Westminster Hall debate, because I know many colleagues are frustrated about issues with rolling stock.
Kirsten Hare.
Mr Speaker, there are many charities across the United Kingdom that benefit from National Lottery funding, including in my constituency of Angus, such as Forfar Musical Society and Beacon Photographic Society. But what I would like to do is have an event in my constituency, which I'm hosting on the 22nd of February, to show other charities where this funding is available to them. So can we have a debate in this place about the outstanding contribution of charities in our constituencies and how they can access further support?
Hear, hear.
Well, I'm sure many honourable members would agree with her that so many charities benefit from national lottery grants, and I commend her for her suggestion of a public meeting to spread the news about what's available. Last year, the Big Lottery Fund distributed more than 11,000 grants across the UK, and including in her constituency of Angus, charities as diverse as Hope Organic Garden, Kepty Friends, Brecon Photography Society, Forfar Musical Society and Strathmore Rugby Football Club. So congratulations to all of them. And I would encourage her to seek a Westminster Hall debate at least, because I'm sure many members would like to participate in such a debate.
Kate Hoey.
The Leader of the House will be aware of the deteriorating, really serious situation in Zimbabwe. The internet was deliberately stopped by the government for 3 days. Roads are closed, schools are closed, banks are closed, hundreds of people have been arrested, and there is complete silence. People cannot communicate with each other. Would the Leader of the House please ask the Foreign Secretary to make a statement? I've tried to get an adjournment debate or a Westminster Hall debate, and I'll continue, but I really do think this is serious, and we must not forget what is happening in that wonderful country.
Well, I absolutely share the honourable lady's concern. We all had such high hopes for Zimbabwe's recovery, and it does seem very concerning what's happening. We do have Foreign Office questions next Tuesday. I would encourage her to raise it directly with the Secretary of State then.
Sir John Hayes.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Everyday crime blights lives, and in particular those just about managing in hard-pressed communities suffer as burglars steal prized possessions and trash homes, as small shops are regularly burgled and thieves make lives a misery for those shopkeepers, and as neighbours, through disorder and threats, spoil people's peace. And yet now the government plans to send, we hear, fewer thieves and thugs to prison. Well, that might appeal to bleeding-heart Liberals who live gated lives in leafy enclaves and see things through the prism of privilege, but it will disadvantage the police, disempower magistrates and disappoint the public. Mr Speaker, such a visit from a minister will allow them to defend this perverse plan and say why they won't defend those who suffer and give members a chance to give a voice to victims.
My right honourable friend raises an incredibly serious issue. He'll be aware that the honourable member, the backbench committee chairman, has just announced a debate in Westminster Hall next Thursday afternoon that he might like to take part in. But I do agree with him. Prisons are there to punish offenders and keep the public safe. But on the other hand, they must also help people turn their lives around. So it is a balance, and it's something that I'm sure the government will continue to consider carefully.
Mrs Marianne Fellows.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and many happy returns when it comes. I make no apology, Mr Speaker, for bringing this issue forward yet again. I had long and very successful treatment for claustrophobia shortly after I joined this House, and on Tuesday night I had to be assisted through the lobby by a right honourable member who isn't in his place, so I won't name him, because I didn't have a panic attack, but I felt very uncomfortable. I know what a panic attack of claustrophobia is like, because I have suffered from them in the past, and I can assure the Chamber that I would have caused havoc in the lobby had that happened on Tuesday night. I plead with the authorities. I plead with the Chair of the Procedures Committee and anyone else who is listening to look at having a debate. We can have a debate to put forward these issues so that the House can really look at the health and safety issues concerned with the nonsense that happened in there on Tuesday evening.
Well, can I first say I'm really sorry to hear about the experience that the Honourable Lady had. That is not acceptable, and I would certainly be very happy to meet with her and discuss what more we might be able to do. I don't think it necessarily means changing procedures, but certainly there could be other ways to facilitate her own particular situation.
Sir Gregory Knight.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can we have a debate on reducing waiting times? Is the Leader of the House aware that during a lifetime the average motorist will spend approximately 6 months waiting at a red traffic light? Can we have a national audit of our use of traffic lights in this country to see how many of them can be safely turned off?
I think that could be a very popular debate indeed. My honourable friend is raising a very important issue. Not only is it frustrating for motorists, but also, of course, it's damaging and harmful to our economic prosperity. What I can say to him is we've seen over £250 billion of infrastructure investment since 2010. In public and private investment. There's a huge amount of money going into new road building, into trying to rework towns and cities so that the traffic keeps flowing better. There's a long way to go. He might well want to seek a backbench debate on this subject.
Ruth Smith.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Happy birthday. I'm not quite sure where that came from. This week I received correspondence from Cardtronics, who are ending free-to-access ATMs in my constituency, another 3. We've had a debate, a backbench business debate. The member for Hamilton and Rutherglen has a 10-minute rule bill. Can I urge the Leader of the House to work with Bayes and bring forward the 10-minute rule bill in government time so that we can tackle this surge of paid-for money?
Well, I'm extremely sympathetic to the Honourable Lady. I think it is one of the really problematic issues for people not being able to access their own money because of charges that they simply can't afford, something this House has looked at a number of times. We do have Treasury questions on the 29th of January, and I do encourage her to raise it again there, directly with ministers.
Mr. Robert Halfon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and very happy birthday. Can we have an urgent statement on Barclays Bank changes to their charges for community groups? Previously, if you had assets over 100,000, you'd have free banking, but now they're going to charge charities and community groups for very expensive charges if you have assets over £100,000. These are going to have a devastating effect on charities in Harlow, such as Harlow Food Bank and the Michael Roberts Charitable Trust. Can we have an urgent statement from the government, and can we take action to deal with this?
I'm pleased my honourable friend has raised this point. Charities should not be placed on the same commercial playing field as businesses, and it's right that the money they raise can be spent on their charitable work. I think the decision taken by that bank is a disappointing one. I myself am a big fan of bank account number portability and have campaigned for that in the past, and I would therefore make one suggestion to charities in Harlow that are concerned about this, and that is to vote with your feet and switch your account to a provider who will provide free banking. I hope that the bank in concern here will have heard my right honourable friend's question, and I do suggest he raises it again in an adjournment debate.
Jim Shannon.
Mr. Speaker, International Christian Concern reported that the Vietnamese government officials arrested and threatened 33 Christians in Pan Long village in November of last year. Police reportedly tried to force the Christians to abandon their faith and worship a statue of Buddha instead. 4 of the group were arrested and beaten after they refused, and government officials continued to harass Christians and several other raids throughout November and December. So will the Leader of the House agree to a statement or a debate on this very important issue?
Well, the honourable gentleman raises a very concerning matter of the abuse of people for their faith, and he's right to do that. I would encourage him to raise this directly at Foreign Office questions next week.
Mr. Peter Bone.
Could I first agree with the Right Honourable Member for Gainsborough about making up this rules to this House on the hoof? There is a very strong case for a Business of the House committee, which of course my honourable friend also supported in our Conservative manifesto some time ago. But can I ask about the Leader of the House about private members' bills? She refers to a motion next week. She will be aware that there was on remaining orders a motion signed by herself, the member for Christchurch and myself, giving extra days. And one of those days would have been this Friday. That was blocked by the Labour Chief Whip. Could the Leader of the House tell me, are we still planning to give those extra days, or is there a reduction in the number?
Well, my honourable friend will recognise that I have announced that the House will have an opportunity to debate additional days for private members' bills next Wednesday. I've listened carefully to representations made by colleagues, and I will table a motion ahead of that debate in order that we can continue to make good progress on private members' bills in this session.
Eddie Reeves.
Mr. Speaker, on Sunday evening, 23-year-old Nicole Newman was killed crossing the road in Penge, and her 8-month-old baby remains in a critical condition in hospital. And I'm sure the Leader of the House will want to join with me in offering condolences to her family, including her partner Charlie. Whilst there's been no suggestion the driver was speeding, our council in Bromley has failed to implement 20-mile-an-hour speed limits in residential areas, despite pressure from the Labour councillors to do so. Can we please therefore have a debate in government time on speed limits in residential areas?
Well, can I first say that's an absolute tragedy, and I'm sure all honourable members will want to send their strong condolences to the family. She raises a very important point about speed limits. She'll be aware that local authorities do have the possibility to lower or indeed raise them where that's felt suitable. I would encourage her to seek an adjournment debate so she can discuss the details of this tragic case.
Jeremy Lefroy.
Mr. Speaker, Staffordshire Police, in order better to investigate and prosecute online child sexual exploitation, has taken on some world-leading software from Semantics 21, developed in my own Stafford constituency. This software has been sold around the world, in the United States, Canada, Australia, police forces in Europe as well. Yet it seems very difficult to get police forces in the UK, even those which would like to do it, to take it up. Could she see how we could perhaps have a debate or a statement on whether we can use world-leading software developed in the United Kingdom police forces?
Tom Greatrip.
Well, I commend my honourable friend for raising the possibility of this software, and I absolutely agree. Something that's created in the United Kingdom that saves police officers having to spend their time trawling through horrific images is a very good idea indeed. I would encourage him to take it up directly with Home Office ministers so that he can discuss with them what more could be done.
Vicky Foxcroft.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yesterday, Ofsted Chief Inspector Amanda Spielman launched new guidelines for Ofsted. If adopted, the new proposals would mean that schools practising off-rolling will be punished by inspectors. And I'm glad to see that the proposals were welcomed by the government. But will the government provide a statement on how it intends to support schools with more resources to meet the new criteria?
Well, I'm very pleased to see that the Honourable Lady has a debate, an adjournment debate scheduled soon to be able to discuss this directly with ministers. She's extremely diligent in the way that she tackles this issue, and she's right to do that. She will appreciate Ofsted plays a critical role in our system, and its inspection of schools, colleges and early years providers has helped drive up education standards right across the country. The Government is working closely with Ofsted as it develops its new framework, and will continue to do so to make sure we keep raising standards whilst ensuring that the balance is right between improving school standards and protecting against exclusions.
Bob Blackman.
Can I join with others in wishing you a happy birthday for tomorrow? And, unusually for me, hoping that you watch Arsenal win, particularly as they're playing Chelsea. Mr. Speaker, across the country there's a spate of local authorities that are embarking upon very dodgy financial deals, and in particular in Harrow Council, where they've wasted £25 million on a failed regeneration scheme and are trying to hush it up. Could we therefore have a debate in government time on the limits that local authorities should be embarking on in terms of borrowing and investing in regeneration schemes?
I'm sorry to hear of my honourable friend's concern about this particular investment by his local council. I would encourage him either to take it up in an adjournment debate or indeed at MCHLG questions on Monday the 28th of January.
Barry Chairman.
Speaker, can I congratulate the Leader of the House on the note of whimsy that she opened the proceedings today. Much appreciated, and a new harmony seems to be breaking out that many of us on all benches will be welcoming. But on a very serious question, as a Member of Parliament for West Yorkshire, I was deeply disappointed to see yet again police arrests of gangs suspected of grooming young girls and children. This is probably the 14th city, town, city, urban area where these cases are. Can we not have a debate on the need to look at what are the causes, what's been happening in our towns and cities, to really understand what's been going on and how we stop it?
Well, first, can I thank the honourable gentleman and commend him for his work cross-party on trying to find a way forward on this. I understand that he works with my honourable friend, the member for Banbury, on a cross-party group looking into this issue, and it's right that we do that. I would encourage him to perhaps seek a backbench debate so that that discussion can be had directly with ministers. It's incredibly important that we do all we can to find out what is causing this problem of grooming young children and that we put a stop to it as soon as possible.
Henry Smith.
Mr. Speaker, an NCP car park in the centre of Crawley has been sending demands to motorists, fines, as it were, even though they haven't had the correct planning permission obtained for signage. Can I seek assurances from the government that my right honourable friend, the member for East Yorkshire's Parking Code of Practice Bill, currently in the other place, will receive royal assent at the earliest possible opportunity?
My honourable friend raises a point that will not just concern his constituents in Crawley, but many others around the country. Drivers expect NCP to play by the rules and erect clear signage, making them aware of any charges. The Right Honourable Member for East Yorkshire's Private Members Bill has gathered support both across the House and with industry trade bodies, creating a single code of practice that applies to all private parking operators. This will be a significant step towards greater fairness, and I do look forward to its swift passage in the Lords.
Ian C. Lucas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can we have an urgent statement on the North Wales growth deal that was announced in the autumn budget? This morning's announcement by Hitachi concerning Wilver Power Station takes away a £20 billion investment in North Wales and completely alters the premises upon which the growth deal was introduced. We need to discuss this urgently as a major infrastructure project, not just for North Wales and North West England, but right across the UK.
Oh, the honourable gentleman is absolutely right to raise this issue. I myself was a big fan of that project and very disappointed to see what's happening now. He will appreciate that there is a statement to follow from Business Question. I do encourage him to take it up with ministers then.
Anne-Marie Trevelyan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the Leader of the House agree to bring forward a debate in government time for the House to discuss enshrining in law the rights of the 3.2 million EU nationals living in the UK now, so that regardless of whether a deal can be finalised by the 29th of March or not, our great nation's commitment to these EU citizens, our friends and neighbours, is absolute?
My honourable friend is absolutely right to raise this important issue. All of those EU citizens who've come to the UK to make their lives here and contribute to our economy and our society are very welcome and will remain welcome under all circumstances, whether we leave the European Union with a deal or without one.
Alex Norris.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. The Outstanding Lord Castle Foundation, in conjunction with our local health services and my own rebalancing charity, are bringing lung scans to Aspley, Bilborough and Strelly this month, following our very successful rollout in Bulwell last year, which detected cancers and saved lives. Might we have a debate in government time about the importance of lung health and indeed perhaps the benefits of rolling out lung health screening across the country?
Well, first, can I congratulate him and his constituents on their excellent work in lung screening. Incredibly important work, and I absolutely share with him the importance of such screening. He'll be pleased to know that in the NHS's new 10-year plan, they have a much greater focus on early detection and prevention, with the aspiration of many more people surviving cancers in the future. I would encourage him to seek an adjournment debate so that he can raise his issues directly with ministers.
Douglas Ross.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Could we have a debate about local hospitals? This year is the 200th anniversary of Dr Gray's Hospital in Elgin, and despite being the smallest general district hospital anywhere in Scotland, the 550 staff provide outstanding care for local constituents. And would the Leader of the House accept an invitation from me to visit Dr Gray's to meet the local staff who do outstanding care in the hospital?
As ever, my honourable friend has a strong voice for his constituents, and I congratulate Dr Gray's Hospital on its anniversary. I know he's been working hard to support the Keep Mum campaign, which is to reverse the downgrading of the maternity unit at the hospital, something he's raised at business questions before. I can tell him I would love to visit if I can find a slot in my diary, and in particular, he's raised so many fascinating stories about his constituency. I think it would be a truly interesting visit. Thank you.
Diana Johnson.
Mr. Speaker, I've been shocked at times at the attitudes that are displayed in this House. And when I was a government whip, I remember being particularly shocked at an opposition whip, then a Tory opposition whip, who refused to nod through a recently delivered mother, nursing mother, through the lobby. And I was shocked by that. I think this week many of us are ashamed in this House of the position that one of our colleagues has been put in, simply to register her vote on the most important thing that probably any of us will be voting on in our time in this place, that she had to put her health into second place in order to do that. And I think many of us feel ashamed. That's not the way in 2019 we should treat each other in any workplace. So I just wanted to ask the Leader of the House, because we will now be having a series of other very important votes, when will we actually see the proposal around proxy voting implemented so members are not put in that position ever again?
Well, can I say I have the greatest regard for the Honourable Lady. She raises very important issues in this place, and she's right to do so. She's raising the issue of one of our honourable colleagues who chose to come to the House. She was, usual channels will all confirm, and indeed the Chair confirmed yesterday, that a pair was offered. That is the normal arrangement for somebody who cannot be present. And it was offered well in advance, and that offer remains open to her. I myself am extremely concerned about the Honourable Lady's welfare and wish her all health and happiness with her new baby, and I do personally wish that she would follow the advice of her doctors, and I genuinely do not believe that any of her constituents would possibly require her to turn up here in a wheelchair when it was perfectly possible for her to have received what is the normal arrangement in this place for people with conditions, and there were others with long-term health conditions who were paired on that same day. I really do wish that she would accept that offer.
The Honourable Lady for her question, and the Leader for what she has said. Of course, as we discovered last summer, it is possible for credibility of the pairing system to be damaged, perhaps irreparably, when it is abused or dishonoured. Moreover, of course, as honourable and right honourable members are aware, the House has twice debated the matter of proxy voting in circumstances of baby leave, and on both occasions the will of the House in support of such a system was made clear. Therefore, it is imperative, following those two debates in February of last year and September of last year, that effect is given to the will of the House. And it would, of course, be intolerable, literally intolerable, if, for example, a whip's office, because of its own opposition to such a change, were to frustrate the will of the House. That simply cannot happen, and I very much doubt members will be tolerant of it for any length of time. The House has spoken, and change must happen. It is a lamentable failure of leadership thus far that it has not done so. Hannah Bardell.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I don't mean to labour the point, but I find it utterly incredible that in our employment as members of Parliament we are treated differently from anybody else across the UK or beyond. There is no other job anywhere where you would be asked and put in the position where you have to choose to come to your work the day before you give birth or to delay the birth of your child. And I am sorry, but I am fed up hearing excuses from the Leader of the House and ridiculous arguments about not putting in place proxy voting, baby leave and, frankly, electronic voting. You only need to look north or to Wales and Scotland, where we have parliaments that have seats for every member and electronic voting. For goodness sake, this is the 21st century. What is this government doing? It is about time it sorts it out so that we can enjoy proper status and be able to consider, like me, I don't have any children, but I may consider having some at some point, and I do not know how that would be manageable in the current circumstance.
Hear, hear.
Well, I'm grateful to the Honourable Lady for her comments, and I am listening very carefully. She will appreciate that what happens in this place is a matter for members. I've had a number of members raise with me the need for those with long-term illness, the need for those with family emergencies, and so on to be accommodated, which from other members I have heard would not command the support of the House. What I'm seeking to do is to provide a solution that can command the support of the House. With particular regard to the Honourable Lady whose situation we're talking about, she was able to have been nodded through. If it was a matter of having her vote recorded, well, honourable members are shaking their heads. Usual Channels agreed she could have come to this place at any moment on that day, been nodded through, having her vote recorded. And so on this occasion, until such time as we've finalised the way forward, that is my strong recommendation. And I absolutely hope that the Honourable Lady will take her own medical advice and not come into this House unnecessarily.
I'm very sorry the Honourable Lady's had to raise it and that the Government Whip's office is blocking progress on this matter, but let's hope that some progress will be made before too long. Well, that's the situation, that's the reality, that's the evidence, it's very clear, there's no doubt about it. Chris Ruane.
Happy, Mr. Speaker, as we say in Wales. Yes. And, Mr. Speaker, in 1991, 9 million prescriptions were written for antidepressants. By 2016, that had gone up to 65 million. In 2004, the National Institute for Clinical Excellence approved the science of mindfulness for the treatment of repeat episode depression. Can the Leader of the House guarantee a debate in government time on why the number of antidepressants has shot up over that period of time and mindfulness has just bubbled along?
Well, the Honourable Gentleman's raising an incredibly important point. I certainly wasn't aware of the shocking rise in the use of antidepressants. He'll be aware that mindfulness courses are offered in this place. I myself have tried to attend one, but due to the busyness of this place, I've not actually managed to get there yet. But I certainly agree we could all do with some mindfulness at this precise time. He'll be aware that the government is investing significant sums in improving mental health and in really making good on that pledge for parity of esteem between physical and mental health. So we will see many, many more people able to access talking therapies and the kind of support that he's talking about. But I really would encourage him to perhaps seek a backbench debate, because I'm sure there would be many honourable members who would want to contribute to it.
Antoniazzi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There is a great deal of ambiguity around the state pension for 1950s women now that the legal challenge by the campaign group back to 60s in the High Court. Can the Leader of the House advise if parliamentarians can continue to discuss and make representation in this House, and but more importantly, that the Government will respond on this very important issue?
Well, of course, I can assure the Honourable Lady that members can always continue to raise issues and concerns that they have in this place. She'll be aware that the Government doesn't comment on judicial reviews that are underway for reasons of the separation of those powers. But I would encourage her to perhaps seek an adjournment debate or a Westminster Hall debate so that she and other honourable members can again discuss, as we have on many an occasion, the very real concerns about some of those WASPy women.
Martin Whitfield.
Mr. Speaker, and I would echo the previous question, but on a slightly different point. I have a constituent who entered into 2 contracts relating to cosmetic machinery for laser treatment, where the training and the asset contract, neither of which were particularly effective, but did cost my constituent a great deal of money. In addition, there was great concern expressed after the training about the value of the training, and whether or not it was in fact safe to carry out the procedures. So could we have a debate in government time on the use of health equipment in a cosmetic role and this use of companies of dual contracts to, in essence, entrap people to spend money on a product that doesn't appear to be worth it?
The Honourable Gentleman's raising a very important point. I think we're all aware of stories of unnecessary procedures and inappropriate use of so-called medical interventions. He's absolutely right to raise it. I would encourage him either to seek an adjournment debate on the specific case he wants to raise, or perhaps a Westminster Hall debate so that honourable members can contribute with their own experiences.
Kevin Brennan.
She doesn't need mindfulness. She should just carry on reading Winnie the Pooh. And when she sends her card signed "Love Andrea" to Mr. Speaker tomorrow, could I remind her that when Piglet said to Pooh, "How do you spell love?" he replied, "You don't spell it, you feel it."
Sealed with a kiss.
But even a bear of very little brain knows that this House wants to rule out a no-deal Brexit. When's she going to give us the opportunity to do just that?
Well, in response, I'm just too tempted, Mr. Speaker. You're going to love this. In response to the Honourable Gentleman, rivers know this. There is no hurry. We shall get there someday. But to his point, a competent government has to continue to prepare for all eventualities. That is just the reality.
Colleen Fletcher.
Coventry's year-long reign as a European City of Sport is officially underway. Our city will use the year to not only promote and celebrate the benefits of sport and physical activity, but to act as a catalyst for a fitter, healthier and happier Coventry going forward. Will the Leader of the House first join me in congratulating my city on securing European City of Sport status, and will she also arrange a debate in government time on the positive impact that sport can have on individuals and wider society?
Well, first, can I thoroughly congratulate all of those in Coventry on that fantastic start to their year as City of Sport, and we all wish them well. A brilliant role model for all of us who want to see more activity in schools, in our own lives. We should all get out there and do those sporting activities when we can. I do congratulate the Honourable Lady for raising that in this chamber, and I will certainly look at whether we can facilitate government time for such a debate.
Gavin Newlands.
Mr. Speaker, the Bridgeware Village post office in my constituency is run by the community for the community, but is not recognised as a community post office and therefore unable to access the fund set aside to secure the future of village post offices due to rules set by the government on distance to retailers and other post offices. However, no other retailers are interested in taking the franchise on, and there is very limited public transport to the next village post office. So can we have a debate on the importance of community post offices and the rules surrounding them, particularly in light of many bank branches closing and relying on post offices?
Well, I'm grateful to the honourable gentleman for raising the issue of community post offices. They do a fantastic job, and often they are the only retail outlet as well as financial services outlet. And as he knows, the post office network have agreed to provide basic banking services for communities, which is absolutely vital. I would encourage him to seek perhaps an adjournment debate so that he can raise his thoughts directly with ministers.
Carolyn Harris.
Mr. Speaker. Thank you. Last April, the Prime Minister announced the establishment of a children's funeral fund in memory of my son Martin. 9 months later, we've still not seen it. That means that nearly 3,000 families have had to pay to bury their children. In November, I and other members from across this House wrote to the Prime Minister and asked for an update. We have not received a response. Can the Leader of the House advise where else I can go to make sure that Martin's fund becomes a reality?
Well, can I once again commend the Honourable Lady for her fantastic campaign that had such widespread support across the House. And can I say to her, I would be very happy to take up chasing a response as soon as possible on her behalf.
Matt Weston.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Could I ask, please, that we have an urgent debate on the disposal of local authority public assets, where we're seeing an industrial-scale sell-off? It is clear that certain local councils, such as my Warwick District Council, are entering into deals with private companies such as Public Sector plc without even going to tender. These companies are profiting greatly, as are the Guernsey-based private equity companies that are helping finance these deals. And I'm extremely concerned that we're in the verge of a Carillion-style risk, given the concentration of these deals with one company such as PSP.
The honourable gentleman is raising a very concerning issue, and he's absolutely right to do so. He'll be aware that we've got MCHLG questions on Monday the 28th of January. I would encourage him to raise it directly with ministers.
Dr David Drew.
Mr Speaker, before March the 29th, DEFRA alone has something like 80 statutory instruments to get through. We've also got the Agriculture Bill and the Fisheries Bill to come back on report and third reading. Now, the Leader of the House might be Superwoman, but how is she going to do that?
Well, I'm absolutely not. But anyway, I obviously look at this very carefully and on a very regular basis. In fact, daily I'm looking at the priorities for legislation and the time that we have available. Obviously, we are not flush with time. I do believe, however, that we have enough time to get all of our secondary legislation through, and indeed the primary legislation that needs royal assent by departure date. And I continue to keep that under review, and it will require the cooperation and support of the House.
Melanie On.
The National Police Air Service helicopter has been called out by Humberside Police 1,044 times in the last year. It's only been deployed 593 times. So can we have a debate in government time about the need and availability of shared policing resources to ensure that areas like Grimsby get the community safety that they deserve?
Well, the Honourable Lady raises a very important point. It's absolutely vital that resources are shared appropriately when they can be, to make sure that all our citizens receive the appropriate levels of support from our police and other emergency services. I would encourage her to seek an adjournment debate so that she can raise this directly with ministers.
Gareth Snell.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. The Leader of the House's responsibilities for restoration renewal means that she has a great opportunity to shape one of the biggest public sector procurement exercises in the next generation. With that in mind, could I ask her what she's going to do to ensure that once this palace is renewed, it is stuffed to the rafters with the best of British manufacturing? And could I make an offer to her that when it comes to ceramics, I'm predictable. My honourable friend from Stoke-on-Trent North, and I'd be more than happy to facilitate conversations between the industry and the architects here to make sure, whether it's pipes, plates, teapots or tiles, Stoke-on-Trent has its place in the new palace.
Well, I think he got a resoundingly popular response to that. Of course, there's still quite a long way to go in terms of the restoration and renewal of the palace. We've made really good progress. The legislation is now in joint scrutiny under the chairmanship of my right honourable friend, the member for Meriden, and at that point, once that has taken place, we can then start to look at the procurement procedures. There is already a commitment to look very carefully at maximising the use of UK producers as far as we possibly can, and there'll be plenty of opportunities for all sorts of our own SMEs in our constituencies.
Alan Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My constituent Eleanor Hainan's grandson Ellis has got a rare life-threatening brain disease. He's actually the only known case of such early symptoms in the world. So as can be imagined, he needs a lot of specialist equipment to get him from home to hospital, and his family urgently need a larger car. However, DLA mobility cannot be accessed until a child reaches 3 years of age. So therefore, can we have a government statement about addressing this anomaly and whether specific exemptions can be applied in such circumstances?
Yeah, well said, Alan.
The honourable gentleman's raising a very serious constituency issue, and he's quite right to do that. If he'd like to write to me with the details, I can take it up with the department on his behalf, or I'm sure if he took it up directly with ministers, they would be very happy to deal with him directly.
Vernon Coker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I thank the Leader of the House and everybody else who's made it possible for there to be a debate on knife crime next Thursday afternoon. However, I would say to the Leader, such is the seriousness of this issue of knife crime, that I believe on the 9th of January, just last week, there was a meeting of the Serious Violence Task Force. And I will not stop saying to the Leader of the House that the Home Secretary should be coming here to make a regular statement to the House about what is happening with respect to knife crime and other serious violence on our streets. Debates are fine, but we need to have regular statements. Will she speak to the Home Secretary about this so that we do get those regular updates? I think all members of the House would appreciate that enormously.
Well, the honourable gentleman raises this very serious issue on a number of occasions at business questions. He's absolutely right to do so. He knows I share his grave concern about what's going on our streets. He's also aware that the Serious Violence Strategy and Task Force, the Offensive Weapons Bill, the various community projects to try and encourage young people away from this appalling life of crime and pain and death is a real focus for the government. I can assure him I will write to the Home Secretary following our exchange today and pass on the honourable gentleman's concerns.
Liz McInnes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can we have a debate on the UK's most common genetic disorder, hemochromatosis, following today's report that it may be 20 times more common than was previously thought?
Yes, I heard that report as well, which was very concerning. The honourable lady is absolutely right to raise that in this House, and I would encourage her to perhaps seek an adjournment debate so that she can discuss it directly with ministers.
Paul Sweeney.
All the best for your birthday on Saturday. I don't know about you, but my experience, it's a very fine week to have a birthday, and this year has been more memorable than most, I think. So, all right, I'll take your word for it. It was a great pleasure last week to visit the 277th Boys Brigade in my constituency, who attend each week at St Monica's primary school in Milton, to present them with badges for all the work they've done to look at UK Parliament Week at the 2018 centenary of the 1918 Representation of the People's Act, which led to women's suffrage. And they've been really doing a lot of work on that, so it was great to present them with those badges. And I would also like the Leader of the House to consider holding a debate in government time on the excellent work that youth organisations do, such as the Boys Brigade, which was founded in Glasgow by William Alexander Smith in 1883 at Woodside Hall, just a small distance away from where the Boys Brigade in my constituency meet today. And today they have 750,000 members in over 60 countries around the world. It's been a huge achievement and a huge opportunity. So would the Leader of the House consider calling a debate in government time on that wonderful achievement?
Well, first, can I congratulate the Boys Brigade in his constituency, but the most amazing youth movement right across the world. It really is an example of what can be done to encourage young people to engage with the world around them. And in particular, during Parliament Week and, of course, just last year we were celebrating 100 years of some women getting the vote. So congratulations to all of them for the work that they've done. And I do think that there would be very popular calls from all honourable members to discuss this issue. I'd encourage him to perhaps talk to the chairman of the Backbench Committee to see whether they could facilitate such a debate.
And Jim McMahon.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The Greater Manchester Spatial Framework is causing a great deal of anxiety in my constituency. The plan with a government-imposed housing target will mean the net loss of greenfield greenbelt land. But at the same time, there isn't sufficient funding in place to redevelop brownfield sites that the community are desperate to see redeveloped. So how can it be right that landowners, through no positive action on their part, can be made millionaires overnight through a simple change in land use policy, when the brownfield sites that are desperate for funding from government are being left to rot? How can that be a fair settlement for the community?
Well, I think the honourable gentleman's raising a very serious point about how we fund. We all absolutely recognise the need for much, much more house building urgently, so that more people can have the aspiration of owning their own home or indeed being in secure living accommodation. So it's vital that we do it, but the way in which we do it is incredibly important. We do have local government questions on Monday the 28th of January, and I encourage him to raise it with ministers there.
Chris Elmore.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and may I also wish you a happy birthday Saturday. It seems all the best people are born in January, especially my mum, Mr Speaker. It's on the record now. Indeed. The leader will be aware of my ongoing work in trying to tackle social media and the impact it has on young people's mental health, especially around cyberbullying. The inquiry that I have chaired has recently concluded, and we hope to bring a report forward in the spring of this year. But what's quite clear from the early findings, including from young people who've given reams of evidence, both orally and written, that the government really do need to do more to start tackling the problems that social media is having on young people's mental health. So can I ask for a debate soon, so that we're able to debate these important issues and that the government can start responding to the very real problems that young people are facing across the social media platforms?
Well, I have something in common with the honourable gentleman. My mum also has her birthday in January. And so, of course, does A.A. Milne, who was the theme of today's business question. Anyway, exactly, it's tomorrow. So the honourable gentleman's raising a very, very serious point about the harm that's being done to young people's mental health, not even necessarily by cyber bullying and by online trolling and abuse, but also just by the overuse of social media that is mitigating against them having a healthy, outdoor life. Go out if you're bored, go outside and play. So there is a lot that needs to be done, both by the social media giants who themselves have to come to the table and sort out some of the problems that we have, but also by society generally to make it less acceptable to just spend hours and hours and hours online instead of doing other things. The honourable gentleman raises a really important point, and I pay tribute to him for doing so. I would encourage him to seek perhaps a Westminster Hall debate so that all honourable members can share their experiences.
Neil Gray.
Mr Speaker, can we have a debate on pension credit and universal credit? And can the Leader of the House say what justification there can be for forcing some older couples to claim universal credit instead of pension credit, thus cutting £7,000 from these low-income households?
Here.
Well, the honourable gentleman will be aware we've had quite a lot of urgent questions and indeed statements on universal credit. I hope he's taken the opportunity to raise his issue there. I can absolutely reassure him that the government is committed to making sure the rollout of universal credit is fair. My right honourable friend, the Secretary of State, has already put in place some changes. If he wants to raise a further issue, I would encourage him to perhaps seek an adjournment debate so he can raise it directly with ministers.
Thank you. Order. Statement the Secretary of State for Business, Energy and Industrial Strategy, Secretary Dr Greg Clark.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Speaker. And with your permission, I'd like to make a statement following Hitachi's announcement this morning that they intend to suspend development of the proposed Wilver nuclear power project, as well as work relating to Oldbury. Mr. Speaker, the economics of the energy market have changed significantly in recent years. The cost of renewable technologies, such as offshore wind, has fallen dramatically, to the point where they now require very little public subsidy and will soon require none. We have also seen a strengthening in the pipeline of projects coming forward, meaning that renewable energy may now be just as cheap, but also readily available. As a result of these developments, over the last 8 years, we have a well-supplied electricity market. Our electricity margin forecast is currently over 11% for this winter, having grown for each of the last 5 years. Now, whilst this is good news for consumers as we strive to reduce carbon emissions at the lowest cost, this positive trend has not been true when it comes to new nuclear. Across the world, a combination of factors, including tighter safety regulations, has seen the cost of most new nuclear projects increase as the cost of alternatives has fallen and the cost of construction has risen. This has made the challenge of attracting private finance into projects more difficult than ever, with investors favouring other technologies that are less capital-intensive upfront, quicker to build and less exposed to cost overruns. But as I made clear to the House in June, this government continues to believe that a diversity of energy sources is a good way, the best way in fact, to deliver secure supply at the lowest cost, and nuclear has an important role to play in our future energy mix. In my June statement, I therefore reaffirmed the government's commitment to nuclear. I also announced that we would be entering into negotiations with Hitachi over their project at Wilver. Given the financing challenges facing new nuclear projects, I made clear to the House in June that we would be considering a new approach to supporting Wilver that included the potential for significant direct investment from the government. Mr. Speaker, while negotiations were ongoing, I'm sure the House will understand that the details were commercially sensitive. But following Hitachi's announcement, I can set out in more candid terms the support that the government was willing to offer in support of the project. Firstly, the government was willing to consider taking a one-third equity stake in the project, alongside investment from Hitachi and Government of Japan agencies and other strategic partners. Secondly, the government was willing to consider providing all of the required debt financing to complete construction. Thirdly, the government agreed to consider providing a contract for difference to the project, with a strike price expected to be no more than £75 per megawatt hour. I hope the House would agree that this is a significant and generous package of potential support that goes beyond what any government has been willing to consider in the past. Despite this potential investment and strong support from the Government of Japan, Hitachi have reached the view that the project still posed too great a commercial challenge, particularly given their desire to deconsolidate the project from their balance sheet and the likely level of return on their investment. Mr. Speaker, the government continues to believe that nuclear has an important role to play, but critically it must represent good value for the taxpayer and the consumer. I believe the package of support that we were prepared to consider was the limit of what could be justified in this instance. I was not prepared to ask the taxpayer to take on a larger share of the equity, as that would have meant taxpayers taking on the majority of construction risk and the government becoming the largest shareholder with responsibility for the delivery of a nuclear project. I also could not justify a strike price above £75 per megawatt hour for this financing structure, given the declining costs of alternative technologies and the financial support and risk sharing already on offer from the government, which was not available for Hinkley Point C. I'd like to reassure the House that Hitachi's decision to suspend the current negotiations on the project was reached amicably between all parties once it became clear that it was not possible to agree a way forward. Hitachi have made clear themselves that while they are suspending project development at this stage, they wish to continue discussions with the government on bringing forward new nuclear projects at both Wilver and Oldbury, and we intend to work closely with them in the weeks and months ahead. We'll also continue to strengthen our long-standing partnership with the Government of Japan on a range of civil nuclear matters. And importantly, we'll continue to champion the nuclear sector in North Wales, which is home to world-leading expertise in areas such as nuclear innovation and decommissioning, and offers ideal sites for deploying small modular reactors. Mr. Speaker, if new nuclear is to be successful, in a more competitive energy market, which I very much believe it can be, it's clear that we need to consider a new approach to financing future projects, including those at Sizewell and Bradwell. As I initially set out in June, we're therefore reviewing the viability of a regulated asset-based model and assessing whether it can offer value for money for consumers and taxpayers. And I can confirm to the House that we intend to publish our assessment of this method by the summer at the latest. Through our nuclear sector deal, we're also exploring working with the sector to put the UK at the forefront of various forms of nuclear innovation. We're exploring whether advanced nuclear technologies such as small modular reactors could be an important source of low-carbon energy in the future, and we're considering a proposal from a UK consortium led by Rolls-Royce that would result in a significant joint investment. Finally, Mr. Speaker, I started this statement by outlining the challenges that the nuclear industry faces as the energy market changes. I'll set out a new approach to financing new nuclear as part of the planned Energy White Paper this summer. I know the future of the nuclear sector is of great interest to many members of this House, and I will ensure that members across the House and its select committees have the opportunity to consider the proposals. Mr. Speaker, I understand the disappointment that the dedicated and expert staff at Wilver and at Oldbury will feel as a result of today's announcement by Hitachi. New commercial nuclear investments around the world are experiencing the same challenges as new sources of power become cheaper and more abundant. Nuclear has an important role to play as part of a diverse energy mix, but it must be at a price that is fair to electricity bill payers and to taxpayers. We will work closely with Hitachi and the industry to ensure that we find the best means of financing these and other new nuclear projects. And our commitment to Anglesey, with nuclear, renewables and the deep expertise that it has, a real island of energy, will not be changed by this decision. I work with the member for Ynys Môn, the Welsh Government and the local community to ensure that its renown is supported and strengthened, and I will do the same with my honourable friend, the member for Thornbury and Yate. I'd like to pay tribute to the staff of Horizon, of Hitachi, and to my own officials and those in the Department of International Trade and our embassy in Japan, and those of the Government of Japan, who spent many months doing their utmost to support a financing package. I know that they left no stone unturned in seeking a viable commercial model for this investment, and I very much hope that their work and professionalism will lead to a successful partnership following this period of review. And I commend the statement to the House.
Thank you. Dr. Alan Whitehead.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Secretary of State for his statement this morning, but I think he has to recognise now that the government's new nuclear strategy, adopted by the Conservatives and spearheaded by their Liberal Democrat coalition partners in 2013, is now in complete meltdown. The government certainly have reacted far too slowly to ongoing concerns from nuclear partners like Hitachi's UK nuclear arm Horizon, who have been raising concerns over funding mechanisms since purchasing the project from RWE and E.ON back in 2012. Today's decision to withdraw from the Wilfer nuclear power plant lays a significant blow upon our economy. Their statement reads, Horizon Nuclear Power has today announced that it will suspend its UK nuclear development programme. This sounds very much like not only is Wilfer on the chopping block, but perhaps so are plans for Hitachi's other nuclear project, the Oldbury nuclear power plant in Gloucestershire. The Secretary of State has stated that Hitachi wants to work on new projects at Wilfer and Oldbury. What does the Secretary of State think is the meaning of that in the light of the clear statement that Horizon have made this morning? Only 2 months ago, the government's lack of clarity over funding for new nuclear led Toshiba to withdraw from its new nuclear project in Moorside. With the 3 reactors expected at Moorside and 2 each in Wilfer and Oldbury, that makes a total of 9.2 gigawatts of new nuclear energy which will not now be built. Can the Minister tell us where he will find this power from, not only through the next winter, but over the next 10 years? The long-term coherence of the UK capacity arrangements are now significantly disrupted. With the capacity market also falling foul of legal challenge, these elements add up to a strategic energy sector which is being now grossly mishandled by this government. Now that their nuclear plans have gone up in smoke, what plan can he spell out to us to find new backers for these projects? Given the apparent capacity constraint, is he intending to uprate the forthcoming contracts for different auction, removing the caps on capacity and funding that he has imposed to provide further opportunity to build new renewable energy capacity to place what has lost? For this plant at Wilfer alone, Hitachi had planned to invest £16 billion. Does the Secretary of State have contingency plans other than warm words that he can announce today for the economies of Anglesey and North Wales, where Wilford was projected to create up to 10,000 jobs at peak periods of construction and 850 permanent jobs? And for that matter, what about Moorside and the plant they lost 2 months ago? Government dithering leading to the cancellation of this plant has seriously undermined the UK's energy security, its decarbonisation goals and the economy of Cumbria. The people of Moorside expected this plant, and roads, infrastructure and even apartment blocks have been built in preparation, all of which have now gone to waste. Given that it is the Welsh economy which has lost £16 billion of inward investment, will you think again about the £1.3 billion, less than a tenth of the price, required to build the Swansea tidal lagoon? Energy being one of the sectors, Mr. Speaker, that creates the most carbon, today's news deepens the profound concern we have for this government's ability to meet its own climate change targets. The Labour Party are proud to have announced our goal of reaching net zero greenhouse gas emissions before 2050, and we congratulate the government for attempting to catch up with our green ambitions. But given that the Clean Growth Plan was already falling short and the government was already failing to meet these targets, can he give us some detail today about how he expects to meet UK carbon budgets in the light of today's developments? And can he assure us that he is not intending to replace the low-carbon power that has been lost by a new fossil fuel plant? Finally, Mr. Speaker, there appears to be some confusion about what was and wasn't said about nuclear power when the Prime Minister met with the Japanese Prime Minister Shinzo Abe last week. Did she raise Wiltshire Nuclear Power Station when she met with the Japanese Prime Minister or not? It is certainly an odd coincidence that this decision from Japanese-based Hitachi has come so close to those meetings. Either they talked about it and what was said wasn't satisfactory and the project was cancelled, or perhaps Mrs May didn't think, the Prime Minister didn't think the project was worth mentioning and it was still cancelled. Confidence in this government is a very live question today, and the people of North Wales and Moorside have every reason to have none in this administration.
Secretary of State.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Speaker. I will respond to the points that the honourable gentleman made, but I would start by saying that when we are talking about nuclear investments, and I've been very clear in maintaining my support and the support of the government for new nuclear, but for investments of over 60 years, that requires a degree of cross-party support for those commercial investments that, as we have seen, are difficult to make, should be made. And so the honourable gentleman made certain statements expressing disappointment that the investment was not going ahead at this stage, as being suspended. But he himself has said that we don't need nuclear power. The Leader of the Opposition said that, and I quote, "I stand here as someone who is passionately opposed to nuclear power and nuclear weapons in equal measure." The Shadow Chancellor said that he would end nuclear power within the first 100 days of a Labour government. And the new Welsh First Minister said, I think, and I quote, "I think the attitude to nuclear power that we have here in Wales is to be sceptical about it." So if we in this House want to encourage investors, international investors, to invest in new projects, I think it behoves us to express solidarity and a consistency of purpose. I've been very clear that the reasons why Hitachi made this decision, we understand them, that it was a commercial decision. The honourable gentleman didn't say whether he would have gone further than we were willing to make. Is he proposing that we take more than 1/3 of the equity and, in effect, take government control and all of the risk that is attached to such an investment? He didn't say whether we should be providing a contract for more than £75 per megawatt hour, which goes straight to the bills of customers, industrial and residential customers. He didn't say, but it's hard to say how you can go beyond financing all of the debt. So I think fair-minded members would accept that we have made a substantial and generous offer, but unfortunately it has not been possible to achieve the outcome that all sides wanted. He asked me what is the way in which we can continue the discussions and why it is the case that the company has suspended rather than cancelled the proposals. And that is for the reasons that I said. We're going to look at new financing models, including the regulatory asset base model that was recommended by the Public Accounts Committee of this House. I think it makes sense to do that. In terms of our future energy needs, the honourable gentleman was wrong to talk about the next 10 years, because what we are talking about is supplies from the 10 years and beyond after that. There is no issue whatsoever with the security of supply. The National Grid have said that there is no issue for future security of supply. Plans for Wilver are long-term, and there is time for the market to respond and to react to this announcement. And in many ways, the challenge of financing new nuclear is one of falling costs and greater abundance of alternative technologies, so that it is being outcompeted. So far from there being a difficulty for future supply, this is what is causing the competitiveness of nuclear to be more difficult than it was. He mentions the other projects, including at Moorside in Cumbria. That, again, as I have said, was a decision taken for different reasons, but in the review and the white paper that we will publish, that model will be available to all such sites. And finally, in the case of other renewables, we have a great expansion of renewable capacity that will continue. He mentions the case of the Swansea Lagoon, and there again, no one is more enthusiastic than I am of innovating in new technologies. But the truth is that the costs of the proposed Swansea Lagoon were 3 times that of Hinkley Point C as a nuclear power station, and a full programme would make a tiny contribution to our energy supply for a much greater cost. I hope that in the weeks and months ahead we can work together, and the honourable gentleman is an expert and dedicated student of energy policy. I think in considering the white paper, I hope that we can agree an approach that will command the support of international investors, so that we can continue to be a nuclear nation in this country.
Mr. Stephen Crabb.
Speaker, I thank my right honourable friend for his statement, and indeed for the extraordinary lengths that he was willing to go to try to create the right conditions for this important North Wales project to happen. But given the decision by Hitachi, given the decision that was also taken about Moorside, and in fact the failure of a whole swathe of Japanese-based nuclear projects around the world, does it not call into question whether the days of relying on mammoth-sized nuclear power stations that make huge demands of taxpayers' cash are really over, and whether we should not be putting more energy into looking at smaller nuclear reactor technology?
Grateful to my right honourable friend. He is right that the potential for small modular reactors is significant. In the nuclear sector deal that we agreed with the sector and published last year, we have a substantial commitment to small modular reactors, and many of them would be deployable on the sites of existing and some recently decommissioned nuclear sites. But I think that new nuclear, even large reactors, can make a useful contribution. There is a challenge in every country in the world. It's by no means just a feature of Japanese investors. I've described, I think, very clearly and I hope candidly the challenges that are faced given the abundant availability at falling prices of alternatives. That's why we will take forward a serious assessment of whether a different financing model might make the economics more competitive. And again, the sector deal that we struck has a programme to reduce the build costs of new nuclear, which of course would also help its financeability.
Alan Brown.
Mr Speaker, this statement confirms the UK Government nuclear programme is in absolute tatters, and yet the Secretary comes to the House and commends this statement and says they'll carry on regardless, which makes absolutely no sense whatsoever. Now, previously, the National Audit Office confirmed Hinkley Point C strike rate of £92.50 per megawatt-hour strike rate was a bad deal. We know offshore wind is currently at £57.50 per megawatt-hour, but that's for a 15-year concession as opposed to a 35-year concession for the nuclear deals. Now he's actually confirmed they're so desperate for Wilfer that they would take something like a £6 billion stake and provide £9 billion of debt financing, and yet the Secretary pretends that we're being prudent by limiting the 35-year contract to £75 per megawatt-hour. His actual use of the word generous in his statement couldn't be more appropriate. Now, when Toshiba pulled out of Moorside with a loss of £100 million, their share price increased. And the Secretary at that time said, don't worry, there's unique circumstances. So with this latest step back by Hitachi, the UK Government really needs to have a proper re-evaluation of their nuclear policy and not just look at funding alternate mechanisms. Now, 4 existing nuclear power stations are due to close by 2024, which takes over 4 gigawatt of capacity out of the grid. So what's the Government's plans for replacing them? Because clearly new nuclear stations aren't an option to be completed by 2024. When will we know how much money is going to be thrown at Rolls-Royce for the small modular reactors he mentions? Why are they still blocking onshore wind in Scotland? It's clearly the cheapest mode of generation. When's the cut-off date for these ongoing discussions with Hitachi before the plug's finally pulled? When did they first find out about Hitachi pulling out? It was already reported in the press previously, so when did they find out before coming to the House for this statement? When will nuclear be properly benchmarked against onshore and offshore wind? And when will the Government actually wake up and end their ideological obsession with nuclear?
What I would say to the honourable gentleman is, given his observations about the strike price for Hinkley and his suggestion that this was excessive, then I would have thought he would be welcoming and approving of the statement that I've made today, which sets, I think, a limit on what it is possible to provide to finance a private investment. He asked when the decision was made by Hitachi. My understanding it was made at 9 o'clock this morning in Japan, and I hope he'd accept that I've come to the House as soon as was possible after that stage. He's critical of the nuclear industry, but I would have thought that he might want to pay tribute to the proud tradition that Scotland has in the nuclear sector, and people that have worked and contributed to our energy supplies and still do, whether it's Chapel Cross, Dounreay, Hunterston or Torness. For decades they've provided good jobs and employment, both directly and in the supply chain across Scotland, and continue to do so today. And my determination to continue our tradition of being a nuclear nation gives continuing opportunities to Scotland, and I would have thought he would welcome it. But far from being at the expense of renewable energy, our energy policies have supported Scotland in becoming a world leader in securing energy from renewable sources. In fact, we heard earlier this month from WWF Scotland that wind output in Scotland has broken through the barrier of 100% of demand for the first time. That is as a result of the policies that we have put in place this government has put in place to bring down the costs of wind. They are highly competitive. As a result, that is causing some competitive challenges for other technologies, including nuclear. But I would have thought that he would welcome the progress that has been made on renewables.
David Jones.
Mr. Speaker, this announcement, although it has been widely anticipated, will be greeted with dismay in North Wales, where Wilver was and remains an important part of the vision for the future of the North Wales economy, as expressed in the North Wales Growth Bid. My right honourable friend will, I'm sure, know that the all-party North Wales Merseydean group has been working closely with the government and with local government in connection with the growth bid. Would he, or one of his ministers, be prepared to meet with the group to discuss Wilver, its future, and the potential of other means of energy generation in North Wales?
Well, in responding to my right honourable friend, I'd firstly like to pay tribute to the role that he played in the earlier stages of the discussions for the Wilver site. As is evident, these matters are complex and difficult to secure, but I know that he laid the groundwork for some of the progress that has been made that I hope might ultimately be successful. Of course, I have complete commitment to the North Wales growth deal. I'd be delighted to meet with him and with my ministerial colleagues as well. The Secretary of State will be in Anglesey tomorrow and will be meeting members of the local community. But as I said in my statement, we regard Anglesey, but also North Wales, as having exceptional strengths in our energy future. Bangor University, for example, contributes exceptional innovation, which is world-leading. We have backed that in the sector deal. I and my colleagues across government will work very closely with colleagues in North Wales to make sure that the potential is realised.
Albert Owen. Very much, Mr. Speaker. Can I, first of all, thank the Secretary of State for coming to the House at the earliest opportunity to give this statement. And he will know the importance to my local community, to the Welsh economy, the UK economy, and indeed to the government's nuclear policy. A lot of work has gone into this, as you rightly acknowledge. Years of it, 10 years of hard work and planning, started off under the Labour government, followed by the coalition government, and indeed the current government. This is the best site, Mr. Speaker, in the United Kingdom for nuclear new build. 400 jobs today are at risk due to the announcements by Hitachi. Many of them are my local constituents. And there's a potential here for some 8,000 to 10,000 construction jobs, hundreds of operational jobs, and importantly, 33 apprenticeships that are ongoing. And I hope that we can work to engage with them to ensure that we save as much as possible of this. The supply chain and SMEs are important as well. Again, they've been doing years of planning. So can I say to the Secretary of State straightly, can we work together to keep this project alive, to ensure that we create the momentum so that it can be ready for a future developer, or indeed this developer, with the right mechanism? We do need a better mechanism for financing. This is not just in the nuclear sector, but with all large energy construction, including the tidal lagoon. And I pay tribute to my honourable friend on the front bench, because I feel that an opportunity has been lost with the tidal lagoon for new innovation, and we need that. The Welsh economy needs it. £16 billion has been taken out of the Welsh economy with this announcement, and we need to redistribute that. So I say, and I follow the right honourable gentleman for Clwyd West when I say this, we need extra help, but we need extra resources to plug the gap of this announcement today. Through the North Wales Growth Deal, we have a mechanism of the Welsh Government working with the UK Government to create jobs, and I would urge him to work with the new First Minister and the Economy Minister on this. The North Wales Growth Bid can be a successful thing. I appreciate, and I will be meeting with the Secretary of State for Wales together, but can I ask him, in all honesty, to work closely with us, and will he ensure, or can he host a delegation for myself and key stakeholders with his officials to look at a funding mechanism for the future that works not just for new nuclear but for all large projects. North Wales is a centre of excellence for low carbon, nuclear, renewables, marine, and it has the potential. Let's work together to make that happen.
Well, I repeat my commendation of the honourable gentleman. He has been a consistent and passionate campaigner for the interests not just of his constituents but of the excellence of the industry in North Wales and in Anglesey in particular. I give him that wholehearted commitment. I won't. My officials will certainly certainly meet with him, but they'll come with me and with my nuclear minister. And we'll work together in a completely open book way on the options that are there. He serves with distinction on the Select Committee, which also, I think, will want to scrutinise the options and the potential for financing. And I repeat the commitment that I gave to my right honourable friend, that the North Wales growth deal continues to be something that we regard as an excellent base to reinforce the strengths of the area. I'll work very closely with him. He mentioned marine energy, again one of the opportunities that we have in his constituency and in North Wales. We, so far from having closed the door to marine technologies, we want to continue to invest in innovation. When it comes to deployment, again, they need to demonstrate value for money, but we will work, as we did with the offshore wind sector, to bring costs down so that they can win in auctions alongside other technologies.
John Whittingdale.
Does my right honourable friend agree that it remains highly desirable to have a diversity of both providers and technologies in civil nuclear generation? And will he therefore confirm that the government, particularly in the light of recent concerns expressed about some other Chinese investments, that the government remains fully supportive of the proposal of China General Nuclear to invest in a new power station at Bradwell-on-Sea in my constituency, subject, of course, to GDA and other permissions being obtained?
To my right honourable friend, and I can confirm that, as he knows, CGN is an investor in the Hinkley Point C nuclear power station, which is being built as we speak, and that is proceeding at pace. When it comes to Bradwell, again, it's making successful strides through the approval process. All investment is subject to that. But I can confirm to him that it has our full support as it goes through the regulatory approvals.
Chris Ruane.
Speaker. I too thank the right honourable gentleman for coming to the House here today to deliver his statement, and also thank him for his openness in meeting with North Wales members on the issue of Wilver-Newydd. In his statement, he said the central government now are relying more on renewables. Can I put up the North Wales picture to him? 1,500 wind turbines were planned off the coast of North Wales, sea turbines. They were removed. Those plans were cancelled by the private sector, the Rihanna field. The tidal lagoons for Wales were key to the development of the Welsh economy. The government itself pulled its support for the Swansea Bay tidal lagoon. That had a knock-on effect for the huge lagoon planned off the coast of North Wales. And now today we hear the cancellation of a £16 billion investment in the North Wales economy. This will devastate the North Wales economy. The people of North Wales need to know that the Prime Minister is batting for them and batting for the UK. Will the Right Honourable Member ask the Prime Minister if she will place in the House of Commons Library the minutes of her meeting with the Prime Minister of the Japan to make sure that we know that's what she's been doing on behalf of the people of North Wales.
Say to the honourable gentleman is the Prime Minister has repeatedly discussed nuclear investment with the Prime Minister of Japan, as have I with my opposite number. In fact, I flew to Tokyo in November to discuss the negotiations here, given the difficulties that the investor was having, and met with my opposite number in METI, the Japanese ministry. It's been a very substantial government-to-government relationship and a cordial one, and he does have my assurance that we will continue that. And I mentioned in my statement the work of our embassy in Tokyo, which has been an excellent and expert source of advice, and that will continue to be there and to be available. When it comes to investment in renewables, he will know that Wales is a substantial and proud leader in renewable energy. I think Gwynty Moor is the second largest wind farm in Europe already deployed. And to put in context what I mentioned in my statement about the rising availability of alternative technologies. Last year, in our latest auction, we procured over 3 gigawatts of offshore wind in a single contract for difference auction, 2017, I should say it was, at £57.50 a megawatt hour, more in a single auction than actually this plant was going to provide. So when I said to the honourable gentleman that actually the challenge is the competition that is coming from other technologies, Wales is a beneficiary of some aspects of that.
Zach Goldsmith.
Speaker, my right honourable friend in his statement said the economics of the energy market have changed significantly in recent years, meaning that renewable energy may now not just be cheap but also readily available. Does he not then share some of my concern that we consumers are not going to see all of the benefits of those reduced prices, given that we're bound into these exceedingly long-term, hugely expensive contracts with, for example, Hinkley, whose strike price means that it is probably the most expensive form of energy in the history of energy generation. So can my right honourable friend give me any kind of assurance or commitment that nuclear power isn't going to see consumer bills skyrocketing for the years to come?
Well, I think I would say to my honourable friend, that's demonstrated in my statement today, that we proposed, or we were talking about a strike price substantially less than Hinkley. As I said when I made the statement to this House on Hinkley, we would do that. But if I would say gently to my honourable friend, who is a lifelong environmentalist, exactly the same arguments were advanced against the initial contracts for offshore wind. That these would be burdensome and that we shouldn't enter into them. What we have now seen is substantial capacity becoming available at prices that will very shortly be free of subsidy entirely. That is an excellent development for consumers, for the reasons that he gives, but it's also the case that the supply chain for these manufacturers are located right across the UK, a further industrial benefit of a strategic policy.
Sir Edward Davey.
Mr. Speaker, can I agree with the Secretary of State? Britain has had huge success in renewables, especially with cheaper offshore wind, thanks to Liberal Democrat policy that he has kept in place. But can I also express astonishment at the generosity of the offer to Hitachi, which, with the equity stake and the debt finance, appears even greater than offered to Hinkley Point C, and yet Hitachi, like Toshiba at Moorside, are still unwilling to build new nuclear in Britain. So what does the Secretary of State blame most for this setback to his nuclear strategy? Is it renewables becoming much cheaper than nuclear, or is it Japan's fears about Brexit, or something else?
Well, I'm disappointed in the honourable gentleman. As a former Secretary of State knows, and I think I set out pretty clearly the changing economics of the energy market, and I would have thought that he would know that. I'd remind gently the honourable gentleman that as Secretary of State he was responsible in his time for the negotiation of the terms of the Hinkley Point C agreement, and so it is surprising to hear him being so critical of that. He wants to take credit for one of the policies, but not the other that he was responsible for, which might be characteristic of his party, perhaps I might uncharitably reflect. But I do say to the honourable gentleman, as with Hinkley, there was a recognition that financing such significant projects, £16 billion by a private company, is hard to do through the conventional channels of private investment. I think it is desirable to have nuclear as part of a diverse energy mix. It has if I can put it this way, an insurance quality to have a substantial mix of technologies. I think we should recognise that, but there is a limit to what we can pay for the benefits that it gives, and that is reflected in my statement today.
Peter Aldous.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Sizewell C is an important component part of the world-leading low-carbon energy sector emerging along and off the Suffolk coast. Can the Secretary of State confirm the government remain committed to Sizewell C and negotiating a value-for-money deal with EDF?
I can indeed, and I confirm that to my honourable friend.
Ian C. Lucas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Can the Secretary of State please confirm what the Prime Minister said to the Prime Minister of Japan when she raised the issue of Wilver with him last week?
Well, sadly, when the Prime Minister was meeting the Prime Minister of Japan, I was in this chamber winding up the debate on the meaningful vote. I would have otherwise been in their company, but I was doing my duties in this House, so I wasn't there for that meeting. But I can say to the honourable gentleman, he should put his mind at rest. The involvement of the Prime Minister in this and other joint investments with Japan has been consistent and very long-standing. As I said to his honourable friend, I myself have visited Japan many times to discuss this at the highest level in government and with the parties.
Luke Hall.
Madam Deputy Speaker, can I thank the Secretary of State for coming to the House and laying out these discussions in the level of detail that he has. But he will appreciate the level of concern this morning in South Gloucestershire, especially amongst the people who rely on those jobs in Albury and its supply chain, especially because of some of the uncertainty now following this announcement, including some of the localised issues like the properties bought up around Albury that now lie vacant, and we're unsure about the future of those properties and some of the more specific niche issues. So will he come to Albury and meet with me and discuss the issue with local councillors, workers and stakeholders to make sure that we can find a route forward for these issues?
Well, I want to say to my honourable friend, as I said to the honourable gentleman, that I do recognise that this is a sad time for those members of staff who are experts and well respected in their fields, and this decision is a financing decision and is no reflection whatever on the quality of their work. They are of the highest calibre. Of course, I will come and meet with my honourable friend and his constituents to discuss how we can make sure that his part of the world, as well as North Wales, continues to have the reputation for excellence in energy that it has long enjoyed.
Clive Betts.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Secretary of State made very supportive comments about small modular reactors in his statement, and I welcome those. Can I thank him for meeting with me recently to discuss ideas being put forward by Professor Keith Ridgway and others at the Nuclear Research Centre and the Advanced Manufacturing Research Centre in Sheffield to discuss ways in which we could develop capacity for producing parts for SMRs in Sheffield. The Secretary of State issued supportive words about that. Could he go further now and get his officials to work with Professor Ridgway and others to develop these plans, which will be both good for our energy policy and also good for our industrial strategy as well?
Well, the honourable gentleman was quite right, and I visited the Nuclear Research Centre, as he knows, and was very impressed with the facilities that are there. The sector deal does make a commitment to new nuclear technologies, and there has been an application by a consortium to the Industrial Strategy Challenge Fund. He understands that the operation of that fund, correctly, as with all scientific and innovation investment, is scrutinised by a panel of global experts. They have given it a positive assessment, but it has further due diligence to complete. And of course, I will update him and the House when that process is finished.
James Heaton.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I welcome what the Secretary of State said about the decreasing costs and increasing availability of renewables in his statement? If we're to embrace a renewables-heavy energy mix, does he agree with me that we need to look at what changes we must make to the capacity market to allow demand response, storage and other types of digital flexibility to fully play their part in that energy system?
My friend is quite right and has a great experience and expertise in energy matters. We've talked a bit about offshore wind across the chamber today, but again, one of the big changes that is taking place in the energy market and affecting the economics of energy is technologies and ways of working such as demand-side response. Storage we also haven't mentioned, but they are contributing to how our energy system can be both more resilient and lower cost than was dreamed possible even 10 years ago.
Deirdre Brock.
Madam Deputy Speaker. The Cabinet Secretary rightly points to the fact that renewable energy is a Scottish success story, and events such as this certainly vindicate the Scottish Government's decision not to join the UK Government's vision for the UK as a nuclear nation. Can the Cabinet Secretary please outline what the sunk costs to Government are in terms of civil service time and any other development costs that have occurred as a result of this project?
Secretary of State.
What I would say to the Honourable Lady, actually, the model that we've pursued is that these proposals have been private sector led, and Hitachi, and I would place on record my respect and gratitude to the time and effort and financial investment that Hitachi have made in working with us to develop this proposal to this stage, and I think that is the model that we've pursued. Of course, we've had discussions with my officials, but the vast majority of the costs have been with the proposed developer.
Paul Sweeney.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I declare an interest as a council member of the Institute of Engineers and Shipbuilders in Scotland, which has just recently published a report by Professor Ian MacLeod at Strathclyde University on Engineering for Energy, a proposal for governance of the energy system in the UK. And this is a major issue because the risk of black start, particularly in Scotland, has increased from hours to days. If that does occur, we're talking about a lengthy delay restarting the grid, making negative consequences for the supply of food, water, heat, money, petrol. It would be a disastrous situation for the Scottish economy and potentially lead to civil unrest. The root cause of that risk is because of the closure of large-scale coal and nuclear power stations, and the grid has not been reformulated and replanned to deal with the intermittency of renewables. That is a massive risk that the Scottish Government have not done anything to address. What is the Minister going to do to reduce this massive existential risk to the national security situation in this country?
I don't agree with the honourable gentleman, but I note his interest and his experience in this field. There is a substantial programme of transformation that the National Grid is undertaking to make the grid smarter, to be able to accommodate intermittent renewables. And again, I would say to him that the progress that has been made, the amount of renewable energy that is being deployed, is vastly in excess of what the Right Honourable Gentleman on the Liberal Democrat benches, I'm sure, was advised was possible even when he was in office. Great strides are being made here. Having a smarter grid is a more effective and more resilient grid.
Dr David Crew.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Would the Secretary of State call together those MPs that are affected by the supply chain implications? In my own case, Berkeley, which was obviously predicated both on Wilver and Albury, and the way in which we are retraining people with the potential in nuclear industry. Would he understand some of the knock-on effects it's going to have and have a meeting with us to see how we can try and at least mitigate that?
Well, I'd be delighted to do that. In fact, I and my honourable friend, the Industry Minister, who's responsible for the nuclear industry, very regularly meet with the representatives of the industry, including the supply chain. And I want to emphasise that this is a decision that has been taken by Hitachi to suspend the development of the projects. But as he knows, a bit further down the road from him, Hinkley Point C is now one of the most significant pieces of civil engineering being constructed in the world. People are being trained in construction and in nuclear engineering in a way that hasn't happened in this country for more than a generation, giving opportunities to many suppliers. Nearly two-thirds of the value of the Hinkley Point C contract goes with domestic suppliers. He knows that there is a renaissance of the suppliers of nuclear expertise, and I'm very happy to meet with him and the companies that we regularly meet with.
Martin Whitfield.
I'm grateful, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I'm very grateful for the speed with which this statement arrived at this House today, and I compliment on that. EDF's fleet Torness is in my constituency of East Lothian, and it has been pointed out today the very many skilled jobs and contribution that those workers make. Some of the answers to the problems that will come in 2030, which is unfortunately not too far away, rest with bigger issues like the small modular reactors that have been discussed today, but it also rests with smaller, simpler decisions. For example, the simplicity of being able to move apprentices around the fleet in the UK, which is impossible for EDF at the moment because of the differentiation in approach taken by the Scottish Government north of the border and the Government down here. So, can the Government confirm that it will continue to work with EDF in particular because of my constituency, but all suppliers, to try and solve all of the small problems as well as the big problems to facilitate a better, stronger future for the nuclear industry, which we do require to keep the lights on in the United Kingdom?
Well, I'm very grateful to the honourable gentleman for such a constructive contribution. He raises an excellent point. I'd be very happy to meet with him and to meet with EDF to solve that particular problem that he mentions, which I was not aware of. But it seems to be that if we are to benefit from the opportunities that exist across the United Kingdom to develop skilled work and to make that available to residents of all parts of the UK, then we shouldn't put obstacles in the way to that.
Thank you. Point of order, Diana Johnson.
I'm very grateful, Madam Deputy Speaker. Along with 32 other members of Parliament, cross-party, I applied to the Backbench Business Committee last autumn for a debate on the upsurge in violent antisocial behaviour that's happening in a number of members' constituencies. I understand there are many applications, and although we were successful in our application, we were told we had to be put on a waiting list as time hadn't been allocated by the government. Now, just last night, I had a number of my constituents come to me to inform me about delinquents throwing bricks at buses in part of my constituency in Orchard Park. And I know that obviously that's very worrying, concerning for the bus drivers, the passengers and other road users. And I hope very much that action is taken forthwith. But my point is that under the right reforms that this House adopted to allow backbenchers to bring forward issues of concern to themselves and their constituents in a timely manner, that seems to be, at the moment, the government do not seem to be allocating sufficient time for backbench business debates. Now, I know there are 2 today, but after today I'm not aware of additional days. And I know we're very pressed because of Brexit, but I wondered, Madam Deputy Speaker, if there's anything you can do to put pressure on the government to make sure that time is allocated for these really important issues for our constituents to be debated.
Well, I thank the honourable lady for her point of order. I know that the business statement has just taken place, and I'm not sure whether this issue was aired then. But obviously, I see that there is a backbench business debate next Thursday. Next Thursday, there will also be another business statement. There may be one in between. This is something that perhaps the honourable lady might like to raise at that point. She also might like to discuss it with the chair of the Backbench Business Committee, because I know that he has fairly regular meetings to discuss the timings. And in the meantime as well, I'm sure the Treasury bench will have heard the honourable lady's comments and will feed them back. Thank you. Thank you. We now come to the Select Committee statement. Mary Cray will speak on her subject for up to 10 minutes, during which no interventions may be taken. At the conclusion of her statement, I will call members to put questions on the subject of the statement and call Mary Cray to respond to these in turn. Members can expect to be called only once. Interventions should be questions and should be brief. The front bench may take part in questioning. I'm sure they will indicate if they wish to do so. I call the Chair of the Environmental Audit Committee, Mary Cray.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And can I begin by thanking the Chair of the Backbench Business Committee and yourself for allowing me to present the Environmental Audit Committee's report on sustainable seas. It's here. It's the 14th report of our committee to this Parliament. We launched our inquiry last April, examining how our oceans can be protected from climate change, from overfishing, from resource extraction and pollution, and what more the government should do. Human activities in both coastal and open waters have dramatically increased in recent years. The UN estimates that up to 40% of the world's oceans are impacted by humans, with dire consequences, including pollution, depleted fisheries and the loss of coastal habitats. We have treated the seas as a sewer, literally, and that has to stop. Plastic makes up 70% of all the litter in the ocean, most of it coming from land and transported by rivers, draining into the sea. If no action is taken to reduce plastic pollution, it will treble in the next 10 years. The amazing Blue Planet 2 programme showed us the consequences. A turtle tangled in a plastic sack. The death of a newborn whale calf from causes unknown. Plastic litter and chemical pollution are everywhere in the ocean. They are eaten by seabirds and they suffocate coral reefs. They break down into microplastics which are eaten by sea life, which we then eat, potentially transporting chemicals into our human food chain. And the long-term harm from plastic and chemical pollution is unknown because, as the government's chief scientific officer told us, we haven't looked hard enough. There is so much more that the government should do to prevent our waste reaching the ocean. We could start by not exporting our waste to countries with poor recycling infrastructure. Supporting Indonesia and Malaysia to reduce their plastic while simultaneously exporting the UK's contaminated plastics to them shows the government's lack of a joined-up approach to reducing plastic pollution. Now, the government has published its resources and waste strategy in December. It places much more onus on producers to pay for the cost of clearing up and treating waste, as recommended in the Environmental Audit Committee's reports on plastic bottles and coffee cups last year. But we can't wait until 2042 to phase out avoidable single-use plastics. And the plastic bottle deposit return scheme promised by ministers in 2017 will not be ready until 2023. The government has signed up to the 14th Sustainable Development Goal target to prevent and significantly reduce marine pollution of all kinds by 2025. So here is our plan. We want to see the government ban single-use plastic packaging that is difficult to recycle, introduce a 25p latte levy on disposable coffee cups and for all coffee cups to be recycled by 2023, and to bring forward its deposit return scheme and extended producer responsibility schemes before the end of this Parliament. And the government must also set out how it will create and fund the UK's domestic recycling industry to end the export of contaminated waste to developing countries. Climate change is causing a triple whammy of harm from ocean acidification, ocean warming and deoxygenation. This harms the entire food web and it disrupts our weather systems. The recent IPCC report showed us that a 2-degree rise above pre-industrial levels will significantly harm biodiversity fish stocks and destroy nearly all coral reefs in the world. If we can keep the temperature rise to 1.5 degrees, we still lose 90% of the world's coral reefs. And I didn't know until we did this inquiry that the UK has a cold water reef in the south of England. That's why we've got to redouble our actions to reduce our greenhouse gas emissions and meet the Paris Agreement on climate change. And the government must set out its plans to achieve this in the first half of this year and set a net zero emissions target by 2050 at the very latest. Species affected by climate change include krill and plankton, which, if they're removed from the marine food chain, could lead to a 1/3 collapse in the populations of predators like polar bears, walruses, seals, sea lions, penguins and seabirds. Britain's overseas territories and their waters cover an area nearly 30 times the size of the UK, and nearly 90% of the UK's biodiversity is located in their waters. They have the most unique and biodiverse areas on the planet, and we have a huge responsibility to protect them. So we welcome the government's announcement in December on the creation of a marine protected area for the South Sandwich Islands. And we've also discussed with the Minister who is in her place about how the exploitation of minerals from the deep sea could begin in the next decade. The prime sites for this are around the deep sea hydrothermal vents. But these habitats are unexplored and they are unique. And we heard from scientists how, on a very small-scale study, they found 6 species that were hitherto unknown. This is the great last wilderness that's left on Earth. They may be, in fact, where life on Earth first began. So mining these sites could have catastrophic impacts, from local extinctions of as yet unmapped ecosystems, but also unmapped species, to the production of sediment plumes which can travel long distances through the water column, smothering seabed organisms. So we're urging the government in this report not to pursue licences at active hydrothermal vents within its own jurisdiction and internationally, and to use its experience in regulating marine industries and its influence in the International Seabed Authority to impose a moratorium on exploitation licences in these areas. We heard how so much of the sea, 58%, is outside national jurisdictions and has little or no protection, and it's suffering from the tragedy of the commons. Everyone comes there to graze their sheep, but then there's nothing left at the end. Everyone's coming there to take their piece, but no one is protecting it. So we must lead international negotiations. The government has signed up to the UN's ambition to protect 30% of the world's oceans by 2030, but this will only work if our government funds the satellite monitoring and enforcement mechanisms for those areas that we want to protect alongside other nations. The UN is currently negotiating a high seas treaty, and we're calling on the government to seize this chance and push for a Paris Agreement of the Seas. Like the climate change agreement, this would contain legally binding targets, regular conferences of the parties to hold governments to account and designate marine protected areas and the funding needed to achieve them. We look forward to the publication of the government's International Oceans Strategy later this year, and I hope it will include and build on our committee's cross-party ambitions. We are an island nation, Madam Deputy Speaker. We care passionately about our seas and oceans, and I commend the report to the House and thank my committee colleagues for such an excellent report.
Yeah.
Philip Hollowburn.
I commend the Honourable Lady for her statement and her committee for their superb report, and I would hope that other select committees would follow her example and make statements direct to the House. In her speech and on page 48 of the report, one of her recommendations is the 25p coffee cup levy and that all coffee cups should be recycled by 2023. This is an issue all of our constituents can readily identify with. Now, it doesn't strike me that recycling coffee cups need to be that problematic. So why do we need to wait 4 years for all of these things to be recycled?
That's an excellent question, and the government's waste and resources strategy has said that it wants the industry to work towards voluntary commitments, but that it is going to bring in a deposit return scheme for plastic bottles, and it is ruling out this latte levy, which we think would have a very important behaviour change. We're going to need to change the way that we consume the planet's resources, and what we need to do is bend the curve of our plastic use. In the time between us writing our coffee cup report and last December, despite all the warm words from industry and the coffee cup industry and all the discounts that are available and that people know about, the coffee cup use went up by half, by 500 million more cups. So we're on a target which is just increasing every year as more people buy more coffee and drink more coffee. So industry efforts are not working. It is a difficult product because it has a plastic lining and a paper outer, and it needs specialist collection and specialist disposal. Some of the companies are doing heroically in trying to tackle this, but even if we get to 30 or 100 million, we have 3 billion coffee cups a year in circulation. So I passionately agree with him. It shouldn't be taking another 4 years. We need the government to regulate, and I'm afraid that is what the government is very reluctant to do. And what's interesting in this debate is how far ahead of policy the nation is and how far ahead consumers are, and I hope the government ministers are listening on that.
Kerry McCarthy. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I think this is another excellent report from the Environmental
Audit Committee and very proud to have been part of it. And I think that the underlying principle that we always ought to take in approaching these reports is that the planet's resources are precious and they should be preserved and not plundered, whether that be fish or these rare minerals that could be found in hydrothermal vents. And I think that should underpin everything that we do. And does the chair of the committee share my concern that while the government is treading water on these issues, the race for deep-sea mining and many other things that are damaging our environment, this rise in economic activity in the seas, going ahead untrammelled, and there's a real risk that if we don't act quickly, we won't be able to put the genie back in the bottle?
Can I thank the member for Bristol East for her question and say what a fantastic member of the committee she is. She's a real thought leader in many of these areas. As she said in DEFRA questions, she's been talking about the food system, banging on, I think she put it, the persistence principle for many, many years, and she's a real thought leader in all of this. But when she talks about the race for deep-sea mining, I think she's right. I think we're in a wild west. We're in a new wild west of exploration. And the irony is that we are prepared to plunder the last great unexplored wilderness, the equivalent of Yosemite National Park, or these brilliant places that people travel the world to go and see, our own Lake District, our own Peak District. We're prepared to plunder it and churn it up so that we can have more smartphones. These are the rare earth minerals that we want in our smartphones and in some of our industrial applications. And if we were better at recycling the rare earths that are already in the 7 billion mobile phones, or however many there are on the planet, I think there's at least one for every man, woman and child on the planet by now, we would not have to do this. So I think we should be... There's a positive side effect of this exploration, which is we are finding out more about these unexplored areas. But the question is, what happens when we know it's there, and what will we discover? So it comes with a problem as well.
Zach Goldsmith.
Thank you very much. And I want to thank the Honourable Lady for chairing the committee, and also for what was a brilliant précis of a very brilliant report. And as a member of the committee, I'm, needless to say, fully endorse all of its recommendations, and I'm very proud of it. I'm hoping she'll allow me to highlight 2 of the recommendations. The government's Blue Belt policy is probably the single biggest opportunity we have to protect a very large portion of the world's oceans. And the report rightly urges the Foreign Office to back full protection of the waters around the Ascension Island. It's worth saying that the Council of the Ascension Island, as well as DEFRA, have made very promising noises in relation to that, but the blockage seems to be the Foreign Office. So, first recommendation is to the Foreign Office. Please do get going and agree with the Ascension Island Council and DEFRA and provide maximum protection at minimum cost to an incredibly important part of the world. And the second recommendation is to build on its recent announcement of increased no-take areas around the South Sandwich Islands to provide full protection for those extraordinary and pristine waters, much of which actually featured in the Blue Planet series. This is something which is now backed by an almost unprecedented alliance of scientists, experts, NGOs, and it's, again, a solution that will cost very, very little, if anything, in terms of public money, but would deliver huge, huge results in terms of nature. So can the Foreign Office get on with that one as well, please, as well?
Mary Craig. I absolutely agree with the Honourable Member for Richmond, who was instrumental in getting the consensus around the recommendations to the Foreign Office. The Ascension Islands could benefit from a huge boost from tourism if they were designated. And he's right, the Antarctic krill fishing industry is it's very heavily regulated, and it, again, is at danger of over-exploitation in order to feed our insatiable demand for farmed fish, for farmed salmon. So increasing the no-take areas and protecting that properly is really, really important.
Lamb.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and congratulate the Honourable Lady and her committee on a very good report. I was struck recently watching the Simon Reeve series on the Mediterranean, and a highlight in particular of the vast areas of plastic greenhouses around Almeria in South Spain, where they produce enormous quantities of vegetables and fruit for European supermarkets, including in this country. I've written to all the supermarkets in this country, but I'm not convinced that there are proper measures in place to guarantee the supply chain that they're meeting high environmental standards and indeed labour standards. They make use of migrant labour from Africa with awful working conditions. Does she share my view that the supermarkets have a real responsibility here?
I thank him for that question, and I share his concerns about the plastics that come off supermarkets, that come off the greenhouses where our tomatoes and cucumbers are grown, discarded and then literally chucked into the sea. We treat it as a waste disposal unit, and it's not. I think there is more the supermarkets could do in order to tackle the full carbon footprint of the fruits and vegetables that they import, and to make sure that they are stamping out any abuse, any forced labour, any slave labour in their fruit and picking supply chains. We know that that's an area where forced labour and child labour is prevalent.
Peter Alders.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I commend the Honourable Lady and her committee for this excellent report? Can I also just mention the excellent work done by CFAS, the Centre for Environment, Fisheries and Aquaculture Science, who are based in my constituency, and how they can both identify the problems and come up with solutions, and how, based on their work, the UK can actually be pioneers on a global basis in sustainable stewardship of our seas.
I thank the honourable gentleman, who's a former member of a very esteemed member of our committee, for that question. I have seen the CFAS ship on a previous visit to his constituency when I was shadowing the DEFRA brief. He is right. We have world-leading marine biologists, marine scientists, and the world looks to the UK for our brilliance and thought leadership on this subject. And I would just say one criticism we have of government in this is that we have a long time series around ocean acidification measurements, and the government has stopped funding it. One of the key recommendations is we need to measure the acidity of the ocean. We know it going back decades, and we need to have more monitoring sites around the UK. So I hope he will help us in pushing government in that task.
Alex Sobel.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I'd like to thank the Chair of the Environment Audit Committee, my friend, honourable friend for Wakefield, for her leadership on this, which built upon our report on plastics. Does she agree with me that the Foreign and Commonwealth Office officials did a great job on the Weddell Sea in trying to make that a marine protected area, but needs to redouble their efforts with the Chinese, Russian, Norwegian governments? However, our work around plastics is well behind. We don't have a compulsory deposit return scheme guaranteed, and the target for single-use plastic isn't until 2042. We need to have both those things in place much quicker.
My friend and neighbour, the gentleman for Leeds North West, is right, and again I appreciate his input into this committee and into this report. He is right. We need to speed up our ambition. The scientists have warned us we have 12 years to tackle climate change. It's no good putting targets in for 2042. That is far too little, far too late. We did hear about some of the very interesting foreign policy discussions that are going around Antarctica, and some of the negotiations that are going on, particularly with the Norwegians and the Russians, and there's clearly a lot of politics involved in the oceans, and we do have to be mindful of that.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Could I also add my thanks to the Chair, Honourable Lady for Wakefield, and the committee for what they've done in bringing this report forward. I just want to ask a quick question. You're very clear, Madam Deputy Speaker. It has to be a very quick question, and I'll do that succinctly. I live on the edge of Strangford Lough in my constituency of Strangford. The council is ours in North Down Council. They have managed to seek and get a grant to enable them to do an environmental project at the mouth of the Narrows of Strangford Lough, where the ebb and flow of the tide is. And that's to harvest, if we can use that word, harvest the litter and the plastic that flows through there. Now, it might be a small project in the bigger picture of what we're talking about today, but those small projects, Madam Deputy Speaker, make an immense difference collectively in the long run. So I just want to ask the Honourable Lady this question, and the question is, what assistance is there for councils across the whole of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland to involve themselves in projects which singularly don't do a terrible lot, but collectively can mean a big difference. And is there grants available?
Well, that sounds like an absolutely brilliant initiative from North Down Council. It is an Ards and North Down Council, and I think he's got an oyster fishery in Strangford lot as well, which I think I've enjoyed the produce of that on several occasions. I'm not aware of what funding is available, but I'm sure that officials will write to him on that issue. I'm afraid I can't tell him.
Shadow Minister Sandy Martin.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I'd like to thank my honourable friend and congratulate her committee for their excellent and challenging report. It's likely that much of the plastics entering the oceans have been supposedly collected for recycling. Does she agree with me that at the very least this country needs to institute comprehensive and rigorous checks for all recyclable materials exported for processing, and that we need to put our own house in order, as well as demanding an international agreement to protect our seas from the dumping of supposedly recycled material?
My honourable friend, the Shadow Minister, is absolutely right. We do have to put our own house in order. We know that most of the plastics enter the ocean from, I think it's 5 rivers in Africa and Asia, and there is no point us providing, doing heroic issues on clean-up here at home if we are going to then export it to faraway places which, countries like Vietnam, Indonesia, Malaysia, Thailand, which do not have the infrastructure and where their own populations are now rebelling against being consumed in a sort of mountain of our contaminated plastics. So we do need to do more, and I think there is much more that we can do, and that the government can start by better enforcement. There are far too many waste. There are some great waste exporters, but there are some criminals in the waste sector, and the Environment Agency did just 3 unannounced inspections in 2017. That is not enough, and when we sent the National Audit Office in, they found that the systems and the audit systems and processes for waste export did not tally. So someone somewhere is playing the system, and we need to crack down on it here at home.
Minister Claire Perry.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I want to, just before I do have a question, but I did just want to take the opportunity, with your indulgence, to thank genuinely the Honourable Member for Wakefield and her committee for once again producing what I really feel is an excellent piece of work. She's heard it from me before. I think the work this committee does in looking across government, across boundaries. We saw it with the Greening Finance report that had some superb recommendations around understanding risk from a regulatory perspective, particularly for pension regulators, and you know that the government has responded to that. But I genuinely do want to thank her and the committee. It's an extremely high-quality committee of very, very talented and able colleagues, and indeed with a very good committee staff, and many thanks. It also, in this report, I think, does join up. I mean, it's ironic, isn't it? This House is almost empty, where we were packed to debate the next 3 years in Europe, and yet we are very few to understand what is actually happening to 70% of our planet. And what this report does is join up, which I think we need to do and are doing, the challenge of climate and environmental sustainability across land, sea, air, and of course the very important littoral zones. And it's a superb report. The government, of course, is listening. She will know that she's made a number of recommendations that are relevant to my department, as well as the Foreign Office and DEFRA. I'm actually off after this to have a meeting with one of the DEFRA ministers, and she knows, I think, that there is she's pushing at an open door with this government, and we will continue to do whatever we can to support these recommendations. And I finally do have a question for her. So much of what she says is very relevant both for our overseas territories, but also for our Commonwealth partners, who in many cases are small island states facing down very literally the barrel of disruption coming from climate change and ocean pollution. Has she communicated the findings of this report to those countries and organisations? And if not, how can we as a government perhaps facilitate her doing so?
Well, can I thank the Minister for her kind words and for her many appearances in front of our committee on a variety of different subjects. And can I echo, I've been neglectful in thanking our brilliant committee staff who worked so hard on the various committee reports that we have produced, and on this one in particular. She's right, here we are in an almost empty chamber, people at home saying, why is there nobody talking about this? Obviously, Brexit is taking up so much time. Brexit is urgent, but this is also urgent and important. And we debated about whether or not to launch it on this date, but we decided that we needed to talk about the other important stuff. She is right about our Commonwealth territories. They are on the front line of this. They are on the front line of illegal activities, illegal fishing, depleting their more domestic, sustainable fishing practices. They are at all sorts of risks, not least from the changes in the weather systems, which comes from ocean warming and which makes the hurricanes that we sadly saw hitting them last September much more powerful, much more slow-moving and much more damaging. We haven't communicated this out to anyone in the overseas territories. We have met as a committee with some overseas territories. We met with the government of Belize, some parliamentarians from Belize in October. But we will, I'll perhaps meet her at the back of the chair and discuss how we can get this out to a much wider audience in the Commonwealth and the OTs as well. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. Thank you. We now come to the backbench motion on mental health, first aid in the workplace. Luciana Berger to move.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. It really is a pleasure to be speaking in support of this motion this afternoon, alongside the co-sponsors of the motion, the Right Honourable Member for North Norfolk and the Honourable Member for Plymouth Moorview. It's worth noting that the application for this debate was supported by over 60 members from all sides of this House, and we are very grateful to the Backbench Business Committee for allocating time for our discussions today. Following the particularly challenging moments this House has experienced over the last few days, today's debate is a salutary reminder that the work of this Parliament goes on, and that we are capable of debating in a constructive and collegiate fashion. Our motion today addresses a real and pressing need to support people affected by mental ill health. Our argument is simple. The 1974 Health and Safety Act ensured that every large workplace has someone trained in medical first aid, and there is now an accepted and established part of every office, factory, warehouse, hotel and anywhere else where people work. So why not a trained mental health first aider in every workplace? We want to change the Health and Safety Act via secondary legislation so that an employer's responsibility explicitly covers the mental health as well as the physical health of their employees. Well, the debate today is a true cross-party initiative, calling on the government to make a small change to the law that, if they support, would constitute a step towards establishing parity of esteem, real equality between physical and mental health. I'll give way.
I'm grateful to her for giving way. I think this is an excellent motion. Does she agree with me that where workplace training is given on first aid, including mental health aid, and this requires the employee to go outside of the workplace for the training, that the employer should be required to give time off during working hours?
I thank the Honourable Member for his intervention, and there are many different ways in which this could be implemented. I myself have attended mental health first aid training on the site of where the workplace exists, so there are different ways in which this could be taken forward. I certainly wouldn't be adverse to employers giving their staff time off for that training, and there are certainly many examples which I will come to in my later remarks which show where that is already the case for a number of particularly large employers across our country. The debate that we're discussing today is born out of the Where's Your Head At campaign, and it was launched by campaigner Natasha Devon and supported by Mental Health First Aid England and Bauer Media, which has together collected over 200,000 names to a petition which a number of us delivered to 10 Downing Street. And I must take this opportunity to commend them for all their hard work to take up this point. I pay tribute to their commitment, their determination to see this positive change introduced. It really is admirable, and in particular Bauer Media, which is an organisation that has radio stations, it has a number of magazines like Grazia, for example. They've really taken this forward. They've paid for billboards across our country to promote this campaign, and I commend their social action on this point, which they know as an employer would also make a difference in their workplaces. This really would be a simple shift, but with such a huge beneficial impact on the lives of millions of British workers. I don't think anyone can seriously contend that there isn't the need for such a measure. And we only have to look at just some of the statistics. NHS Digital suggests that 1 in 6 adults experience mental ill health, including depression, anxiety and stress-related illnesses. There are around 28 million people in work in our country, so it's not unreasonable to assume that there are 5 million people in work today who would be affected. A recent poll suggests that 38% of people reported being stressed about work, and it is a tragedy that, according to the Stevenson Farmer Thriving at Work report, that was a review commissioned by the government, published just over a year ago, that there are 300,000 people with a long-term mental health condition who are losing their jobs every single year. I'll give way.
Can I congratulate my honourable friend for securing this debate, and she's making a very powerful case. We are looking into, as part of our planetary health inquiry, she's describing an epidemic of mental ill health, which has many different sources and reasons for it happening. But when I was struck when I met with my local Wakefield Youth Parliament, how concerned the young people were about mental health in schools. And I discovered that South West Yorkshire Mental Health Trust has provided first aid mental health training in schools for teachers. Does she agree with me that that needs to be rolled out across all schools so that teachers or a trusted adult in a school can deal with young people and children in crisis?
Well, I thank my honourable friend for a very important intervention. And of course, today we're talking about what happens in the workplaces, but equally what happens in our places of education with our young people is critical too. And that's an area I sit on the Health and Social Care Select Committee, where we've interrogated the government's plans for the next generation and young people. There are plans in place to have a designated mental health senior lead in every school, which would ensure that at least one person has that training. I think we could be doing better than that, but at least that's a start, and that's something certainly that I would support, and it's great to hear what's happening in her area in particular. But let's be very clear that we are talking about a huge number of people affected in our country every single day. It's our friends, it's our colleagues, and it's our workmates that surround us. And there is, of course, a huge economic cost, as well as that very significant human cost. The Centre for Mental Health estimates that people staying at work longer than they should because of mental health conditions cost our economy over £15 billion every single year, and that people being absent from work because of mental ill health costs our economy £8 billion a year. These are not insignificant sums. And again, I just reiterate that fact that 300,000 people with a long-term mental health condition who are losing their jobs every single year because they find themselves in an acute state, they have to leave work, they're not supported, and they've got to a point where they are in a critical state rather than having seen early intervention or actually prevention, which might have helped them in the first place. The Health and Safety Executive says that there are 15.4 million workdays lost in the last year alone because of stress, depression and anxiety. And the British Association of Counselling and Psychotherapy, and I must declare an interest here, Madam Deputy Speaker, I was recently appointed as one of their vice presidents. They have calculated that stress is costing our British businesses £1,000 per employee per year in sick pay and associated costs. Both for our economy nationally, for our individual organisations, for our businesses, this is very, very significant. So there's clearly a need. I don't think I need to set out any more statistics to evidence that. Mental illness is having a significant impact on millions of workers across our country and is costing our economy billions of pounds. Now, I know that one objection might be that... Yes.
I thank my honourable friend for giving way to make an excellent speech. And would she accept that one of the real costs that people who suffer from mental illness, and we've all had this in our constituency, surgeries, find it very difficult to get back into employment because of the stigma? And I have to say the public sector is amongst the worst at having a bias against people with mental health problems. Would she accept that?
My honourable friend, we're making that very, very important point. And I'm going to move on in my remarks to talk about tackling that stigma and discrimination which we know still exists in our country. We have made some progress in the national conversation about tackling mental ill health, particularly with the younger generations. But we know that still in too many workplaces and too many communities that there's still that discrimination and that taboo that is connected with mental ill health. And again, as a constituency MP, I see that on almost a weekly basis, particularly with men of an older generation who feel that they're able to talk to me because they know that I campaign on these issues, that I'm very open about it, but perhaps aren't able to speak to their work colleagues, sometimes to their very close family because of that discrimination that they feel still exists. So we are certainly on a journey as a country. Let me be very clear that and again, that one objection might be that mental health requires highly specialist medical interventions, not someone in the workplace with only a few days' training. And of course that is absolutely true. And mental health conditions do require a specialist diagnosis and treatment. And that's why many of us in this place, on both sides of the House, have been calling for more investment in this area to ensure that we've got those clinicians within our NHS to address what I believe is a mental health crisis in this country. But let's be very clear that the motion that we're discussing today in this specific initiative is not seeking to substitute mental health professionals for mental health first aiders. Mental health first aid training gives people the knowledge, the skills and the confidence to intervene early if someone is struggling with their mental health. It is not in any way intended to be a replacement for trained mental health professionals, either in the NHS or in our workplaces, but rather it offers an early warning system and an opportunity for an employee support, and particularly in responding to the point we just heard, to also tackle that taboo that we often see, raising the awareness of mental ill health and placing it on an equal footing with physical ill health, tackle some of that stigma and discrimination that we still have to break down. And if any colleagues would like a clearer explanation, then to them I say this. All of us here present would know where to go for assistance if we had a physical injury, if we perhaps slipped, or if we had a burn or a cut. The office is just down through the chamber. Maybe here in this place or in your previous role before you entered this House, you perhaps were that first aider. But how many colleagues here today or your staff would know where to go if they were struggling with their mental health? How many of you would have known who that person was if they existed at all in your previous job? Training people in our workplaces in mental health first aid would mean that employees in workplaces right across our country would have an instant answer to this question. Now, no one should assume a mental health first aider is the same as a mental health professional any more than anyone assumes a current workplace first aider is the same as a heart surgeon, an A&E doctor or a cancer specialist. The point is that a mental health first aider provides early intervention and a really critical and important signpost. And they would be able to answer questions about how and where to go to get treatment. They can help to change the culture in an office or on a shop floor so that someone with a mental illness has that support. They can provoke a conversation about mental health which can break down some of that stigma and prejudice. They can be a valuable first point of contact for someone struggling with their mental health in what might otherwise feel like a very lonely environment. We don't need to talk in purely hypothetical terms. At the end of last year, the Where's Your Head At campaign sent a letter to the Prime Minister in support of statutory mental health first aiders. It was supported by over 40 businesses, including WH Smith, Standard Chartered and Thames Water. I'm particularly proud to say that a friend of mine and good Labour colleague, Sadiq Khan, the Mayor of London, has in the capital done so much around mental health first aid training at City Hall and in London schools as part of his public health strategy. We know that St John's Ambulance would have trained 10,000 people by the end of this last period. And Mental Health First Aid England has now trained over 350,000 people in mental health first aid in our country. There are councils that are investing in this, and other providers are making similar strides forward. Those who have completed the training say it is hugely beneficial to them and their co-workers. It gives people those skills and knowledge and confidence and language to spot the signs of mental ill health, provide support and make early interventions. But most critically and importantly, it is helping those people affected, and it really can make a difference. In particular, one of the elements of the mental health first aid training that I completed was about what to do if someone that you work with is experiencing suicidal ideation, someone that might be considering taking their own life. We know that 6,000 people in our country took their life in the past year. It particularly impacts on young men. And this is an area where quite often people don't know what to say or do. But training like this, or training from the Zero Suicide Alliance, as well as a free online half-an-hour training, these are the tools that can really make a difference. And in some cases, it really is a life or death situation. A number of unions have come out in support of this change to the law that we are seeking to make today. Community, the Teachers' Union and Unite were all signatories to the letter to the Prime Minister I just mentioned, and the Communication Workers' Union and GMB have since joined calls for this change to the law. The costs of training, and this is something that also often is raised as a question, are very clearly outweighed by the benefits of better mental health in our workplace. We know that training typically can take place either over a number of days, but it also can take place over one day or a half a day. There are opportunities, particularly for small businesses and organisations, to train people in mental health first aid too. Again, I reflect on the training that I did. I did it with the Liverpool City Region Mayor, Steve Rotherham, and the senior leadership of Mersey Travel. In Liverpool, we came together and did that training. I've got half a day left to do, but I have seen almost the whole course and have seen what those benefits can be. So we don't need to gaze into the crystal ball. We can talk to people who have been trained, but again, in particular, we can reflect and engage with those people that have been helped. And I'd just like to conclude, I've just got a few remarks, to share some of the thoughts from a number of those organisations who have gotten in touch in recent days to share their experience of training mental health first aiders, the value they place on this important initiative, and why they are supporting our call today. I reflect on the experience of the insurance company AXA. They've trained over 100 of their staff to become mental health first aiders, so that now each of their UK offices has one. They've also trained the staff of the companies who they provide insurance to as mental health first aiders, helping other businesses across the country to improve mental health in their organisations. Another success story is that of Thames Water. There are 350 employees in that organisation who are trained in mental health first aid. They wear green lanyards so they can easily be identified by the wider workforce. A further 250 employees have joined Thames Water's Mental Health Online Engagement Forum, and they have calculated that there has been a 75% reduction in work-related stress, anxiety and depression amongst their employees. These are not insignificant impacts. Now, colleagues in this House, I certainly wasn't aware previously that the construction industry is a sector where workers are most affected by mental ill health. And in response to that, the Construction Industry Training Board have now committed £500,000 to the Building Mental Health Initiative, which will train 156 construction workers as mental health first aiders. And further to this, Mates in Mind is a fantastic charity that works to address that stigma of poor mental health and improve the positive mental well-being in the UK construction industry. Their aim by 2025 is to have reached 75% of the construction industry. And I just conclude by saying that I raise these examples to evidence to colleagues that a number of businesses across the country have been proactive in their approach to mental health, and they are reaping the rewards. And there are many more that I could have shared, but again, there are many members that want to contribute to this debate. Madam Deputy Speaker, this is an idea whose time has come. In a decade from now, when mental health first aiders are an established part of the workplace, we will wonder why we didn't start sooner. And I'm sure, as good to have the Minister here today, I'm sure that as she recognises, this, I think, is a measure that can bring us together across party lines. I think the Minister and the Government today has a chance to do a really important thing if they support this motion. And it is in line, I should raise, with their own pledges made by the Conservative Party in their manifesto in 2017. The Government has the opportunity to amend the 1974 Act and take a clear step towards achieving that real equality. The term parity for doesn't really mean anything, but what is it? It's real equality between physical and mental health. We legislated for that principle in the Health and Social Care Act in 2012. We're now 7 years down the road and we're still waiting to realise that ambition. The Minister will also know that the Prime Minister has been clear from the start of her premiership when she made the commitment to address that inequality between physical health and mental health as one of the key burning injustices that she wanted to erase. And this motion proposed today and the policy that it is seeking to implement gives the Prime Minister and her government the opportunity to solidify that commitment to this mission. And unlike certain other matters that we are discussing in the House this week and over the weeks ahead, this initiative does have the support across parties, it does have the support of businesses, it does have the support of our constituents. Over 200,000 people have signed the petition. It has the support of so many mental health campaigners across the country. And I sincerely hope that all members of this House, on both sides, will support it here this afternoon.
The question is, as on the order paper. Johnny Mercer.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I pay tribute to the member for Liverpool and Wavertree and her speech. She's absolutely right that it is wonderful to be back in this place today and be able to actually work on something and the sort of noise can dial down, and we can actually think carefully about something that, in my view, is actually, it has an importance up there with some of the most important things in this country. Mental health, for millions of people in this country, every day is their number one challenge. And if we can meet that in some way in this House, by working in the collaborative way that she's talked about, I think that's wonderful, and I'm really pleased that she's got this debate today and that the Minister's here to listen to it. I would also pay tribute to my friend, the member for North Norfolk. I think we work together, the three of us, on a number of different issues. Like in any team, there's those who sort of lead from the front and do all the heavy lifting and the hard work, and that's definitely not me. But a massive thanks to them for their efforts in getting this here today. Suicide in this country, and when I came into this place in 2015, I talked about mental health and how I wanted to end the stigma in this Parliament of mental health. I have found since then that still there is this. It's hard to understand this kind of air around suicide that people don't want to talk about or address, but it remains the biggest killer of men under 44 in this country, is suicide. And unless we talk about it, we are not going to come up with ways that will generally interdict in this process and meet the challenge. I will, of course, give way.
Honourable Member for giving way and congratulate my honourable friend for securing this debate. Would he agree with me that we need to be both encouraging people to talk through industry schemes like Mates in Mind, but also listening as well, and that's the importance of this move towards mental health first aid workers?
My honourable friend is absolutely right. There is no point in this country today in getting people to come forward and talk about mental health, which can be a very, very difficult thing for people, and then what's even worse, not have the services or the access there to help people when they have sort of made themselves vulnerable in that way. And that's why I'm so keen to keep our foot to the gas to make sure we start delivering on this. We have made progress, that is undeniable, but clearly there is a long way to go, and I'll come on to that. I just want to address the point around legislation. And from someone who does a lot of work in the sort of armed forces community and the armed forces government, people will say, why legislate? I have learnt in this place as well that we can have a number of different good ideas and initiatives that we can encourage people to do, but ultimately this is too big a challenge to be left to sort of personalities who are involved at different companies at different times. Sometimes you have to legislate for it, and those companies that do it already, it's not a problem for them. But sometimes I think our most vulnerable people in our communities deserve the government standing up and legislating and letting them know we're on side. Of course, I'd be delighted to give way.
I'm very grateful, and I'm sorry I wasn't here for the beginning of the Honourable Lady's speech. I was having my own health and well-being check with our own excellent service here, and the practice nurse was particularly keen to know about my stress levels, given the experience we all had in the last week, but I'm good for another few years. I just wanted to point out, he may know that I'm the co-chair of the all-party group for mindfulness as a form of looking after your employees' mental health in a simple way. And we held before Christmas a seminar involving military figures here, where clearly, as he knows from his experience, the high levels of potential mental health issues there are. And I'm glad to say that the Army are now seriously looking at how this can be introduced. And why wouldn't they? Because, won't he agree, this is a win-win situation. If you look after your employees and your workforce, they tend to do a better job, and they look after your company or your army unit or whatever better as well.
I thank my honourable friend for his intervention. He's absolutely right. How the military has come a long way. They do get a hard time, but the army in particular has come a long way on mindfulness and the importance of mindfulness and that ability to keep a healthy mind, and how much easier that is than actually getting better from a mental illness. And I thank him for all the work he does on that. And, he touches upon another point around mental health. And, we all come to this place for different reasons, but there is no doubt about it that the mental health challenge of a decade and a half of combat operations has ripped apart my circle of friends that I grew up with. And I have a real passion for getting this right. But we do, as my honourable friend opposite, the member for Liverpool and Wavertree, says, we need to look at this in a slightly different way in this country to how we've looked at it before. We're very good in this place about talking from the front bench about what we're putting into services. And don't get me wrong, that is extremely important, what we're actually in terms of money and priority. But until we turn the telescope around and ask what it actually feels like to be in these communities waiting for access to CAMHS, waiting for mental health treatment, that is the true metric of what we do in this place. And I would strongly encourage the government to look at doing it in that way. But why am I so interested in this? As everybody knows now, I have had OCD for a long time. Obviously now I like to pretend it's some sort of distant memory, but my close friends and family know that it's not. It is much better. But if I look back to when I was a boy and when I was growing up and going into the military and so on, if there was mental health first aid, there is no doubt about it, my life would have been completely changed. That sort of early intervention, that ability to intervene upstream when you're so much more likely to get better, you cannot underestimate how important that is. The afternoon where I'll never forget, a sort of Saturday afternoon where you end up in the Maudsley and you think, how did I end up here? How did this all start? And actually you think, if policies like this, if this thing had been talked about 20 years ago, millions of lives would have been very, very different. And I talk about it really because there's a really powerful message about this too, in that you can get better. People think with mental health that you're sort of managing it for the rest of your life, but you kind of reach your zenith, and that is it. And I cannot overestimate how wrong that is. Clearly, managing a mental health challenge is a difficulty, but it can absolutely be done, and the chances of doing that are just exponentially increases by that early intervention. And that, so if we can get into these workplaces and say to people, we take physical health as strongly as we do mental health, you are going to affect millions of lives, which is ultimately what we come to this place every week to do. Finally, again, I just pay tribute to my honourable friends opposite who've done a lot of the heavy lifting on here. And I know, it's been touched upon that there aren't so many people here today, but in some ways that doesn't matter. Because actually there will be people who have been following this intensely because they have a mental health challenge. They may be 15, 16, 17 young boys like I was at the time, who never talk about it, who sort of learn about what's going on through their phone, but they don't even talk to their parents. When I spoke about my OCD in the Evening Standard, I had loads of phone calls the next day, but the best one was from a boy who was 16 who said he'd never spoken to his parents about it, he'd never spoken to anyone about it at all. There will be a lot of people watching this today for whom, when it was cancelled before Christmas, they would have been devastated. And they are the people we are here for. And that's why people like me speak out. It's not easy to speak about individual issues in this House. But I would just say to younger boys and girls who are watching this now, or who may be struggling, or whatever it may be, don't think for a minute that because there's not lots of people here, or there's not all the raucous shouting that you've seen over the last few days, that this is in any way less important to many of us in this place than what's been going on. Just because you're quieter doesn't mean that we don't hear you. There is a mental health revolution going on in this country. We've seen it started. People are talking about it. A government's committed to parity of esteem. We're flicking over from meeting the unmet need. So we're meeting sort of 1 in 4 mental health needs at the moment. We're flicking over to 1 in 3. Clearly there is a big unmet need and we have further to go. But it is an unstoppable direction of travel. And today is another point on that march. I sincerely hope the government can take forward the recommendations that are there. Because parity of esteem, the only point I would slightly disagree with my honourable friend, the member for Liverpool, on is that parity of esteem does mean something, but she's right, it doesn't if people in our communities don't feel it. It is absolutely not good enough here to say parity of esteem is a wonderful thing, haven't we done well, we've put it into government legislation. It is meaningless unless the people who use the services actually feel like they are treated in the same way and they have the same access to treatments as those with physical health. I commend my honourable friends for the march we're taking on this, together with the stuff we've done on money and mental health, and in this Parliament of immense turbulence. You know, for those who are watching, who the quieter ones that I've spoken about, this march will continue, and you've got some wonderful advocates in this place, and we keep going. Thanks very much.
John Cruddas.
Thank you very much indeed, Madam Deputy Speaker. It is good to see the subject of mental health in the workplace being discussed this afternoon. And obviously, I want to congratulate colleagues from all parties who have secured the debate. To echo a point made in both speeches so far, given the recent discussions here, it's good that members can come together and discuss subjects of national significance in a spirit of fraternity. Now, it seems to me there are 2 basic elements here for today's debate. First, how to implore employers to accept their responsibilities to do more. And secondly, also to take the opportunity to showcase good practice in our communities where employers are stepping up to these challenges in terms of the mental health first aid on offer. The backdrop, as we know, is the increasingly aware of the scale of the mental health challenges that we face. For example, that 1 in 4 of us will experience a mental health issue at some point in our lives, according to the World Health Organization. As been mentioned earlier, the Lord Dennis Stevenson Paul Farmer report, Thriving at Work, highlighted the costs of poor mental health provisions within the workplace. They suggested some 300,000 people with long-term mental health issues lose their jobs every year, that poor mental health cost employers billions each year, and that the economy in turn loses billions per year as a result. Now, these staggering numbers are quite extraordinary, but it's not really a question of overall economic utility that is the subject of our discussions. It's about the suffering of our fellow citizens and what a good society and what good employers should be doing about these profound challenges. Think of it this way. A business in the community publication Mental Health at Work found that 15% of employees face dismissal, demotion or disciplinary action after disclosing a mental health issue at work. This could mean that this reality currently applies to some 1.2 million people of working age in the UK, and this could also, they also told us that just 11% of employees felt able to disclose mental health issues to their line manager. These figures are truly appalling, so things have to change. That's why employers must have to do more to address these issues. On the other hand, we should use this debate to highlight new initiatives where employers are stepping up to their responsibilities. And for this reason this afternoon, I just simply want to reference the work of a company at the heart of my constituency, the Ford Motor Company, in this area of workplace mental health. Throughout last year, many members might have seen or caught sight of an elephant in the transit film that the Ford Motor Company putting out, aired in TV ad breaks in cinemas and more generally across social media to raise awareness of mental health issues. It's a short film, actually. It's only, I guess, 30 seconds and contains a pretty simple but very smart message. Basically, there's 2 young working-class lads in a transit, and between them sits this massive elephant as the lads chat about their plans for the weekend. One clocks that his mate isn't quite right, and he's learnt to see the signs. So he pulls over the truck to talk to him about it all.
It is spot on, and it really does aim at a key demographic in this area, young working class males. In this instance, Ford have teamed up with Time for Change. They sought to cut through the stigma, especially amongst young working class males, so that we can more openly discuss mental health issues. And it's not an isolated initiative on their behalf. They've also been working with Mental Health First Aid England to launch a training programme to reduce stigma, encourage people to speak out more about mental health and to find safe, non-confrontational spaces to talk. The idea is that through this training, Ford dealers and managers will understand how to act as a first point of contact for a colleague developing or experiencing a mental health issue. To teach people to spot the signs of mental health issues, offer initial first aid help and guide a person towards the appropriate support. How to listen non-judgmentally, reassure and respond even in a crisis. The training can also help preventable issues arising by building a supportive culture around mental health, to equip their people in these roles with the skills to talk about mental health with the confidence and without judgment. It's impressed me the way the company want to normalise the topic of mental health amongst their workers. So today we should acknowledge such initiatives. They've also backed the Where's Your Head At campaign, which has been mentioned earlier, that's calling for change in workplace health and safety laws to protect mental health in the same way as physical health. If successful, it will ensure that every workplace provides mental health first aid as well as physical first aid, helping those in need of the earliest possible opportunity. Again, they've been working with Mental Health First Aid England for their training. So, overall, I think we can agree that this is the responsibility of British employers to ensure the provision of mental health standards in the workplace meets the necessary standards. Now, I have to admit that many times I've taken chunks out of employers for what they haven't done, and that does include the Ford Motor Company many times, compared to what they should be doing. Because of that tendency, it's also on me, therefore, to highlight good practice by the self-same employers, and these initiatives by Ford seem to me to be acknowledged and put on the record in the debate today. More generally, simply put, it's good that we have got time to talk about this issue this afternoon, so thank you for giving me a few minutes to make a few points. Thank you.
Peter Alders.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. I congratulate the honourable members for Liverpool Wavertree, North Norfolk and Plymouth Moorview for securing this debate and for the Backbench Business Committee for granting it. For many, first aid in the workplace has too often in the past been a green box that is kept in the corner, which, if we are lucky, is opened very occasionally when someone cuts a finger or scalds themselves when making a cup of tea. However, it's much more than that. Not only can there be more serious physical illnesses to which we have to attend, such as a broken limb or heart attack, but there are mental health challenges of which we need to be increasingly aware. Workplaces are very often highly stressful settings which can accentuate mental health challenges. It is important that we put in place measures to reduce stress, to help pick up those first signs of mental illness, and to ensure that people needing treatment and support receive it as quickly as possible. This is not only vitally important for those who are feeling unwell, but it's also good for their employers. Madam Deputy Speaker, I chair the all-party parliamentary group for First Aid, the secretariat for which is provided by St John Ambulance. I was on their management board in Suffolk before I came to this place. Mental health first aid training is increasingly being provided by St John Ambulance, who by the end of 2018 had provided 5,000 people with the skills to become mental health first aiders in their workplace, and this figure is due to rise to 10,000 this year. This is a good start, but it needs to be put in the context of 1 million physical first aiders in the workplace requalifying on a free yearly cycle. There is clearly a lot of work still to do. Madam Deputy Speaker, what I should do is first highlight the research carried out by St John, which shows clearly why we need to step up our game, and then I will move on to outline some cases which illustrate the benefits of embedding mental health support in the workplace. St John Ambulance carried out 2 surveys in 2018, one of 1,000 employees responsible for booking general first aid courses, and the other of 800 people who attended general first aid courses. The findings of the first survey came out of a variety of conclusions. Firstly, 1 in 4 people working has left the job due to mental health problems. A further 43% of people considered leaving a job due to stress or mental ill health, and yet less than 1/5 of businesses and organisations where they worked had mental health policies in place. Conditions including depression and stress had caused nearly a quarter to miss work for a day or longer. 6 out of 10 of the respondents asserted that their employer should do more to address mental health issues. Individual responses from the employees who took part in the research included a variety of comments. The company that I work for are pretty archaic. I believe my manager would mock me. And they recognise that it's a valid condition, but they see it as an inconvenience. Nearly 2/3 said they would feel uncomfortable asking for a mental health sick day. On a more positive note, Mr. Deputy Speaker, over 1/3 said their employer recognised stress as a valid condition and worked to help. However, more than a quarter said bosses did little or nothing to help. In the second survey, more than half were unaware that employees had rights if treated unfairly by their bosses on mental health grounds, and 9 out of 10 people felt that organisations should have a mental health policy. Both these items of research indicate why the recent initiative by the Health and Safety Executive is so important. It has long been assumed that an employer's responsibility for supporting mental health was covered under a standard risk assessment, which took into account all health and safety needs. However, in practice, due to the stigma attached to mental health, this simply hasn't been happening. 44% didn't feel able to tell their employer when they were feeling anxious or depressed at work, most citing embarrassment as the main barrier. Mr. Deputy Speaker, there is an overwhelming evidence of the need to embed a culture of mental health aid and support in the workplace. Last month, St John Ambulance hosted a national conference with speakers and delegates drawn from such diverse sectors as construction, banking, retail, education, local government and the armed forces. Case studies that were highlighted included wellness programmes, a universal approach to mental health first aid training, sleep training, talking groups for people as they tackled changing life circumstances, and the development of positive mental health champions. For one organisation, referrals by health professionals to counselling have fallen by 48% as a result of the initiatives that they have put in place, while another cited a 75% drop in absence due to work-related illness. The obvious impact on the bottom line has enabled senior leadership to buy into programmes which are now regarded as being crucial to their success. Mr. Deputy Speaker, as to the way forward, it is St John's experience from providing physical first aid training for employers over many years that mandatory regulation will be necessary if every organisation is to give mental ill health the attention it really deserves. They believe that further work is needed, especially among SMEs, to establish the right framework for that regulation. Extensive consultation will be required, and progress will need to be made in recognising the necessary impact on both employees and employers. The Government must first set out a firm timetable during which it will consider proposals from experts, employees and employers, and then consult on proposals for regulation to deliver parity of steam as called for by the Health and Care Act 2012 and implied by the Stevenson and Farmers Thriving at Work report. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Deputy Speaker. And can I just start by saying what a pleasure it is to work after yet another week of fractious and angry political discourse, to work with two honourable friends, and I use that term advisedly, the honourable member for Plymouth Moorview and the honourable member for Liverpool-Wavertree, on an issue of incredible importance. And I think it's important for those people who are watching today or reading about this debate to recognise that it is possible for honourable and right honourable members in this House to actually focus on really important issues like this, as well as the fractious arguments that we've had over Brexit. And I also wanted to thank the honourable member for Plymouth Moorview for what he said about his own experience of OCD. Interestingly, OCD has affected my family as well. Our oldest son was diagnosed with OCD as a teenager, and he's since spoken himself about his experience, and I speak with his authority and approval. But what he said about the importance of people in his position speaking out about these conditions is so important. I remember the moment when, as a teenager, Archie said to me, "Why am I the only person who's going mad?" And for a parent to hear that from their child is awful and incredibly distressing. But it makes you realise what a teenager must be going through if that's how they feel about their own situation. And of course, it's entirely false perspective, because you then realise that so many others are experiencing their own challenges. And when that realisation dawns, it makes it so much easier for those individuals to speak out. So thank you, the honourable member, for saying so and for talking to the press about it, because it does cumulatively make a difference. And the Time to Change campaign has been, I think, incredibly powerful in helping to normalise mental ill health. And I always think that every time someone speaks out about it, people in a public position, it makes it just that little bit easier for another teenager to seek help and not to just be frightened about opening up about it. I wanted to also join with the honourable member for Liverpool-Wavertree in acknowledging the work of Natasha Devon, a great campaigner for mental health, but also to thank Bauer Media and indeed Mental Health First Aid England for championing this important cause. And I wanted to start also by saying something about the cost of mental ill health, and focus first of all on the cost to the individual, because it's often not recognised by those people who don't experience it just how painful it can be and how disabling it can be for people. And if you are experiencing anxiety or depression or a condition such as OCD, your life is completely dominated by it. You can't enjoy life. You can't be happy often. And so recognising just how important this is to people, I think is so important. And whenever we talk about, the economic cost of mental ill health, it's important to actually focus on the most important thing, the cost to individuals of the ill health that so many people experience. But alongside that, there is a significant cost to employers. And it's not just private sector employers, it's the public sector, it's charities and so forth. Health and Safety Executive data shows that 57% of days off work through ill health is because of mental ill health of one sort or another. 57%. And so not to confront this effectively represents an enormous cost to employers. And it's not just time off work. It's the fact that very many people end up falling out of work and onto benefits, but also the fact that so many people turn up to work but underperform, this concept of presenteeism, because they are not feeling on top of their game, because they are obsessed by anxieties or concerns which prevent them from performing their work responsibilities in an effective way. So there is really a win-win-win for everybody. It's not just the individual, it's the employer, but also the government who gains as a result of us taking this more seriously. If you fall out of work because of mental ill health, you end up claiming benefits. It's an enormous cost to the government. And indeed, there is an impact on the NHS as well. So everybody benefits by us taking this more seriously. The question then is how best to achieve an advance. And I think the Honourable Member for Waveney made a really important point when he said that we need to think carefully about how we frame this. And I wanted to also make the point that under existing law, employers are under duties to protect the mental health and well-being of their workforce. And the Institute of Occupational Safety and Health have made this point very strongly in their brief for this debate. They make the point that under the Health and Safety at Work Act 74 and the associated regulations, they are under a duty, employers are under a duty to manage the psychosocial risk to their employers at work. There is also the duty under the Equality Act to make reasonable adjustments where people are suffering from some sort of disability, including mental ill health. And I also applaud the Health and Safety Executive for the new guidance they've issued in November of last year, for the first time including a section on mental health, which is important. And these are all advances. I think that it's worth acknowledging. And I want to also acknowledge the work of Paul Farmer and Lord Stevenson in the work that was commissioned by the government. Their report, Thriving at Work, they recommend mental health core standards for every employer. But nonetheless, the first aid legislation is very much framed in terms of physical health, and it is really important to establish clearly in legislation, just as we did in the coalition in terms of the NHS, where we legislated for parity of esteem. It seems to me that in terms of the workplace, there is a really important principle that we legislate for equality of importance for both physical and mental health. But I wanted to stress that it is much more than just mental health first aid. Vitally important though mental health first aid is, and I totally endorse all of the comments of the Honourable Member for Liverpool Wavertree. But I want to just highlight that there are potential risks if we don't get it right, as the Honourable Member for Waverley made clear. There is a risk, for example, of a tick box exercise where an employer can just say, yes, we've trained someone up in mental health first aid. We've done nothing else, but we've ticked the box and therefore we've met the regulation. That would be a failure for all of us if that was the outcome of this exercise. But the more fundamental point is that actually the approach we should be taking is about preventing ill health in the workplace. So the whole focus should be on creating healthy workplaces where people are treated with dignity and respect. And it's vitally important that employees, and not just one, but across the workforce, have the opportunity to raise their awareness and understanding of mental health. But alongside that, we have to think about the causes of stress and anxiety in the workplace, and often it's due to unhealthy workplaces where people aren't respected, where there's a bullying culture. Depressingly, we see that quite often in the NHS, unbelievably, but that has to be confronted because that is the cause of why so many people end up feeling anxious and distressed and depressed as a result of what happens at work.
Very great. Jones. Giving way. But would he also agree there's things that companies can do very simply to improve that work-life balance? I mean, BT, for one, for example, I know is one, and quite a few others have taken this support on, for example, making sure that people don't answer emails late at night or over weekends, or that, for example, when people have bereavements, that they have a sensible bereavement policy which supports the individual rather than just allows a number of days for that individual to get over it.
Well, an incredibly helpful intervention. I totally agree with the Honourable Member. It's about getting the whole culture in the workplace right. So flexible working, understanding that parents sometimes have responsibilities for their children, carers have responsibility for an elderly loved one perhaps at work, but not working at ludicrous hours of the day and night is also incredibly important. So how we achieve the legislative change is really important. It's vital that we raise awareness through mental health first aid, but we also have to have a fundamental focus on the prevention of mental ill health in the workplace. And I wanted, Mr Deputy Speaker, in the minutes that are remaining for me, to just focus on some of the things that we did in the West Midlands. I was asked, after I was chucked out of the Department of Health by the electorate in 2015, I was asked to chair a commission on mental health in the West Midlands. And our whole focus was on how we prevent mental ill health, to take a more public mental health approach. And we focused particularly on the workplace. And the first thing we focused on was actually another important point, how we get people who've experienced mental ill health and who have been out of work, often for years and years, how do we get them back into work? Because work is actually good for people. Meaningful work where you gain a sense of dignity and self-respect is really important. And so we are undertaking, with government support I should say, £8.5 million for a randomised controlled trial, applying a really strong evidence-based approach which is called individual placement and support, where you give people intensive support to get them ready for employment, but get them then into a proper job and then support them in that job. But we're looking at how you can apply that in primary care so that you capture people earlier, you get them access to someone who can train them and support them for employment. You change the mindset of GPs so that they're not just thinking about the sickness of their patient, but how they can help them recover and get back into work is a very critical part of that. Now, I hope that as a result of this randomised controlled trial, we will be able to learn lessons which we can then apply across the country. And if we can get lots of people with severe and enduring mental ill health back into work, we will achieve something really very significant. Sadly, at the moment, this extraordinarily strong evidence-based approach is the exception rather than the rule. Most people across this country don't get access to it. Government has made a commitment to double the numbers, but that's still a very small proportion of the total, so it needs to be rapidly expanded, it seems to me.
But isn't one of the problems that because we've not got mental well-being hardwired into government policy, we have some policies, for example, some DWP work capability tests and others, that actually work against those individuals. And I'll highlight one example, and that's the usefulness of voluntary work for getting people back into work. At the moment, there are limits around that, what people can do while they're still on benefits. Does he think some flexibility in that will help this process?
I absolutely do. I was going to say, as I started hearing him talk, don't talk to me about the work capability assessment because it will get me very angry. But we need to have a reform of the welfare system to help facilitate people returning to work rather than just treat them as second-class citizens, as it often does.
I thank the right honourable member for very, very kindly giving way and listening so closely to his pertinent remarks. In particular, this issue about people in work or not in work if they're affected by a mental health condition. I was so struck to learn that for my local mental health trust, Merseycare, providing services for all of Merseyside, the latest figures I had available, so it's not the most recent financial year, it's the one before, just 3% of the patients under their care in both the community and in inpatient services, just 3% were in any form of work. And that figure is similarly replicated for patients under the care of many mental health trusts across our country. Does he, like I believe, that people outside of this place might not be aware of that, but it's a staggering fact and it should concern us all, that we should be doing everything possible to support people with mental ill health conditions into the workplace?
Well, I totally agree, and I suppose my plea to the government is, as we hopefully commit to spending more on mental health, that we spend at least part of it on these preventive measures. If you can get someone into work, it just makes a whole difference to their lives, and the evidence shows that very many people helped back into work are then able to stay in work. Reducing the burden on the NHS, absolutely reducing the burden on the benefit system, but giving people dignity and self-respect. I want to just mention another thing that we're doing in the West Midlands. It's the wellbeing premium. It was my idea. It's been supported by the government, so I'm grateful to them. But the idea here is, and we're trialling it over a year, if you give a bit of an incentive to employers to improve the way in which they support people in work, training their line managers, which is the most critical thing of all that you can do, then can we reduce the numbers of people who end up on sickness absence by just giving them a temporary incentive, perhaps for 1 or 2 years, perhaps a reduction in the business rates or reduction in national insurance payments. And if by that way you can reduce sickness absence and reduce the number of people falling out of work through ill health, and indeed reduce the problem of presenteeism, then again everyone benefits from it. It will be very interesting to see how that succeeds. We're also in the West Midlands pursuing something which we call Thrive at Work commitment. This is to try and build a social movement of companies who all sign up to a commitment to up the level of support that they provide people, changing the culture in their workplaces. A toolkit is provided to companies, and I think that this could make a very substantial difference across that region. And then finally, a commitment as part of our action plan to train up 500,000 people across the West Midlands in mental health first aid. So this is a totally different approach to what we've been used to, which is an NHS which is very much focused on sickness and providing treatment for sickness after often a very long wait, as the Honourable Member for Plymouth Moorview pointed out. And instead, the whole focus of the system should be on prevention. And I think if we do that, we can achieve a real breakthrough. So to conclude, Mr Deputy Speaker, let's amend the legislation, get mental health first aid, become the standard in every workplace, but critically, as part of a much wider programme focused on prevention, building good, healthy workplaces with the right culture, where people have respect, where people are engaged in the work that they're doing, where they're treated with dignity, and along with a commitment, a dedication to the work that they are doing. Raise awareness of mental ill health amongst all staff, train the managers properly, and I think through a combination of regulation and incentives, we can make a real difference to people.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. I wish to speak briefly in support of the motion, and in doing so, can I congratulate all the 3 members for bringing forward this motion to the Backbench Committee, and can I, in particular, pay tribute to my honourable friend, the member for Liverpool-Wavertree, for the work that she's done over a long period of time on this very important issue. As we know, Mr Deputy Speaker, across the country, poor mental health is something that impacts on so many people at various points in their lives, and is, as we've heard, something that will likely impact on around 1 in 4 of us to a varying degree at one point in our lives. We know that more support is required to help people suffering from mental health in the workplace, support to halt people from deteriorating and to help them back to better mental health. I myself took part in a mental health first aid training course in a previous employment. It was a very worthwhile experience, and one that opened my eyes in terms of things to look out for and to be in a better position to provide help and support to work colleagues, and I would recommend it to anybody. I fully appreciate, which is the reason for the motion today, that not all employers across the UK offer this training to employees, and I do believe that this should change. Evidence suggests that in workplaces where mental health first aid is offered, some 83% of employees say that they have seen an improvement in signposting to mental health support, and that is significant. We also know that it helps anyone experiencing a period of poor mental health to talk. I know from speaking to organisations such as Merthyr and the Valley's Mind in my own constituency how important it is to have that opportunity to talk to someone. That is hugely important in the context of work colleagues, and therefore for employers to treat support for mental health on a parity with physical health would be a big step forward. And also talking, as we've heard a number of times during the debate today, will help to raise awareness across society and will help in some way to end the stigmas of the past. We know, Mr Deputy Speaker, periods of mental ill health can affect everyone, regardless of age, gender or background. We know there are serious issues in terms of PTSD and other mental health issues in our armed forces. And we know that it affects a lot of men, particularly young men, and suicide, as we've heard, is still the biggest cause of death for men aged under 45. So the more awareness that there is, particularly in workplace, and I would suggest including workplaces that are possibly predominantly male-dominated, we would be doing much to support those suffering from mental ill health and would provide an opportunity to intervene at an early stage. Having more support for mental health in the workplace makes sense from a financial perspective, as we know, that workplace mental health issues cost the UK economy, as we've heard, billions of pounds a year. But, Mr Deputy Speaker, whilst the financial position is of concern, the cost to individuals, their families, their quality of life is much more concerning. We know that around 300,000 people with long-term mental health conditions lose their jobs every year, and left untreated, mental ill health impacts persons' relationships with friends, family, and ultimately, as I said, on their quality of life. As I've highlighted in recent years, many have said that mental health should have the same focus as physical health, although for a variety of reasons this does not yet appear to be the case. And as we've heard from our honourable friend, the member for Liverpool-Wavertree, the Health and Safety Act in 1974 made it a legal necessity for workplaces to train somebody in medical first aid. So if we are to have parity for mental health alongside physical health, we do need to make those changes. And as the motion states, the government should change the law to provide a clear direction to employers regarding their responsibility not only for physical health, but for mental health too. Mr Deputy Speaker, in conclusion, workplaces will benefit from having trained mental health first aiders. As I've said, it will not only provide financial benefit to the economy, but also provide a positive impact on many people's well-being. So I hope the government will take note and will act quickly. Thank you.
Nice one.
Jim Shelton. Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. First of all, can I congratulate the Honourable Lady for Liverpool-Wavertree and bringing this forward. And thank you for setting the scene so well, and to the many very valuable contributions from right honourable and honourable members across the chamber on both sides. Like others in this chamber, I think it's. I echo the comments. What a joy it is to have a subject matter that we can all agree on. Agree on in the strategy forward, and also I'm minded, Mr Deputy Speaker, of that programme that I watch on a Sunday night, maybe others watch it as well, called The Midwife. It's always a real tragedy at the beginning of the programme, but at the end of it, it always turns out well. I do hope that Brexit turns out the same. That's all I can say. We'll see how it goes. Most of us in this chamber should and would have a good understanding of the impact that mental health issues have on people's emotional and physical state. In the short term, mental health problems have personality traits and the behaviour of individuals. In the long term, they can lead to suicidal thoughts, and in the worst scenario, can eventually drive a person to commit suicide. There were 318 registered suicides in Northern Ireland during 2015, which was the highest since records began in 1970. People often have trouble coping with mental health issues, and this, of course, will translate into their work life. Mental health can become compartmentalised, and neither can the key to working with and living with mental health problems. I'm very happy to give way. Absolutely.
Mr Speaker, not to intervene on the honourable gentleman, but is he also aware, and I'm sure he is, that Northern Ireland has a particular issue which, when I was a Minister of His Defence, I was still shocked to see that even though the violence around the Troubles is perhaps 20 and 30 years away, there's still a legacy of mental illness from those times.
Jim Sharp. Thank the Honourable Gentleman for his intervention, and he obviously has some side of my notes, because I was going to refer to that later on, but he's absolutely right, because there is a 30-year terrorist campaign which has a legacy in it, and that affects us. I'm going to mention that earlier on as I go through my comments. When I was first elected, Mr Deputy Speaker, in 2010, I took in a new part of my constituency, and that was Ballynahinch. I very quickly found out that we had some serious problems in relation to suicides in that area, mostly amongst young people. And unfortunately, they seem to be cluster suicides, if I can use that terminology, because there was a number of young people who took their lives. The community very quickly reacted in Currylea and also in Ballynahinch, and they came together from the church groups, from the community groups, from interested individuals, and addressed those issues and helped in a way with the government departments to reduce the level of suicides at that time. But it was particularly stressful to be an MP and a member of Parliament very quickly in my parliamentary term to be confronted with that. 1 in 6 workers suffer from anxiety, depression and unmanageable stress each year, causing 74% of people with a mental health problem to take more than a year out of work. And together, 18 million days were lost to sickness absence caused by mental health conditions in 2015. Mental health issues affect countless of those in the population with work in their lifestyle. Urgent action must be taken to educate employers of the difficulties that follow with mental illnesses, to help those struggling in the workplace in the main, and as a benefit to the employer for implementing what could include cost outlays. It follows that not only is a happier worker a more productive worker, there should be a natural decrease in sick periods, and other members have referred to that. Firstly, to allow employers to take steps to promote and improve people's well-being in their workplace. They need to be able to identify when someone may be struggling with mental health problems. And it's not always easy to see that, and I understand that, because I've talked with many people who are very smiley, jokey, happy, probably sometimes maybe the heart and soul of the occasion, but when they go home they're a different person. So sometimes you don't really know what's happening, and that's one of the problems. So when you have people in a workplace, you need someone who can perhaps see through the facade and see the real person underneath, and that's important. 49% of workers said they would not be comfortable disclosing a mental health issue at work. That's also something we have to address, meaning that workplaces should be educated to ensure they can recognise individuals who are dealing with these problems. Workplaces should be trained on mental health issues, including a mental health first aid, to ensure that the workplace is a positive environment. With 2 in 5 employers admitting that they have seen a rise in mental health problems, it's important that workplaces foster a culture of support and openness to those needing help, making them feel reassured to seek assistance from fellow employers. For example, the Scottish Association for Mental Health, developed and backed by the Scottish Government, have adopted a programme on physical activity. And I say this with all honesty and sincerity. The Scottish Government and their Health Department lead so much on health issues, and they lead in this one as well. And I know the Honourable Gentleman will speak afterwards, and he'll probably refer to it, but I just think it's important that we do recognise good practice wherever it may be, and hope that we can replicate that in other parts of the United Kingdom, Great Britain and Northern Ireland. Better together, that's what I always say. And it's my belief that the Department of Work and Pensions must take the lead, and that all workplaces should be supplied with a mental health toolkit as a standard. Not those who request it, but all who are paying tax for a business. And these could be modelled on the current publications by Public Health England, Business in the Community, and also by the Samaritans. What a great job that they do to address these issues. Every one of us will know what they do, and through our own constituencies, but they do tremendous work, and those volunteers, we can't praise them high enough. In order to engage employers to participate in initiatives such as Time to Change, to be educated further on the subject of mental health, there must be a move and help garnered by the department. There is a suggestion that, as well as getting involved in mental health organisations, companies should review their absence policies and should make perhaps keeping in touch arrangements, as evidence suggests that 12.7% of all sickness absent days in the United Kingdom can be attributed to mental health conditions. That's a high number, and it would suggest that we need to do something specific for that. There must be tools to enable employers to create an employee assistance programme. I've read research that indicates that of the few businesses who have this programme, 25% of employees say their organisations encourages staff to talk openly about their mental health issue, as the research shows that it becomes easier to deal with their problems the more people talk about mental health issues. The old saying, it's good to talk, it's so true it is, and sometimes there's many people that we meet who maybe don't have anyone to talk to, so it's important that opportunity arises as well. Not only does this help the individuals suffering with mental health problems, but it also, I believe, benefits companies, as better mental health support in the workplace can save UK businesses up to £8 billion per year. So there's this cost saving as well. If we do the job right and do it in the businesses, then we can save money, and they can save money, and they have a more productive and a happier workforce. 3/4 of all mental health problems are established by the age of 24 years when entering a long-term career. Now, that must be a factor for us at that early stage to recognise that as well. Often the case is that 300,000 lose their jobs as companies are unsure how to provide the help and the support that they need. As in the past year, 74% of people have felt stressed as they've been overwhelmed or unable to cope due to the demands of their career. Managers, I believe, should be able to spot the signs of common health conditions, and this only happens with dedicated training. And others have referred to the need to train and the need to have that knowledge about what's happening. Some as many are blind or uneducated to the symptoms of mental illness. It is all too easy in the busy working world to be consumed with a goal and not see the things that play around us. So we can be busy and not see the things, and that's why it's important. We would never send an engineer into a dangerous environment without the necessary training. So why should we assume that companies can automatically notice when an employer's health or employee's health is plummeting? The benefits of promoting regular breaks and eating lunch away from the desk. I say these things, Mr Deputy Speaker, I'm sure you're probably the same as we all are. We often eat at our desks. That's how we do it. But that doesn't mean that everybody else has to do it. And we have to recognise that sometimes it's good to get away from your desk, to take a walk, to just get a bit of time, to have your mind on other things. The benefits of promoting the regular break, eating and lunch away, a positive workplace state of mind must be highlighted to those who have a busy life and seek to cram things into every second at the risk of their mental health. Northern Ireland especially is struggling, and I come back to this point that the Honourable Gentleman referred to just a few minutes ago, with the subject of mental health due to the lack of resources. When matched to 17 other countries, Northern Ireland has the second highest rates of mental health illnesses and is 25% higher than England. And this is most certainly due to 30 years of troubles and the terrorist campaign legacy issues. But it's more than that as well, and we have to address those issues. We must do better with enabling people to live a high-quality life with the tools to handle stress and daily life. And I believe a massive step in this is creating a mental first aid as standard in workplaces. And coming to the end, Mr Deputy Speaker, workplace mental health costs employers around £26 billion per year. Many places are struggling to be able to fund a large amount of money to improve their awareness of mental health. A report towards the NHS found that mental health accounts for nearly half of all ill health and people younger than 65, and that only a quarter of people in need of treatment currently get it. While we're talking about a health issue, I think that it's important that we have 4 government departments coming together to have a strategy as well. It's not just about health, it's about DWP, it's about education, it's about biz. 4 departments working together to ensure we can deliver on this. And more support and funding needs to be given to companies in the NHS to help those suffering in the long term, as they are unable to provide the materials needed. Action needs to be taken, as a number of sick days due to mental health issues are increasing rapidly due to negative work environment, as 89% of employers with mental health problems say it hugely affects their work life. This needs to change not only for the betterment of business and the economy, but also for the betterment of those struggling with many mental health issues. I look forward to the Minister's reply, to the Shadow Minister's comments as well. I'm convinced, Mr Deputy Speaker, as I think we all are in this chamber today, that the replies we will get from the Minister will be positive and helpful. And thank you everyone for their contributions.
Chris Dickens.
Well, thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. Let me first of all praise the Honourable Member for Lewell-Buck for securing this debate and making an excellent speech, and also probably congratulate her, as she may very well be the first person to get a votable motion passed in the House this week. So, as soon as every other motion, I think, has been voted down. But I want to spend some time, Mr Deputy Speaker, I want to spend some time just talking about some of my personal experiences when I was a trade union activist before coming to this place, because when dealing with issues around mental health, it was how to remind employers about the provisions of the Equalities Act, reasonable adjustments, and making them understand about a particular condition and what can happen in a particular condition, and actually trying to encourage managers to make sure that first aiders were aware of someone with a certain condition, and actually making them aware of particularly employees, workers with specific medication
what the side effects of that medication can be, because that can impact on their behaviour, it can impact on their performance, and making sure that they are aware of that. I think the Honourable Member for Dagenham and Rainham, I think, raised some pretty shocking statistics around issues of dismissal and all of that. And I believe that that has been mainly because of aggressive attendance management policies that are in place, not just in the private sector, but also in the public sector as well, where certain days being absent, reach a trigger point for an interview, can mean the removal of sick pay, can mean other forms of disciplinary action. And that makes people then go into what's been referred to as presenteeism, where people feel that because they've been off a certain amount of days, they know if they're off another day, then they're going to get that treatment. And that is why I think that we really do need to encourage some real, if we're going to have attendance management policies, they should be based on facts. They shouldn't be aggressive just on the basis of trigger points. And I very much associate myself with the Honourable Member for Norfolk around the issues in regard to bullying. Bullying and harassment in the workplace is an issue and does impact on an individual's mental health. So I'm very much supportive of the motion in relation to ensuring first aiders have the adequate training, and it's something that in a trade union workplace, a trade union organised workplace, I know is very much encouraged, and I know that there will be honourable members across the House who agree with me that in trade unionised workplaces, the trade unions play a vital role in the workplace, ensuring that an employee with a mental health condition is looked after and given the proper support, and that employers understand the conditions. It very much reminds me of one of the favourite books in the Glasgow City Unison office was the MIMS book, which actually explained every single piece of medication and what the side effects were, and actually using that as a tool to actually explain to employers, someone who's on medication or someone who has a health condition, that it can lead to their behaviour and it can lead to other problems, and to address them in a way that's fair and appropriate. Now, the Honourable Member for Strangford encouraged me, I think, to promote the Health Services Scotland and the 10-year mental health strategy, and I'll talk briefly about that, Mr Deputy Speaker. Between January and June last year, there was a number of courses. There was 43 one-day courses of mental healthy workplaces for NHS managers. That was 552 people trained. There was training for trainers to make sure that there's now 28 people who are delivering more courses. 8 workshops on resilience and wellbeing, 97 individuals trained there, and 3 managers' competency workshops, 36 people trained there. So in Scotland there is a 10-year mental health strategy. It seems to be working. Out of 40 actions, 13 are complete and 26 actions are progressing and ongoing. And these training programmes, I think, are vital, as the Honourable Member for Stratford has said, in helping the workplace. Training programmes include surviving the pressures of work-related stress, managing organisational stress, getting health and safety executive on boards with those arrangements as well. Could I also say, Mr Deputy Speaker, I think there's an opportunity for the Government to look at its Good Work Plan as well in relation to ensuring that there's that mental health issues in the workplace are dealt with appropriately. It seems to me that the issues of insecure work are not yet being tackled by the Government, and I think that can have a real impact on someone's mental health and their well-being. The issues in relation to how the Department of Work and Pensions are dealing with some of these issues, I would hope that the Government look at. For example, the issue of an individual refusing a 0-hour contract job should be sanctioned under universal credit, but if they're on a legacy benefit, they wouldn't be sanctioned. And so the pressures and the Department of Work and Pensions system of benefit conditionality can often be punitive, and I think is a recipe for claimants being... I will, of course.
Currently,
the honourable gentleman for giving way. Some of my postcard, my post bag, I get letters often from people on zero-hour contracts. They'll get up at, for argument's sake, 5 o'clock in the morning, spend an hour cycling to a job, just to find out that then there's not a day's work for them. And that puts them under such stress and causes so much more anxiety and pressures their mental health. Would you agree with me that this is just one of the drawbacks of zero-hours contracts? We hear such a lot about how wonderful it is that everybody's in work, and actually, if you just scratch under the surface, it's not actually quite that simple.
I would very much agree with that. I don't know if the honourable members had the opportunity to look at the provisions of the Workers' Rights and Definitions Bill, which I've laid down in Parliament, which deals with some of those issues. But I think the point is that for people in zero-hour contracts, or for working parents who find themselves turning up at work and being told that their expectation is that they're going to be working for a certain amount of hours, sometimes they're told that they're working, instead of 4 hours, they're working 8 hours, and then have to deal with childcare, or they turn up and, as the honourable member has said, they find out that they're not required that day. And that must have an impact on someone's mental health and well-being. Also, I would ask the government to look at the punitive measures in terms of benefit conditionality, because it's also a recipe for people just being recycled into unsuitable and potentially exploitative work. And they would do that just to avoid a sanction. So, Mr Speaker, I very much support the motion. I would ask the government in response to perhaps look at some of those issues about the clear and direct impact on the mental health of workers and some of the policies that it may wish to change in that regard. And I do want to thank everybody for their excellent contributions so far. Thank you.
Julie Cooper.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I would like to begin by congratulating my honourable friend for Liverpool-Wavertree and pay tribute to her for the excellent work she does in this area, and also to honourable members for North Norfolk and Plymouth Moorview for helping to secure this really important debate. And I'd particularly like to pay tribute to the member for Plymouth Moorview for sharing his very personal experiences, which are very powerful. My mother suffered with OCD all of her life and regularly said to me, if I had a damaged leg, I would have got help and I've got sympathy and there would have been no stigma attached. But as it is, that it's different. So I thank you for raising this issue, because I think it is really important. Debates like this, apart from with a particular end in sight, to raise awareness, end stigma, is very important. And I would say to join with members in this wonderful spirit of cooperation at all corners of the House, to anyone out there suffering with mental health, ill health, and to the family members, that there are many of us in this place who are sincerely dedicated to changing and effecting good change in this. And so far we've heard powerful contributions from all corners on the impact that mental health issues can have on people's lives and indeed on our economy. Well, 1 in 4 people who will experience mental health issues, there are serious consequences for all areas of their life, including at work. It's estimated that 5 million workers, nearly 1 in 7, are experiencing a mental health condition. Women in full-time employment are twice as likely to have a common mental health problem as full-time employed men. And 300,000 people with a long-term mental health condition lose their jobs every year. The human cost of this is hard to calculate. These are the people who've lost their livelihoods because they cannot get the support that they need. And while the human cost is difficult to quantify, we do know that there is an enormous economic cost overall. For the whole of the UK, it costs up to £99 billion a year. The Mental Health Foundation has found that over 12% of sick days in the UK can be attributed to mental health conditions. The Health and Safety Executive report that 15.4 million working days are lost each year to work-related stress, anxiety and depression, more than are lost to physical ill health. Mental ill health hits smaller businesses hard. Research from the insurance sector found that it costs small and medium enterprises £30,000 to replace a staff member in terms of recruitment costs, training time and lost productivity. And there is another side to presenteeism. As the TUC points out, UK workers with mental health problems also contribute to the economy. They added $226 billion to the UK GDP in 2016 alone. They are contributing despite living with mental ill health, so it's only right at the very least that society gives something back to them. Despite them often suffering illness, their work supports our economy, so our society must support them. Mr Deputy Speaker, mental health does not exist in isolation. It is fundamentally bound up with the way that we live our lives. The stresses and strains of modern life are taking their toll. In my own constituency of Burnley, 1 in 5 people report that they feel anxious or depressed, higher than the national average. Incidents of suicidal thoughts of many members have testified, and outright acts of suicide have risen, worryingly so, since 2000. The number since that time, incidents of self-harm actually doubling over that period. Workplace conditions can be responsible for these strains. Indeed, 3/4 of adults say they are stressed about their work. And I would say to employers out there, as a former employer, that the best thing that you can do to improve your productivity and the profitability of your company is to invest in the health and well-being of your workforce, including mental health. It's absolutely paramount. But sadly for many workers, mental health support is severely lacking, and access to services that prevent mental health problems is in fact getting worse. Mental health services are still a long way from reaching the promised parity of esteem. Mental health trusts have less money to spend on patient care in real terms than they did in 2012. This underfunding is leading to delays for people who are trying to access these services. In some areas of the country, people are now waiting 4 months to access basic talking therapies. That's 4 months without the support that they need to stay in work. But when it comes to mental health in the workplace specifically, as research from Mind and others have shown, we can actually put a number on the cost of failure to fund our mental health services adequately. For taxpayers, poor mental health at work is estimated to cost between £24 and £27 billion per year. That's in NHS costs, benefit costs and lost tax revenue. These costs can be avoided if our mental health services are properly funded to give people the support they need. Mr Deputy Speaker, just as work can be the cause of stress and ultimately mental ill health, work is also the place where mental ill health can manifest itself. This discussion today has shown us one way that support at work could be provided. Mental health first aid, much like physical first aid, can provide a first port of call when mental health problems arise. We've heard today already about the value of which early intervention can have. And members for Dagenham and Liverpool-Wavertree were specific examples where companies have invested proactively in employing and training for mental first aid workers. We heard that Thames Water, since doing this, has seen a 3/4 reduction in sickness absence related to these issues. It's clear, therefore, that mental health first aid can work, but currently there is no duty on employers to provide mental health first aid, and our view is that there should be. In 2012, the government encouraged employers to offer mental health first aid, but we still have not seen it taken up as widely as it should have been. The amount of resource being put forward by the government for mental health first aid training is clearly not enough to embed mental health first aid. Last year, the review of the workplace mental health by Paul Farmer and Baron Stevenson recommended that all employers put in place systems to support workers with mental health conditions. And as we've heard today, mental health first aid can play an important role in this. The government at the time accepted the recommendations of Farmer and Stevenson review, including those about the role of employers, And can the Minister tell us, when she responds to the debate, what action the Government is taking to put these recommendations into practice? Mr Deputy Speaker, the debate today has called for a change in the law, and we join this call. The Government must come forward with proposals as to what support will be given to employers to make sure that mental health first aid is provided. This is too important to be left to the goodwill of employers. Legislation is required. But mental health first aid alone will not be enough. Its role will also be to refer people onto professional mental health services when that is appropriate. And mental health first aid is not a solution when the wait for professional mental health services could be months. Mental health first aid must be part of a wider network of support alongside clinical services that give people appropriate and timely support. If this Government is serious about tackling the burning injustice of mental ill health, we must have less tinkering around the edges and a comprehensive new system of support that looks to intervene as soon as possible when problems emerge. The human cost and economic impact of what is becoming a mental health epidemic can no longer be ignored, and the Government must demonstrate that it takes this seriously and act now. Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker.
Mr Jackie Doyle-Price.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I'd like to thank all contributors to this debate today, which has been marked by a lot of enthusiasm and passionate advocacy in support of improved mental health. I particularly obviously like to pay tribute to the Honourable Member for Liverpool-Wavertree, the Honourable Member for North Norfolk and my Honourable friend, the Member for Plymouth-Moorview, for securing this debate and, again, bringing their characteristic ambitious agendas to play, I suppose, and their well-informed and passionate advocacy on this behalf. Standing as I do, it is quite often challenging responding to all three honourable members, but on this occasion, I've really enjoyed listening to their contributions and agreed with much of what's been said. And I think we are all sharing the same objective here, which is to secure support as early as it can for people who are suffering mental ill health, and more specifically to enable more people with mental ill health to stay in work, because it's good for their health as long as it's good work, well supported, but it's also good for the economy that more people are encouraged to work. And the Honourable Lady, the member for Liverpool-Wavertree, perhaps illustrates it most starkly by the figures she referred to with regard to those receiving care from Merseycare, which really brings into stark relief exactly the size of the challenge. The fact that only 3% of those patients are in work is something that perhaps we should all reflect on, and really does underline the importance of making sure that we get better at supporting and encouraging people into work if they're suffering mental health challenges. I'm very pleased also to be joined on the front bench by my honourable friend, the Minister for Disabilities. She's also responsible for the Health and Safety Executive, which has obviously got a big role to play in this agenda, and she's been listening very carefully to all members' contributions. She and I are united in an objective to make sure that we keep more people with all kinds of disability in work and get those that are currently excluded from the workforce into it too. And we have a wide package of measures that we're taking forward in that regard, some of which have been referred to today. So to reiterate, the Government is committed to building a country that works for everyone, and that must include that disabled people and people with mental health conditions can go as far as their talents can take them. We do know that too many people with a mental health condition are not able to do that, and that is a burning injustice that must be tackled. We know, as the Honourable Gentleman, the Member for North Norfolk, pointed out, those people unemployed for more than 12 weeks are between 4 and 10 times more likely to suffer from depression and anxiety, which you're just looking at that particular statistic illustrates why it's good for society as well as good for the individual that we do tackle that. And the good news is that staying in or returning to work after a period of mental health really does aid mental health recovery. So it really does make perfect sense. indeed.
Very grateful to the Minister for giving way. She'll be aware of the objective in the 5-year forward view to double the number of people who get access to individual placement and support. Can she indicate how that programme is going? If she can't now, could she write to me?
I can say we're making progress. I prefer to write to the Honourable Gentleman with more detail, if I may. But I have seen some of that individual placement support in operation, and I have to say it's hugely inspiring. For those mental health trusts that are really giving that one-to-one support, even some of the most challenging of cases can then find that that person has the reward and the discipline of going to work. It really does aid their recovery. But I'll write to the Honourable Gentleman with more information on that. Yes, of course.
But could I ask her to liaise with colleagues of the DWP? Because as I raised with the Right Honourable Member for North Norfolk, is one of the access points, which is very helpful for people wanting to get back to work, is voluntary work. And the current limitations around being allowed to do certain voluntary work does hinder some people who want that route into work.
Well, I completely agree with the Honourable Gentleman, and my honourable friend was whispering to me that she does too. But quite often I think employers are risk-averse about using voluntary work, and again, you know, we in government need to make sure that we're making it easy for people to apply those routes. But my honourable friend says she will write to the Honourable Gentleman on that matter too. A number of points were raised by honourable members throughout the course of the debate. On the issue of mental health first aid in schools, I can advise the honourable member for Wakefield, who's not in her place, that the government has a commitment to ensuring that at least one member of staff in each primary and secondary school does receive mental health first aid, and currently we've reached 1,537 schools with that. I was delighted to hear from my next-door neighbour, the honourable member for Dagenham and Rainham. Like he, I'm very well aware of much of the activity of Ford, and it's good to hear what they've been doing in this regard too. My honourable friend, the member for Waveney, highlighted the work of St John's Ambulance in promoting mental health first aid, and again I'd like to commend their work too. And the honourable gentleman made an excellent point with regards to the fact that this is a cross-governmental point, and I mentioned obviously DWP we have here, but it was very much a message in the 5-year forward view that this was something that had to be tackled across government, and we remain focused to deliver exactly that. So just to put it in context, the Prime Minister has of course set out an ambitious set of reforms to improve mental health. We've heard reference made to parity of esteem, and I'd just like to reiterate to all members of the House the fact that parity of esteem is written into legislation is not the end, it is just the start. The truth is that in delivering true parity of esteem, we have to manage a programme of behavioural change throughout our services and indeed throughout society. And frankly, I don't think any of us should ever be complacent about when or not we've achieved that. This is something that is going to take a lot of time. What's great is to see just how much energy is being applied to it. And we've heard a number of references to time to change, and it is very clear that that cultural transformation in society has been massively aided by time to change, and that destigmatisation is really helping to deliver. But nonetheless, we of course have a big role to play in terms of service provision. We are creating 21,000 new posts in the mental health workforce. We're implementing the first waiting time ambitions for mental health so that people have access faster to the care they need. We've just recently published the review of our mental health legislation, which is for the first time for a number of years. And, of course, we are massively improving early intervention by investing in more services within schools. Yeah. So that's we are, of course, investing more through the 10-year plan. The Prime Minister announced that the budget would grow by over £20 billion for the NHS. And in terms of the NHS long-term plan, which was published last week, the NHS confirmed there will be a comprehensive expansion of mental health services with an additional £2.3 billion in real terms by 2023-24. And the ambition is that that will give 380,000 more adults access to psychological therapies, and 345,000 more children and young people greater support in the next 5 years. So we're ambitious, and I'm not going to pretend that by putting parity of esteem into law, we've suddenly achieved it. This is a journey that we've got to do in terms of how we commission services, how we deliver them, and, of course, how we, across society, behave. So there's still much to do, and not least in the workforce. Destigmatising of mental health is contributing to understanding and challenging the prejudice and stigma, but we still need to do more. And we've heard much reference to the Farmer-Stevenson review, which was appointed by the Prime Minister to ask their advice about how employers can better support all employees to remain and thrive in work. And we set out a broad-ranging strategy to further support disabled people and people with health conditions, including mental health, to enter and thrive into work through our response, where we accepted all those recommendations, and indeed the Leadership Academy to deliver this met only this morning. The Work and Health Unit, which is jointly led by myself and my honourable friend, the Minister for Disabilities, will be overseeing progress with those recommendations, and those range from short-term deliverables to longer-term reform. That will include looking at potential legislation in due course. The key Thriving at Work recommendation is, of course, that all employers, regardless of size or industry, should adopt 6 core standards that lay the basic foundations for an approach to workplace mental health. The review also recommended that all public sector employers and private sector companies with more than 500 employees deliver mental health enhanced standards. These include increasing transparency and accountability through internal and external reporting of their performance against those standards. So the Prime Minister has accepted those recommendations to apply across the civil service and NHS England. The civil service, as an employer of 420,000 employees, really should be leading by example in this. And equally, the NHS, as both the provider of services and as a large employer, should equally be leading the way. The Government has also taken action to work with partners to develop a framework to support organisations to record and report their performance in disability and mental health in the workplace. And we published that in November of last year, a voluntary framework that highlights transparency in reporting as the effective leaders in driving the cultural change that we need to develop. But we know that every line manager, supervisor and leader has a critical role in supporting employees to stay well and stay in work. And that's why the Work and Health Unit is also working with partners to identify the support and skills that line managers need across all sizes of organisations to create inclusive and supportive workplace environments. So we're exploring how we in government can share those examples of best practice so that all employers get better at this. And in truth, many of them will recognise that they need the tools to do the job, because no one knows what they don't know, and we in government have a role in spreading that good practice. So specifically on the issue of mental health first aid, we recognise that mental health first aid has a role in the government's ambitious strategy to transform workplace mental health. And mental health first aid is a helpful training resource that educates people not just to care for the others, but to care for themselves as well. It also helps improve understanding about mental health and mental illness, helps build that culture within organisations and better understanding, and it encourages people to stay well and get the support they need to manage any mental health symptoms and problems. But I was also very struck by what the Honourable Gentleman from North Norfolk said. On its own, it's not enough, and we wouldn't want to have legislation which became essentially a flaw of service in terms of mental health. A number of references were made to Thames Water and how the success that they've had in delivering mental health first aid, all of which is true, but the mental health first aid is just part of their embedding a supportive workplace culture to support those with mental health. It is not the only tool that they use. So, of course, they have introduced mental health first aiders across the business, but they've also expanded their internal clinical occupational health team to support the business in case management, health screening, health surveillance and wellbeing. And the occupational health team now processes, on average, 100 referrals a month, 98% of which are for non-work-related issues. And up to 80% of the cases referred every month are for those still in work. So that shows that they're accessing a more long-term care in terms of keeping them in work rather than just mental health first aid. And I think we do need to be very careful about really honing down on one simple measure of supporting mental health in the workplace, rather than actually encouraging a more holistic culture of supporting well-being. I can also advise the House that the Health and Safety Executive, working together with Mental Health First Aid England, has recently published revised guidance for employers on their compliance with the Health and Safety First Aid regulations. This guidance clarifies that for employers, the existing requirement to consider mental health alongside physical health is necessary when undertaking a first aid needs assessment. The findings from that needs assessment will help direct employers to decide what measures they put in place. It is the advice of the Health and Safety Executive that the recommendations of the Stevenson Farmer Review also go way beyond just simply applying mental health first aid. So the Government's view is that the best way to secure employer action to enable those experiencing mental ill health to remain and thrive in work is to engage with employers to adopt a comprehensive approach based on the Thriving at Work mental health standards. Mental health first aid is not an exclusive way of delivering employer action, but can form part of it. So, to improve information and advice for employers, we are supporting Mind and the Royal Foundation to continue developing their Mental Health at Work online gateway, which we launched on the 11th of September last year. This online platform is aimed at employers, senior management and line managers, but is accessible to anyone, and it helps them to find something that can help them support colleagues and challenge stigma or learn more about mental health in the workplace. There's a guided search tool which helps develop toolkits, blogs and case studies to help everyone in their journey to improve the workplace. Mental Health at Work is a UK-wide initiative and supports people across all workplaces, all sectors, all backgrounds and all regions. So in conclusion, Mr Deputy Speaker, by working with our partners, including health professionals and employers, this Government is working to fundamentally change culture and professional practice to tackle poor mental health and ensure that disabled people and people with health conditions can reach their full potential not only in the workplace but across society as a whole. I thank all members for their contributions and for their interest in this subject. We do need to continue to discuss these issues and to encourage good practice. We've heard many good examples today, but we need to consider debating these issues so that we genuinely do foster a culture in work that supports those people with disabilities and mental health to get jobs and to stay in work. Thank you.
Luciana Basha.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. And I would like to thank and put on record my gratitude to colleagues who have joined us and made contributions this afternoon. I appreciate that we are all incredibly busy with proceedings with regard to Brexit, so I'm most grateful to everyone who's made the time to be here today for this important debate, and to other colleagues who have made interventions, but in particular my honourable friends, and I call them friends because we work very closely together on this and other related mental health matters, the honourable member for Plymouth Moor View, my right honourable friend, the member for North Norfolk, along with my honourable friend for Dagenham and Rainham, the honourable member for Waveney, my honourable friend, the member for Mether, Tidville and Rimney, the honourable member for Strangford, and the responses that we've heard from the front bench, from the honourable member for Glasgow South West, my honourable friend, the member for Burnley, and the Minister, the honourable member for Thurrock. I hope that what I made clear in my speech, and from the very personal, passionate and informed speeches that we've heard from members across the House, that they have made clear too, that there really is a robust moral, social and economic case for this change to the law that would give employers a legal obligation to make provision for employees to be trained in mental health first aid, as well as what they already have to do for physical health first aid. And I think that's the crux of the issue that we're discussing today. If we expect and require businesses and employees, including in the public sector and in the charitable sector, with employees of 25 or over, to train at least one person in physical health first aid, then if we are serious about the principle of equality for mental health, then that should equally extend to mental health first aid. Now, I appreciate, having listened very closely to the remarks and representations that you've heard, that it should not be a tick box exercise. It's not going to fix the many challenges that many colleagues have raised about the issues within some of the provisions of mental health services. It by no means is a replacement for clinical professionals who do a very important job. It's an addition, and it's by no means the only thing that we should see in our workplaces. And I listened carefully to the Minister when she talked about there should be a holistic culture of well-being that we should see in our workplaces. Of course that should be the case, but that is not in isolation of having this particular provision as well. Myself, along with the Right Honourable Member for North Norfolk, the Right Honourable Member for North Norfolk, the Honourable Member for Plymouth Moorview, and just under 210,000 signatories to the Where's Your Head At petition, are asking the government to enact this legislative change to expand that legal responsibility of employers to make provision to train employees in physical first aid, along with what they are expected to do, for mental health first aid, as they do for physical first aid, and to make that positive and decisive step to ensuring parity of esteem. Parity of esteem was a principle. It was enshrined in law 7 years ago into the Health and Social Care Act. If we are serious about equality between physical and mental health in this country, forgive us for, I don't think you can call us impatient. It was 7 years ago that principle was put into law. I and many others see this as one step, not the only step. Of course, it should be as one of the 6 principles put forward in the Thrive at Work review, which was a really important piece of work, which was published now well over 1 year and 3 months ago. This is just one step in that suite of tools at businesses and organisations' disposal to make that difference. And I just asked the Minister, and I listened carefully to what she said, it was a manifesto commitment of our party to bring forward this change. And I just asked her, I listened carefully to what she said, she obviously hasn't made that commitment here today, but going forward it is one thing that could make a difference, and I urge her to do that in the near future.
Yeah.
The question is, as on the order paper, as many of that opinion say aye. The contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. We now come to the debate on children's social care in England. Tim Loughton to move.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move the House now considers children's social care, and can I first of all declare my interest in the members' register, and secondly say how delighted I am that we're actually here. This is the 3rd time of trying for this debate, which has been delayed twice. And we actually have some people to listen to it as well. So it's wonderful, after the stressful week that we've had, that we have 2 excellent debates this afternoon on really worthwhile subjects that actually affect all of our constituents on a daily basis. And this is a sort of bread and butter business of this House that we should be spending more time on. And I fear we don't spend enough time, and it's been a characteristic over many years, on children's issues in particular. So I'm grateful to the Backbench Business Committee for allowing this debate. And of course this is a wide-ranging subject, and I'm sure there'll be contributions on many aspects, from children in care to safeguarding to early intervention and so on. Now, I'm not overstating the case, Mr. Deputy Speaker, having followed this issue in Parliament for now more than 18 years, when I say that I think that children's social care services are currently approaching crisis point, if they are not already in certain parts of the country. And I'm particularly concerned about the disparities and differentials and differential outcomes between different authorities in different parts of the country. And that forms the basis of the report produced by the All-Party Children's Group, which I chair, called Storing Up Trouble, which was published last July, and which the Minister very kindly contributed to and has spoken to our group in response to. And that followed on from the No Good Options report, which we produced in March 2017, which really flagged up huge differentials in the way our children are being looked after in the care system and beyond across the country. And I want to thank the NCB and the officers of the group in particular for the immense amount of work that went into that very commendable report. But it wasn't just that report in isolation. I'm afraid over the last few months there has been a plethora of reports from lots of worthy organisations flagging up concerns about the state of children's social care. Action for Children produced a report called Revolving Door Part 2, Are We Failing Children at Risk of Abuse and Neglect? And they revealed that some 23,000 children needed repeated referrals before receiving statutory support to help them with serious issues like abuse, neglect and family dysfunction, with a further 13,500 not getting statutory support despite multiple referrals. I would, of course.
I thank you very much for giving way. Is he as worried as I am about the patchy way in which children are brought into the decisions that are being made about themselves?
Well, my honourable friend raises a very good point, and certainly there is differential practice, and it's an issue that's really important. And in my time in the Department for Education, we were really keen, and I know subsequent ministers have followed that children in the care system absolutely should be at the heart of the considerations of what's best for those children, but they've actually got quite a good idea of what's best for them as well. And it's really important that they are brought into the decision-making process. And that's why, for example, in my time as Minister, I made sure that every local authority in the country had a children in care council, with the exception of the City of London and the Isles of Scilly, where there were no children in care, so we couldn't, which was made up of those children in the care system speaking directly to directors of children's services and counsellors to say what their experiences were, and why I'm really pleased that the government has decided not to do away with independent reviewing officers, IROs, who are that important link face-to-face, consulting children and feeding into their care plans as well. I will give way to my I'm aware that I haven't got long to speak, so I'll take 2 more interventions and then get on with it. I should be in trouble with the chair.
Well, I might just help. What I said was around 15 minutes. If you got to 20, I won't be too upset. What I'm bothered about is when other members are on a very short time limit. It's just trying to make sure. Who are you giving way to, by the way?
The honourable members first, and then.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and I congratulate the honourable gentleman on bringing this forward. On my research on the matter, it seems that the figures for there's an additional 15,000 children in need in England since 2017. It's clear that there's pressure on the system. Could I just very gently suggest, Mr. Deputy Speaker, to the honourable gentleman and perhaps maybe to the Minister in his response, that if he would further agree that the fact that Northern Ireland has the lowest cared for per capita in the United Kingdom indicate that dialogue should indeed take place with the devolved administrations, in particular the Northern Ireland Assembly, to see just how those numbers have been achieved?
Well, first of all, I'm very grateful for your flexibility in my timing, Mr. Deputy Speaker. But but I entirely take the honourable gentleman's point. And actually, one of the weaknesses is we don't share best practice enough. And again, one of the things I tried to do was to get together the children's ministers from all 4 parts of the United Kingdom. Of course, we have children's commissioners from all 4 parts of the United Kingdom as well, and we ought to meet them more often and see what they're all doing more often, because I know there's some really good examples from Northern Ireland we could learn from in England, and vice versa in various aspects of the care system too. And I'll give my friend from Dudley.
I thank my honourable friend and congratulate him on moving this debate. Does he agree that one of the major barriers to children and young people exercising their rights under the UN Convention on the Rights of the Child to be involved in decisions around their own care is difficulty in accessing the content of their personal files, and that this is something that needs to be addressed across the country?
Gosh. Well, I'm afraid my honourable friend has got me onto a subject which is an issue for an entire whole-day adjournment debate in itself, Mr. Deputy Speaker. So may I leave it at that? He raises a very good point, but I've got quite enough to say without straying down that important, though slightly esoteric, pathway. In terms of other reports that there have been in recent months, the Children's Society produced its Crumbling Futures report, which highlighted that almost 60,000 children aged 16 and 17 are in receipt of support as a child in need, but as many as 46% of those referred to children's services did not meet the threshold for support. And I'm particularly concerned by those who are just below that intervention threshold, who don't feature on any of these numbers, who are not getting the support, timely support, when they need it. We've had numerous reports from the Children's Commissioner We've had the NARI review on fostering. The Education Select Committee obviously produced its own reports, and we've had a government response. We had a debate from the member for Telford around the Care Crisis review, which came out last year as well, which again raised some concerning things about the state of the care system. Just one moment. And in October, we had a report from the Education Policy Institute, which found that the number of referrals to specialist children's mental health services has risen by no less than 26% over the last 5 years, but 24.2% of the children referred for support have been turned away. I'll give way to it, yes.
I thank the honourable gentleman for giving way. He talks about a number of reports. In 2016, Bromley's children's services were judged by Ofsted to be inadequate, and following an inspection in November, the council has now received good in all areas and outstanding in one of those areas. These improvements are no doubt due to tremendous hard work by, particularly by frontline staff in Bromley. But would my honourable friend agree with me that in light of all of these reports that are coming out, children's social care needs to be supported by continuous and comprehensive funding to sustain the current levels of service?
Well, I will come on to that, and obviously funding is a factor in this. And Bromley actually was always an exceptional council, I remember, in my time, and learnt many interesting things around volunteering in children, actually, in Bromley, where there was a pioneering service where volunteers worked alongside social workers, helping children who were the subject of safeguarding, child protection plans or whatever at that stage, to stay out of the care system. And there's also been some very good work by former employees from the DfE, I think, in Bromley to help bring that about. So it's a combination of factors. But resources, I've quite clearly said, and will restate in a minute, that there is a problem there. The Education Policy Institute also estimated that at least 55,800 children were turned away for treatment in 2017-18, but that's probably an understatement due to the shortage of data. So I'm particularly disappointed, Mr Deputy Speaker, also by a report from the Institute of Health Visiting, which is headed by the excellent Dr Cheryl Adams, CBE, where in this report it states that despite the health visiting mandate having been extended, it's apparent that universal services for children continue to bear the brunt of public health service cuts, and the health visiting workforce, for example, continues to experience significant reductions, with NHS posts falling from 10,309 in October 2015 to 7,982 by April 2018. And this report, now, is absolutely right, states that it's both astonishing and extremely worrying that the visionary work of David Cameron's government to increase the number of health visitors across England by 50% between 2012 and 2015, which was achieved, could have been undone so quickly, especially as the evidence for the importance of the very early years impacting on an individual's future health and well-being is now so strong. And I think it is a false economy that we have allowed those experienced early intervention, frontline professionals in those health visitors who often get into those houses of new parents at an early stage, gain the trust of those parents, and can be an early warning system for safeguarding problems, as well as offering those parenting support classes and other mechanisms that many parents so often need. And I hope that the Minister might pick that up, and obviously it's a dual responsibility along with the Department for Health as well. So, Mr Deputy Speaker, I know, as also chair of the All-Party Group for 1001 Critical Days, dealing with perinatal mental health and those crucial first 3 years from conception to age 2 when a child's brain is developing exponentially, how important getting that early support, particularly to parents where they are lacking in some parenting skills and there are safeguarding issues, getting that in early. And it's a false economy not to be doing it, because as our report, Building Great Britain, showed, the cost of perinatal mental health, getting it wrong, is just over £8 billion a year. The cost of child neglect in this country is over £15 billion a year. So we are spending £23 billion a year getting it wrong for new mothers and early children as well. And that is a heck of an amount of money going on failure, frankly. Now, just to put the importance of children's services into perspective and the apparently relentless increase in demand, the County Council's network reported recently where counties are responsible for 38% of England's entire spend on children's services, but the councils in England alone overspent by £816 million on protecting vulnerable children in just the last financial year. And the LGA, and I'm grateful for the research that they have done, are predicting a £2 billion shortfall in children's social care funding by 2020. This is a point the Honourable Lady raised over there, and as much as £3.1 billion by 2025. There is good news, and I don't want to be such a doom merchant, because the positive work of councils in helping our children and young people have the best start in life has been illustrated by the latest Ofsted data on children's social care, which shows that last year the proportion of councils' children's services rated good or outstanding has increased, and more children's services departments have come out of special measures. And I'm delighted to hear in the last 24 hours about Birmingham, which has been problematic for so many years, and I spent more of my time in Birmingham than any other local authority, is no longer rated inadequate. There's still a steep hill to climb, but there's good signs of progress in that huge authority with all sorts of challenges that they have. Now, I mentioned the Office of the Children's... the one other point, Mr Deputy Speaker, is that there's also a worrying trend in a report from the Nuffield Foundation, Born into Care, recently, which found that in 2007-8 there were 1,039 babies subject to care proceedings within 1 week of birth. But by 2016-17 this number had more than doubled to 2,447, an increase of 136%. Now, that suggests to me we are failing to do enough early to prevent babies having to be taken into care because their parents are deemed to be inadequate or a risk to those children. If we did more earlier on, those children may be able to stay with their babies. And at this point, I just want to pay tribute on a related subject to the FDAC, Family Drug and Alcohol Courts, set up by Nick Crichton, a visionary district judge, who did an amazing job in giving support and sensitive intervention services to usually single mums who were at risk of another child perhaps going into the care system, but gave them an added chance, a tough challenge, but the success of the FDAC courts would more than double the likelihood of those children staying with their parents and, more importantly, staying permanently with their parents as well. That work carries on. There are 10 FDACs around the country. We hope that the Minister is going to be charitable in extending some funding for the FDAC coordination unit at the Tavistock, and he's been very helpful in discussions there. But Nick Crichton sadly died just before Christmas, but his work has affected the lives of literally hundreds of children. I want to put on the record our tribute to him today. So, Mr Deputy Speaker, the Office of the Children's Commissioner, in one of her reports, also found that England now spends nearly half of its entire children's services budget on those now 75,420 children in the care system in England, leaving the remaining half of spending for the other 11.7 million children, and that includes a spend on learning disability as well. And the LGA also reports that between 2006 and 2016, the number of child protection inquiries undertaken by local authorities rose by no less than 140%, while the number of children subject to child protection plan almost doubled. More and more children are being taken to care. As I said, there were 75,420 as of March of last year, 4% up on the previous year. And Barnardo's, in their report, found that 16% of the children referred to Barnardo's fostering services had suffered sexual exploitation. And there's increasing evidence to show that actually police, teachers and social workers are saying that there's been an increase in the number of particularly vulnerable children in the last 5 years. So we've got more children coming into the care system, often with more complex problems, requiring more intensive support, and we haven't got enough going on, much less going on, intervening early to try and keep them out of the care system as well. So hence, I don't think it's an overstatement in my earlier comments about a potentially impending crisis. And also in the report by Barnardo's, in 2010, roughly half of children's services budgets were spent on family support and prevention, while the other half was spent on safeguarding work and children in care. Now, just under a third is spent on family support and prevention, whilst the remaining two-thirds goes on safeguarding children in care. We are building up problems for the future by not acting earlier. The Deputy Speaker is guiding me to take a further intervention, thereby extending my speech, which I'm reluctantly going to do for the honourable member over there.
First of all, thank the honourable gentleman for giving way again. He's been most gracious and very helpful for us. Would the member not agree that more support should be given to families who are prepared to intervene and help a child to remain cared for by family members, to prevent children being taken away from their home and from support networks, and that foster carers should not have less support and financial help simply because they are related?
Well, again, the honourable gentleman, who knows this subject well, makes some very good points. We need to be supporting foster carers better. Many of us have overhauled the fostering regulations to make sure that foster carers get a better and fairer deal, as well as the foster children themselves, as well as trying to get more people to come into adoption to take permanently on responsibility for those children. But also there are very many voluntary organisations where volunteers can work alongside vulnerable families, particularly where there's an absence of extended family members, it may be grandparents or whatever, who in another family might be there to support parents through difficult times, single parents or whatever. There are, and to be fair, again, the Innovation Fund from the Department for Education and other funds have supported some really good work that's done in the voluntary sector. We all need to work together on this, and it all starts at home. But if you don't have some of those things that many of us take for granted at home, then there are other ways of providing them before the state has to step in and become the parent in place of that parent. We just need to be more flexible and more imaginative. And I'm going to race through my remaining minutes before you say I'm out of time, but I'm delighted with the extent of interest that we've had from colleagues here today. But crucially also, Mr Deputy Speaker, there is a good deal of evidence to show that funding pressures are having a disproportionate impact on some of the most deprived areas. And I want to pay tribute to Professor Paul Bywater from the University of Huddersfield, who gave a lot of evidence to our inquiry in the all-party group, and the work he undertook together with Professor Brid Featherstone from the University of Huddersfield and Professor Kate Morris from the University of Sheffield. And Professor Bywater said, if I can quote from some of his notes to the inquiry, children in the most deprived 20% of neighbourhoods in England were over 8 times more likely to be either on a child protection plan or be looked after in the care system than a child in the least deprived 20%. And that absolutely concurs with the all-party group's finding. And he also said, and we are worried about the paucity of data to actually provide solid evidence for what we need to do to address this problem. He said the complete absence of any systematic national data about the socio-economic and demographic circumstances of the parents of children in contact with children's services is a key problem in analysing the factors that influence demand for children's services. Collecting such data should be an urgent priority to underpin policy, service management and practice, and that is one of the key recommendations from the all-party group report. So, in conclusion, Mr Deputy Speaker, in a roundabout sort of way, it is a false economy not to be investing in children's social care as early on as possible. And as I've said, that starts at conception, particularly where there are vulnerable parents who have mental health problems or have poor parenting experiences themselves. This needs to be addressed in the comprehensive spending review. It is a classic example of investing to save financially, but save the social consequences for those children growing up and not being fully contributing members of society. Some children are at higher risk and disproportionately in certain parts of the country, according to deprivation and indeed ethnicity, and we need to get the data, research those differentials and start applying the proper solution. And we can't do that until you've actually got the proper information. We need to return to a much more preventative approach. That's why we invented the early intervention fund when this government first came to power, and its effects, I'm afraid, have been dissipated and the amount of funds diluted. And also ask the Minister to do his best to make sure that the Troubled Families Programme, which comes to an end for the funding in 2020, is absolutely renewed. And I want to say a pre-Troubled Families Programme that deals with those first 1,001 days before they get onto the radar of local authorities because of all the problems that come. We need to go back to the Munro Report, and I'm glad to see my honourable friend here from Brentford Ongar, who was part of the Munro Report and the unfinished business around early help. We need to share better practice and share our research data better. We need to work smarter and more collaboratively. And we need to look after children closer to home in familiar environments and their friends group and use kinship care much better than we are now. So it's not just about resources, Mr Deputy Speaker. It is about changing the mindset and it's about getting it back into a government priority. And that's why I absolutely welcome the initiative launched last night in this place by Children First, that there is a cabinet-level Minister for Children bringing together all these factors. And in conclusion, Mr Deputy Speaker, this is not just something invented in this place. I'm delighted to say that at the G20 summit earlier last year in, I think, Buenos Aires, there was a declaration of an initiative for early childhood development that said, we therefore launched the G20 initiative for early childhood development, determined to contribute to ensuring that all children, with an emphasis on their first 1,000 days, 1 day short, are well nourished and healthy, receive proper care, stimulation, opportunities for early learning and education, and grow up in nurturing and enabling environments protected from all kinds of violence, abuse, neglect and conflict. This is an international priority. We have a great tradition of looking after the welfare of our children in this country. We just need to get back to making sure we're doing it sooner and earlier when we can have the most effect, the maximum benefit, and I'm sure the Minister will want to take up those challenges.
The question is, this House has considered children's social care in England. Lynn Brown.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I've got several issues I want to raise today, so I hope honourable members will bear with me. I'm afraid the list has got a little bit longer each time the debate has been delayed. It's a good job it's being held today. Who knows how long I could have gone on for otherwise. Can I say it's an absolute pleasure to follow on from the excellent speech from the honourable member of East Worthing and Shoreham. The first part of my contribution today is focused on what he has already rightly highlighted, and that is the problems with the lack of effective early intervention. Honourable members who have been in this place since before 2015 may well know that I've been a critic of the Troubled Families Programme. But I sincerely believe in early intervention. Working closely with families in a joined-up approach across different public services is the only way to go. These are the principles that have underlined the programme, pioneered and implemented by the last Labour government before 2010. And these principles also lie behind the Troubled Families Programme. So it's concerning to know that funding for the Troubled Families Programme, or work across our country, the good and the bad of it, is set to end next year with nothing to replace it in sight. And I'm sure the government knows there is support across this House for early intervention. It's proper, if it is properly resourced, if it is properly managed, if it is properly measured. My only hope is that the looming disaster of Brexit doesn't distract from creating a replacement. One reason it's so important for us to talk about early intervention is that funding for it has massively fallen, even now as the need is soaring. 72% of children's services funding is now spent on firefighting, as children and families are already in crisis. It's not preventing these crises from happening. Early intervention and universal support services have been cut to the bone by 60% for each, according to the Children's Commissioner for England. £1 billion worth of cuts from Sure Start, an additional £900 million from services that work with children and young people. Such massive 60% cuts have meant that our social workers find it so much harder to work with vulnerable children and families effectively and early. Caseloads have undeniably and inexorably, do you know, I never get that word right, massively and without doubt increased, leaving much less time available for regular contact. Time to build up relationships, trust and understanding with families. And that allows family problems to exacerbate, leading to poor child development, school exclusions, more children being taken into care, increases in antisocial behaviour and crime, signs of abuse or neglect being missed until sadly, it's just too late. Last month, Ofsted's Social Care Director, Yvette Stanley pointed out that these cuts are clearly a false economy. Slashing non-statutory services is, and I quote, storing up problems for the future. I want to remind the Minister of the practical early interventions services that are being cut. It includes debt and financial advice, it includes parenting programmes to help families address the causes of disruptive behaviour, programmes we know are effective, domestic violence support, getting mums and children out of abusive situations and helping them to recover. This is now all coming out of the Children's Services budget because the funding from elsewhere has simply disappeared. Mental health treatment and substance abuse programmes for parents. The government can't claim to be pro-family if it continues to move the forms of support for families. The absence of these programmes is causing more and more children to be driven into the care of the state. And let me just say, I always try to appeal to what the government would see as common sense. Let me say very simply, it costs more money when you take a child into care than preventing a child from going into care. So even from a balanced budget approach, these cuts are just a massive mistake. It's bad enough that resources have been cut so much, but demand is rising rapidly at the same time. Social security cuts and universal credit are undeniably increasing poverty, and poverty leads to more insecurity and massive stresses within families. 1.5 million people in the UK are utterly destitute, unable to afford essentials like shelter, food, heating or clothing, and that includes 365,000 children. These stresses and the strains on family lives are simply getting worse because the government's failed and continuing austerity policy. According to the government's own statistics, 1.5 million more disabled people, 300,000 more pensioners, 400,000 more working-aged adults and over 500,000 more children are in poverty than in 2010. And the most shocking rise in poverty is children with parents in work. The Joseph Rowntree Foundation has worked out that there are 710,000 more children in poverty in working households since 2010. In-work poverty has actually risen faster than employment in recent years. And we're talking about working families, many with lone working parents, many working long hours and multiple jobs to get by on low pay, constantly struggling to make ends meet. That means that parents are stressed, it means they simply have less time to spend at home, and they are focusing, time to be able to focus on their children, making sure that everything's okay, creating a family whose health is equal to their love. The worst consequences of poverty, child homelessness, has also increased massively. It's a huge difference to when I was a child. My family was cleared from a slum in West Silvertown in 1963. We moved into a beautiful, brand new, two-bedroom flat overlooking the Dying Docks in East London. It was that flat that gave me everything else. It was that flat from which everything else stemmed. My mum and dad had stability. They both worked in local factories to provide for us. That home, however small I sometimes felt it was, it gave me the ability to study, to grow with my community. It gave myself and my sister the opportunity to thrive. Today's working class children in the East End have it very differently. 130,000 children were homeless over Christmas, an increase of almost 60% in just 5 years. 10,000 of those children are stuck in bed and breakfast accommodation. often with a whole family in a single room. Most of the other 120,000 homeless children are in temporary accommodation, torn from schools, from families, from friends, the places they recognise, and the support networks that they rely on. They often don't even know where the local library is because they've not been in a place long enough to be able to work it out. I see the side effects of this in my own borough, where I grew up in that secure and safe council flat, which now, appallingly to me, has the highest level of homelessness in the country. I hear about children having to travel hours each way for school from a different part of the city, families sleeping in dirty, cold, rat-infested rooms, families who haven't had a secure, safe place to call a home for year after year after year. How is a child supposed to learn to trust others, to feel safe under these conditions? How is a parent supposed to muster the time, the energy to engage with a social worker over weeks and months? And how is that social worker supposed to create and maintain a relationship when the family is so insecure? I believe there's a direct relationship between the crisis in children's social care and the increase in extremely serious harm caused by gang exploitation, criminal gang exploitation in my constituency and in the east of London. If the government wants to reduce serious violence, funding children's services properly is an absolute must. We know that gangs pick on vulnerable children most. Studies show that poor emotional health at the age of 7 is a best predictor of future gang exploitation. And that means that counselling is one of the most effective ways to prevent children from being exploited. They need to develop resilience. We know these children often have undiagnosed educational special needs as well. We should be supporting them, but instead the children and their families are left to struggle on, often alone. And once they reach secondary school, vulnerable children are far more likely to be excluded or off-rolled, increasing the risk of exploitation even more. As we know, exclusions have skyrocketed by 67% over the past 5 years. That's the research, but it is also real life. I hear about the consequences from local mums terrified of what has happened to their children, and as I'm their MP, I'm their last resort. They've already tried everywhere else, and I see the same things in the serious case reviews of children who have been tragically, appallingly murdered in gang-related violence. Every review I've seen tells the same story: a vulnerable child, escalating involvement in gang violence, failure of local agencies to intervene, opportunities to help there not taken. I've absolutely no doubt cuts to resources are part of this cause. These case reviews are a statutory responsibility designed so that lessons can be learned. And in summing up, I hope the Minister will tell me what lessons he is learning and the Department is learning. I've talked about a replacement to the Troubled Families programme, about early intervention, about universal preventative services, about the cuts. But let's be clear. The crisis in children's services is systemic. It's just as much about the increased stresses and struggles that families are having to go through because this economy, this social security system, and frankly, this government doesn't work for them. Thank you.
Very good.
Alex Burghart.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I thought you'd never ask. It's a real honour to be able to talk in this debate this afternoon and to follow both of the speakers who've already contributed, particularly my old, very old friend, the former Children's Minister with whom I worked between 2008 and 2010, and the member for East Worthing and Shoreham did not quite blow his own trumpet enough in his speech. And whilst I wouldn't want to blow his trumpet for him, I might at least sort of acknowledge that he has a trumpet, because the work that he did first as Shadow Children's Minister and then as Children's Minister over a long stretch between 2004 and 2012, was that he created a conservative policy around children's social work where, frankly, one hadn't really existed before. And it was during that time when children's services, particularly children's social work, was under considerable strain around the tragic death of baby P, Peter Connolly. And it was clear that the systems that were governing children's social work were not delivering for vulnerable families, were not enabling talented social workers on the front line to be able to give the care that they wanted to give to families and to children in need. And the work that he did exposed this, developed the idea. He wrote No More Blame Game. When I was working for him, he produced Child Protection Back to the Front Line, which introduced the idea of the Munro Review of Child Protection, led by Professor Eileen Munro, which was brought in following the 2010 general election. A whole system review brilliantly conducted by Professor Munro from the London School of Economics. And this showed how we needed to take a new approach which allowed frontline social workers to be in charge of the work they did and not governed by central systems such as ICS that had been put in place by the former administration. So I want to put on record my ongoing, continued admiration for the work that he did outside and inside of government, for the work that he continues on as the chair of the All-Party Parliamentary Group for Children. But today I want to focus on something slightly different to what the issues that he's run through, because having worked for him, I went to work at Barnardo's and at the Office of the Children's Commissioner, the Centre for Social Justice, and various places in Whitehall. I looked at fostering children in care, at the root causes of the problems families in this sort of condition face. And it became apparent that whilst a lot of public policy had rightly focused on the needs of children who were in foster care, children who needed to be adopted, which is another great thing that the former minister did, streamline the process for adoption, rapidly improve the number of children who are going into good and loving homes. There was also a large group of children who were not in care but were on social services radar. And in the Children Act 1989, these are defined as children in need. They are numerous, they are needy, and they absolutely warrant the increased focus of attention that government is now giving them. Whilst there are about 75,000 children in care at any one time, over the course of any 1 year, there are about 400,000 children in need. The recent work by the Department for Education has shown that in any given 3-year period, you have over 1 million children be children in need at one point or another. Their results in terms of school GCSEs, their results in terms of future employment prospects are extremely limited. In fact, they are often as poor or worse than those of children in care, for the simple reason that children in care are those children who have been taken out of their disrupted, dysfunctional home and put hopefully in stable foster placements or stable children's homes and given a second chance. But for children in need, many of whose families face very acute problems, they are left in that disruptive environment. It was a policy gap under successive governments that this group were ignored. And I'm very glad to say that, that this government and this minister have started to fill that hole. The Children in Need Review is starting to expose those issues which I, in my very preliminary research, had suspected, but not been able to really flesh out. One of the most striking statistics that I think you can hear in this area is that if you look at all of the young people who are long-term unemployed, long-term NEET, in the year after they leave school, then over 50%, 51% of them will have been either in care at one point in their childhood or in need at one point in their childhood. These are experiences which have long-term scarring effects, and if we do not deal with them effectively when we notice them, if we do not put in the early intervention services that are necessary to prevent children slipping into these categories, we are storing up problems for the future, problems for society, but also very severe problems for those individuals. The solutions are obviously complex, because the reason why children and families find themselves in this situation are themselves complex. And the Honourable Lady from West Ham made many important points in her speech, and she rightly pointed to the scarring effects of poverty. But there are issues besides money that are very important, some of which are themselves exacerbated by a lack of money, but some of which are not. And this is very striking when you see that half of the children in need in this country are not on free school meals. So if the Honourable Lady would like to intervene, I'd very happily take an intervention.
Can I just say that some of the people in my constituency who are working, who's working, aren't entitled to free school meals. They could well be poorer financially than those who are entitled to free school meals. Free school meals is no longer a proper measure of which child is in poverty or not. I really would happily have a conversation with him over a cup of tea over this.
I'd be delighted to take her on that, and I know she's right. I absolutely right in what she's saying. But there are also many children in need who have one parent in work and whose other parent has very severe mental health problems, who have an addiction, and so the problem in the family is not solely one of money at all. It's because that individual has a very, very severe problem that is not adequately being met by services. And this is the point I wish to make, that what we have to have are services that focus, when we find a child who is in need, or a child who is on the edge of and a child who is on the edge of care, what we have to have is a holistic look at that child's family. And in the past, children's social care sometimes looked very narrowly at how the child was at any one time, and not at the immediate environment in which they were living and what could be done to improve that environment. Indeed, sometimes children ended up in care without their parents being given or even approached for the services that were necessary in order to improve that family environment. Now, I am of the school of thought that I would much rather fix the family's problems in order to keep that family together so that that child can grow up in a stable home. In terms of what can be done, I'm very glad that the Minister has undertaken this work, which is starting to flush out good practice in the system, starting to flush out areas where more work needs to be done. I'd venture to suggest that there are two things on which we need to focus. The first, looking at those slightly older children who are moving towards leaving school. In my experience over the years, I found that additional mentoring, professional mentoring, conducted in and out of school can be highly effective. There is a wonderful programme in the east of London called Think Forward, which gives long-term mentoring to children who are in disruptive homes. And the presence of that stable adult to give advice, to be a shoulder to cry on, to be a support in a time of need is absolutely invaluable. And the results of that project, absolutely, very happy to give way.
Very briefly, child poverty levels in my constituency are really high, and the impact, we've also had full rollout of universal credit recently. Would the honourable gentleman just acknowledge the impact that universal credit is having, and actually it's exacerbating the problems that a lot of families are suffering from?
I'm certainly happy to acknowledge the fact that when families have less money, they can find themselves in debt, which adds to stress and can contribute to poor mental health. I don't know about the cases that the Honourable Lady is talking about in her constituency, but and as I say, I have seen the consequences of people being trapped in problem debt for a long time and not being given help to get out of it. It is, that can certainly be a major problem. I hope she will, it's slightly off what I was talking about, I hope if she is unaware of the Think Forward programme in the East End of London, she will go and visit it and and go and promote it, because I'm happy to give way.
I absolutely do agree with him that programmes like that in my constituency do make a difference. But could I gently say to him that additional youth workers, adults for my children to talk to, who enable my children to have options and give them ways out of gang-related activity, etc., is what is massively lacking. And I did make a speech about this just a few weeks ago, if you'd like to look at it in Hansard.
I very happily look at it, and I do hope that members opposite will realise that they are agreeing with me and take perhaps a slightly different tone when sort of coming back on me on this subject, because what we are all saying is that it is important for families to have the support they need, for vulnerable children to have the support they need, ideally in home, but if it is too late for that, or that cannot be made available in school. And so, when we look at what needs to be done as we go forward, we find I would encourage the government, local authorities and schools to look at long-term, stable mentoring projects for those slightly older children. For other families, as has been raised by both the honourable members who have already spoken, there is a profound importance to the Troubled Families programme. The Troubled Families programme got off to a slightly bumpy start, but has come to be the mainstay of a lot of local authorities' earlier intervention plans. When I was in a job a couple of years ago, I went to see how Camden had completely integrated their Troubled Families programme as part of a spectrum of care running from health visiting all the way through to the most intensive work in children's homes. It would be a terrible thing if those Troubled Families contracts weren't in some way renewed. I have every confidence that the government will do that, but I think as we do it, it's important to consider what do we mean by troubled families. I would venture to suggest that this group of young people who are classified under the Children Act 1989 as children in need, this large group of families who suffer from poor mental health, from addiction, from all of those strains, are, by definition, troubled families. Now, as I say, many local authorities already take this approach, but I think it would add something and add a coherence to government policy in this area if the work that's being done with troubled families in the Ministry of Housing, Communities and Local Government, and the work that's being done with children's social care in the Department for Education was brought together. Some local authorities are very good at merging these approaches. Some are less good. And as I say, I commend those authorities. I can see the Honourable Lady trying to get in again. I will happily...
This is the last time, but as he can hear, I am actually listening to his speech, so that's why I'm so engaged in it. Can I say that he's absolutely right about the Troubled Families programme, that elsewhere, that many parts of the country do it very well. Manchester is one of those who have totally and utterly integrated their services and done it really well. But there are local authorities who gain the money and take it elsewhere. What we need to make sure is our next programme gets proper, effective results.
I couldn't agree more with the Honourable Lady. And Manchester, the freedoms given to the Greater Manchester Combined Authority by this administration have allowed it to become a real petri dish for new ways of doing things, breaking down siloed budgets, taking a whole area approach. And I am absolutely confident that the lessons that are being learned in Manchester will eventually be taken and spread elsewhere. I feel that she made another point other than Manchester that I wanted to come back on. But yes, it's getting. Yes, that was it. That getting the data that we need in order to prove effectiveness is one of those extraordinarily valuable holy grails. Successive governments have found it very difficult to prove the efficacy of individual programmes. There is a way forward, I believe. In New Zealand, a few years ago, the government brought together a huge amount of personal data. It was in what is known as the IDI, the Integrated Data Initiative. And what they did was splice together data from social services, but also from housing, from tax, and so on and so on and so on, and then anonymised it. It's not. They established a whole series of ethical rules in advance that this data could never be used to find out whether you hadn't paid your car tax. It could never be used against you, and it could only be used on community level. But what it has meant is that the New Zealand government is capable now of effectively performing randomised control trials on all of its social impact programmes. And it knows which programmes to give added investment to and which programmes to wind down. Admittedly, New Zealand is a slightly smaller jurisdiction than the United Kingdom, and so the combining of data on that sort of scale in the UK is a bigger project, but one that is would be unbelievably valuable. I have no doubt that we have the expertise in ONS to do it and do it well, and I am sure that the moment we have it, it will be one of those things that we wish we had had for a long while longer. So to conclude, Mr Deputy Speaker, I think, Madam Deputy Speaker, how very nice to see you there, Madam Deputy Speaker. I was enjoying the company of the opposition so much that I did not notice that your colleague had left and you had arrived. We must make sure that we look not just at the children with the most acute needs, important though they are and they must remain, but also at those young people who are on the edge of the system, who may come in and out of that hinterland many times during their childhoods, but may not qualify for the highest level of support. To dip into one more policy point, which I forgot to mention earlier before I completely conclude my remarks, and go back to the issue I was debating with the Honourable Lady opposite, because about half of children in need are not eligible for free school meals. It means that about half of children in need do not receive the pupil premium. And this, to me, has always seemed like a crazy peculiarity. It might be the case, and because it's laudable that a child whose parents were briefly unemployed 6 years ago received the pupil premium. But I would question whether their need is greater than someone who lives in an abusive home, who has been out and in of contact with social services, perhaps over a prolonged period of years, whether their need is greater than theirs. And I think I'm a full supporter of the pupil premium programme that this government introduced in 2010, but I do think as it reaches its maturity after 8 years, it would be worth looking at exactly how that pot is allocated, and I'd always like it to be a bit bigger, but I also think we need to consider which groups perhaps have an eligibility that hasn't been recognised and be brought into the system. So, as I say, we have to look at these children who are on the edge. We have to consider the needs of their families. And we have to consider the government programmes and local authority structures that can provide for those families and those children. I have high hopes for the local government financial settlement. I have high hopes for the comprehensive spending review coming next year, and I'm very pleased that the current Minister is there to hear these concerns and also to take them forward with the same energy that he has brought to the Children in Need review in his time in office so far.
Caroline. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I have to admit I had to look twice as well. I didn't notice the change. It's often said that the truth...
It was done
I didn't
so quiet.
notice
It was done
one
so
person
quietly.
had left and another came in. That was my point.
Seamless.
Seamless transition.
It's seamless.
It's often said that the true measure of any society can be found in how it treats its most vulnerable members. And if that's the case, sadly, this government measures very poorly when it comes to the treatment of vulnerable children. This Tory government have created an entirely avoidable crisis in children's social care, and last year saw the biggest annual increase in children going into care since 2010. And councils are now starting 500 child protection investigations every day. The inability of local authorities to cope with the increase in service demand is a direct result of this government's ideologically driven austerity programme. And since 2010, cuts to local authority funding have resulted in a 40% real-term decrease in spending on early intervention in children's services. And research by the LGA has found that local government will face an almost £8 billion funding gap by 2025. Vulnerable children should never have to suffer because of the unjust political priorities of the Tory party. And these cuts have a human cost. In Lincoln, my postbag's full of emails and letters from concerned parents and carers. It really is something that I get all the time. The support system is being pushed to breaking point, and growing demand for support has led to 75% of councils in England overspending on their children's services budgets by £815 million. And as is always the case with Tory cuts to local authorities, councils have been forced to make cuts elsewhere and draw on services as a result. So not only are children needlessly suffering from underfunded social care, but other services that people rely on are being squeezed as well. I think I mentioned that in Lincoln we've got a particularly high rate of child poverty. Budget cuts, and that's working parents, not just parents that don't have jobs. Budget cuts have also stripped away the capacity for early intervention, increasingly requiring child protection services to wait until the child is in crisis before intervening. An LGA analysis again shows that government funding for the early intervention grant has been cut by almost £500 million since 2013 and is projected to drop by a further £183 million by 2020. This government are placing vulnerable children in dangerous situations that could have been avoided. And I know we talk and talk about austerity, and I do think sometimes people turn off. But do you know what? If this government prioritised funding public services adequately over tax cuts to the rich and big corporations, this country would be a different place. It is particularly important that protection is provided for disabled children. Research from the Disabled Children's Partnership shows a £1.5 billion funding gap for services for disabled children. And in the last few weeks alone, I've had 4 parents with autistic children contact my office with concerns that underfunded and overstretched services are not providing adequate support. It's in my postbag all the time, and on a Monday morning before I come down here, I try and make special appointments at 8:30 and 9 so I can actually see and talk to some of these people, because they really are struggling in Lincoln. Across the board, what we see is this government neglecting the services that children rely on so that they can give people tax cuts. Austerity has not only decimated the provision of children's social care, but it's also driven the rise in service demand, and the strain being put on parents and children is driving record numbers of young people into a social care service that this government has cut to the bone. It's all about giving it with one hand and taking it with the other. When it comes to the vital public services that working and vulnerable people rely on, this government is taking with one hand and it's taking with the other too. So in conclusion, Madam Deputy Speaker, I hope the Minister is actively and really listening to me, and I hope he can give me some reassurance going forward. Because sadly, in this chamber, I stand up and say things and all I get is empty words. I get party policy quoted back to me. I'd like to see some real action which actually changes something and makes it better. Thank you.
Just before I call the next person, and I'm not standing up to speak just so that everyone can see that it's me who's here, and not the chairman of Ways and Means. I've been mistaken for many people in my time, but I suppose we have a lot of similarities. Well, we sit in this chair. I'm afraid I will try not to put on a time limit, especially since the Honourable Lady has just been admirably brief in her remarks. But in order that there will be time for the front benches to speak, then it would be helpful if speeches were around 8 minutes. We have 4 colleagues to accommodate, and around 8 minutes would mean that everyone was being honourable in their treatment of everyone else. Vicky Ford.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And it's an honour to follow up the member for Lincoln, and it's great to see such a strong Essex presence in the chair and in the House. The Children's Society has been looking out for our most vulnerable children for, I think, 138 years. It has a very long history in Essex, and its headquarters in Essex are, of course, based in Chelmsford. They and Barnardo's and other children's organisations have written to all MPs before this debate with a very helpful briefing, particularly highlighting the importance of early intervention to help avoid problems for children. And the subject of early intervention was the subject of a detailed study by the Science and Technology Select Committee. We particularly looked at the issue in relation to childhood adversity and trauma, and how important it is to have early intervention to tackle potential long-term problems. And the committee's report, which I do urge the Minister to take a look at, particularly pointed out that there are an increasing variety of early intervention programmes that have been shown to improve life outcomes for those affected by childhood trauma. But it does say the provision is fragmented and highly variable, and it encourages the government to identify areas that are working well. I am delighted that one of the areas that is working exceptionally well is Essex. Essex is the second largest area of the country for children's services, so it is a significant children's services provider. And just last week, it received the fantastic news of an outstanding rating from Ofsted for its children's services. The Ofsted inspectors pointed to the inspirational leaders supported by good corporate and political support and strong partnerships who are tenaciously ambitious for children. It praises the work at the Children and Families Hub, the exceptional early intervention service, the social workers who it says are passionate about securing and sustaining improvement in children's lives. It mentions the joined-up approach to safeguarding, the county-wide approach to addressing homelessness, identifying those children and families who are at risk of becoming homeless and making sure that the problems are resolved before they become homeless. It mentions the work of the gangs intervention team, the private fostering team, the adoption managers who work to keep families together, the support given to unaccompanied asylum-seeking children, and the ongoing work that the support gives to children after they've left care and grown up, as it were. This really is an exceptional piece of work. We're very proud of this in Essex, and I'd like to put on the record my huge thanks and respect for everybody who's done it.
Thank my honourable friend for giving me. I'd just like to join her as an fellow Essex MP. I'd just like to join her by putting on record my admiration for everyone who's working in children's services in Essex, the extraordinary journey they've been on, the remarkable results they're now achieving.
Thank you very much. It is important to recognise that this has not always been the case. Back in 2010, the Council service was rated inadequate. Back in 2010, when the service was inadequate, the spending was £148 million a year. The turnaround in Essex has not been as a result of pouring more money into the system. Actually, quite the opposite. The Essex performance has been turned around despite the fact that less money, 30 million less money, is being spent on children's services. The turnaround that has involved the second largest authority in the country for children's services going from requires improvement to outstanding has been done despite funding coming down from 148 million to 118 million, but has been achieved because of continual focus on early intervention and preventing children from having to go into care in the first place. Back in 2010, the number of children in care was 1,615. The latest number of children going in care is 1,017. 600 fewer children in care because we're getting them support earlier. Essex is working with other councils to improve their local children's services, and I'd particularly like to put on the record my thanks to Councillor Dick Madden, who co-chairs the LGA task force in this area. The Council has just written a lengthy submission to the Select Committee's report, looking at not only what they've achieved, but also mentioning some of the challenges ahead. There is growth in demand for services. The county, like many others close to London, has experienced migration from London boroughs, children being moved out towards Essex. There are new phenomena that some of my colleagues have mentioned this, the criminal and sexual exploitation of young people by gangs on the county lines. The casework they're seeing is increasingly more complex. And then, of course, there's a national shortage of social workers, which puts pressure on the service and indeed on salaries. That comes on top of the pressure that many local authorities see in their budgets, partly because of the increased number of older people and then the pressure on adult social services. So I do suggest, and I hope that the Minister will look at this report that they've put into the Select Committee, because it outlines the problems but also makes some very detailed suggestions. It's not only children's services that Essex has just got an outstanding ranking for. Just before Christmas, the inspectors came in to look at the probation service, particularly the youth probation, the multi-agency youth offending team, and that has also achieved an outstanding ranking. And Essex Social Care Services have just been awarded the Best Social Worker Employer of the Year award. Madam Deputy Speaker, our children are our future. There are issues with children's social services. The Government will be looking at how to plan for the future, and I'm going to leave one plea to the Minister, one plea to any members of the Select Committee. If you'd like to learn a little bit more about how it works in Essex, just pop on the train to Chelmsford. We're only an hour away from Westminster, and you'll be able to see it all for yourselves. Thank you so much.
Laura Smith.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and it's an honour to follow the member for Chelmsford. I'm not usually here on a Thursday, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I must say that it's very good-tempered in the chamber on a Thursday, so it's lovely. Now, I'm only going to speak briefly today on the issue of social care provision in England and how specifically families with disabled children in my constituency are facing huge battles fighting for their children to receive the care that they should be entitled to. Many disabled children and their families rely on support from social care, such as short breaks, personal care and adaptations to their homes. However, most disabled children receive no regular support from outside their own close family and friends. The shift in the balance of services provided by children's social care has impacted adversely on services for disabled children and their families. The number of disabled children who receive social care is reducing, despite the number of disabled children in the UK increasing by over a third in the last 10 years to around 1.1 million, and their needs becoming ever more complex. We all know that 10 years of austerity has resulted in services for disabled children coming under increasing levels of threat due to the cuts to local government funding. In fact, the Disabled Children's Partnership has identified an annual funding gap of £434 million. And as this gap has grown wider, 2/3 of families have also, unsurprisingly, reported a decline in services available for their loved ones. Every week, myself and my team talk to families who are under enormous emotional, physical and mental pressure due to the complete failure of the system to offer their children the resources needed to enable them to live their lives in dignity. On behalf of all of those constituents, I will explain exactly what they have conveyed to me, and hopefully the Minister will be able to respond adequately to them at the end of this debate. Firstly, people are struggling to access the services. The necessary interventions that these children should be entitled to simply are not there, or the wait is too long to access them. Many parents speak of their immense frustration at this, as they know that investment in this area could prevent escalation of future problems, but often it is too late by the time they see something being done. Secondly, many of those services that exist do not meet expectations. A survey by the Disability Children's Partnership shows that 2/3 of family members have seen the quality of services decline in recent years. Training and development of professionals, staff shortages, increased demand and poor pay can all impact the quality of service people receive. And I know that when I was myself teaching, a referral could take months, and the support was then only often available for a short amount of time and was subject to availability. And thirdly, families cannot access those services easily. The amount of families that I have worked with who are exhausted with the system, run down and at the brink due to the constant battle they face just to get what should be a human right. I have lost count of the amount of people who have said to me, "The thing is, Laura, what about those who simply can't fight or don't know how to? What happens to them?" And finally, services do not always work together and communicate well with each other. Fragmented systems that don't join up properly to work in the best interest of the child are more often than not exacerbated by chronic underfunding and undervalued and underpaid staff. Families often speak of how their social worker changes and they are back to square one. And what does all of this result in? Well, this leads to an unacceptable contrast between the quality of life and the opportunities available to disabled children and their families compared to those without disabilities. And why is that? Our government will not provide the funding that is required because they have made that political choice. Investing in services available to these children is not only the right thing to do from a human rights point of view, but also there is a strong argument made of the economic value. Support can mean that costly, long-term residential care is not required, potential cost to the NHS is reduced, and not only to the child but to the parents or carers as well. And there is more opportunity that parents can work if they know their child is being cared for adequately. Now, I must make clear that there are many in my constituency who are working with children with disabilities and are doing an absolutely remarkable job. Often they are doing so through a registered charity and unpaid or even at their own expense. People should not have to be relying on the goodwill of others to receive care that should be a fundamental human right. And this government is relying on the general public to pick up the pieces of their starved system. Madam Deputy Speaker, I would like to draw your attention to two remarkable charities in my constituency of Crewe and Nantwich, and over the Christmas period I was lucky to spend time with them both, Cheshire Buddies and the Broad Street Project. Both go above and beyond to provide care and develop skills that these children desperately need. These organisations are largely staffed by volunteers. One thing that was made absolutely clear was that most of the children attending receive no regular support from outside their own close family and friends, and it was by sheer fluke that a handful of good people are driving charities such as Cheshire Buddies and the Broad Street Project that at least they receive some help, and this is simply not good enough. Madam Deputy Speaker, if you don't mind, I will tell you a typical example of what these people do. A child unable to walk with a number of disabilities started attending the sessions run by Jane and her team at the Broad Street Project. They were told the child would not walk. Jane, being the determined woman that she is, decided that she was not giving up on this child, as she has done with many children. Against the odds, Jane taught this child to walk and develop a number of other skills that will now remain with her for life. Without this intervention from this charity, that child could have spent her entire life in a wheelchair just because the support was not there to teach her to walk. How many other children who don't come across someone like Jane do not get this opportunity? Before I conclude, Madam Deputy Speaker, I would like to speak on the issue of respite care available for families, something that is probably top of the list for most families that I speak to. Everybody needs a break sometimes, and nobody more so than someone who is caring for a loved one with complex needs. And I'll briefly will just mention Stephanie and her team at Cheshire Buddies, whose scheme supports over 95 local disabled children, 17 sibling carers, 27 disabled adults and over 50 parent carers. And the children have a range of needs, including learning disabilities, Down syndrome, cerebral palsy, autism and a range of chromosomal conditions. And many of these children come from low-income families and families with a history of SEM. Cheshire Buddies runs holiday clubs and day trips to give families that much-needed break, and they exist due to volunteer support. Without them, many of these families would be completely isolated. And during this debate, Madam Deputy Speaker, I would like to pay tribute to Mick Roberts, who sadly passed on December the 28th and will be missed by our community. He was a proud railway man, a Labour councillor and someone who dedicated so much time and effort to the Seahorse Swimming Club charity in Crewe that helps and supports disabled children and adults to enjoy swimming. Madam Deputy Speaker, these charities and many others in my constituency are constantly battling for essential funding. They are always in a process of bidding and fundraising and are always worried that the funds will disappear. What then happens to all of those that rely so much on them? Families who have been to me are often desperate. They do not know where else to turn. All that they are doing is fighting for their child, exactly what any one of us would do. They are experts in their children's conditions, even if they don't realise it, and they are exhausted and mentally drained. One parent said to me recently, "I am a warrior, but I just want to be a mum. What happens if something happens to me?" I urge the government to put in place an interim funding arrangement in order to stabilise the crisis in early intervention services and prevent more children and families reaching breaking point. They must address, as a matter of urgency, the £3 billion shortfall in children's social care funding and put children at the heart of the forthcoming spending review.
Hear, hear.
Mohammad Yasin.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Bedford Borough Council is very concerned that there is no regulation of supported accommodation for vulnerable young people who are 16 years and over, which is often referred to as semi-independent living or supported accommodation. In Bedford and nationwide, there is a significant shortfall in available placements for children in care or live-in care. This has resulted in an alarming number of 16 and 17 years old are being placed in independent living accommodation. An investigation earlier this month by The Observer and BBC 5 Live established that there has been a 28% increase in England in the last 8 years of the number of under 18 years placed by councils in independent living accommodations, which lacks living in staff support and including unsupervised B&Bs and accommodations owned by private landlords who have no obligations to offer appropriate care for the looked-after children or those leaving care. In the report, we heard from children who'd been placed in tents. I wrote to the Children Minister very recently about this issue, and I'm very disappointed that by his response, which completely failed to even acknowledge this problem. Yet the Independent Children's Homes Association has raised this issue for at least 2 years with many agencies, including TFE, Ofsted and the Children's Commissioner, but there has been no action at all. Madam Deputy Speaker, this is a scandal. Vulnerable children are being abandoned by the state and worse, being put at risk, being placed in unsuitable and unchecked accommodations with adults with drug addictions or history of criminal behaviour, including sexual assaults. How many times must these children be let down by those who should be caring for them? Charities like Every Child Leaving Care Matters and Just for Kids Law say that there has been an unprecedented growth in the number of unregulated units of multiple accommodations for children aged 16 plus. But of course, we can't be sure of the scale of the problem because they are unregistered. These things must change now. We must measure the problem and understand why it is happening to tackle it and ensure that no 16 and 17-year-old vulnerable children are left to fend for themselves in risky, inappropriate and often unsanitary accommodations. So I'm pleased to hear that Children's Commissioner say in her interview with Five Live and The Observer that she will finally be investigating the housing of vulnerable children this year. I say better late than never. But this is urgent, Madam Deputy Speaker. The government must act now to introduce legislation which regulates such properties to reassure communities and local authorities that appropriate quality standards are achieved in order to improve outcome for vulnerable young people and give confidence to our communities. Thank you.
Luke Pollard.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I rise to speak about three things in particular, but first of all I'd like to thank the honourable member for East Worthing and Shoreham for his dogged pursuit of this debate. Like a game of pass the parcel, it has been going round to see when we will have it, and I'm glad that we've had it today because I think contributions on both sides have helped show the seriousness of this matter, because as my honourable friend for West Ham said, cuts to children's social care have reached crisis point. And I've been asked to speak in this debate on behalf of the councillors on Plymouth City Council who want to raise the seriousness of the crisis around children's social care, because it's an area that hasn't always got the attention that it has deserved. Rightly, adult social care has taken the lion's share of headlines and of funding in recent years. But the crisis in children's social care has been growing, and it has been growing because of a mix of austerity, of poverty, of cuts and of growing demand. And that is something that is a poisonous situation that has left some of our most vulnerable children in the country in the worst possible state. Now, we've heard already today that analysis from the LGA shows that we need further funding, £3 billion, if we're to keep children's services standing still by 2025. We know that there are more looked after children being cared for than ever before, and we know that number is only going to increase. We know that early intervention is so important, but we also know that funding for early intervention programmes are being cut, that the expertise that we have in our social workers and in our charities at the local level is being removed by slow attrition of cuts, of people losing faith and confidence that this system is one that they want to play part of. But we need it. We need the system to work like never before. And in Plymouth, as in many other councils across the country, councillors, to be fair, of all political parties, are putting more and more money into children's social care because there is more and more demand. There is more children in care in Plymouth than ever before, and we know that this is only going to continue to eat up more and more council funding. Plymouth City Council has lost £350 million in revenue support since 2013. Losing 60p in the pound of funding means that the urgent care needs of our children are sometimes being neglected. Now, as already been said by my honourable friend for Bedford, we need to do more to care for those children, the 16 and 17-year-olds in particular, that sometimes frequently get left out of the system, being put in semi-supported situations where they're left to fend for themselves without that wraparound care support that is really needed for them. And many of these young kids are at a crossroads in their lives. If they receive the support that they deserve, then there is a potential for them to lead full and productive lives. But we know that far too many of these young people that have been in care, that have been in looked after children, that are in these semi-supported statuses, will not go on to fulfil their potential because of cuts. We know far too many of them will enter the criminal justice system, and we know that that is something that we can stop if we take our steps seriously in relation to this. I'd like to welcome the extension of responsibility for local councils to for people that have been in care up to the age of 25. That is exactly the right thing to happen, but it can't happen unless the funding goes along with it, because additional responsibilities without additional funding is loading more and more pressure onto an already pressurised system. Madam Deputy Speaker, there's one issue that I want to raise that hasn't been spoken about in this debate so far, and I want to choose my words really carefully about this, and that's around exceptionalism in our children's social care system. Because one of the reasons that Plymouth's social care system has been sunk in recent years in terms of funding is due to the exceptional costs of funding care packages for a very, very small number of children. Now, the reason I want to choose my words carefully here is because it's really important that in how we discuss and debate those issues, that at no stage is any blame attributed to those children who need multi-million-pound care packages. But there has been legal cases that Plymouth City Council have lost about how those care packages are funded. I know the Minister will be aware of this, and I'll be grateful if he could agree to meet with Plymouth City Council to discuss how an aggregate and a huge number of those exceptional cases are basically sinking our budget. Because it's exactly right that those children with the most complex, the most urgent care, get the care they need. Especially when in a region like the South West, many of those complex care facilities are not on our doorstep. And those children need to leave the area, their support networks of their locality. But we can't be defunding the needs of the many for just to fund those of the few. And that is really important, because I fear that in a funding situation where there is less but more demand, that difficult choices will be needing to be made. And I have to say to the Minister that in a situation where local councils have lost so much of their funding, these exceptional care packages risk really undermining that quality of care that can be given to every child. And from the Minister's nods, I'm grateful that he will meet to discuss this, and I thank him for it, because I want to say that there are so many good people working so hard in children's social care. They don't get the praise or the thanks that they deserve, and sometimes in this place it's not fashionable to praise local councils. But I want to say thank you to local councils. I want to say thank you to local councillors as well, of all political hues, who are going the extra mile to support their urgent children's social care issues. I want to thank those people that work in care workers, the charities that we've heard about from my friend from Corinne Nantwich, and I want to thank the foster carers, because the foster carers are a fundamental bedrock of this. I know this because my dad and my stepmother have been fostering children since an early age, and since a young boy I've had a constant stream of kids about yay high around the house who have been beaten, abused, starved, neglected, ignored. And we need to create a system where those children are given a chance to fulfil their potential. And that is something that can only come when the funding envelope for those children's social care is adequate for the urgent needs that we have, and when there is sufficient political priority on all aspects of the children's social care debate. I think that there is an urgent need for us to continue this debate to be in the headlines, and I would encourage the honourable member from opposite who has secured this debate to now secure another debate, because we need to keep this in the headlines, we need to keep it on the agenda, because if we don't, it risks slipping off. Because adult social care takes the headlines, it takes the need, and as we have an older population, more and more and more, that will take up more of the share of the pie. And we need to make sure that these looked after children, some of our most neglected in our entire society, are not ignored by this place in favour of looking at other areas. So, in conclusion, Madam Deputy Speaker, I want to say thank you to all those people that work so hard on this one here. I want to thank our local authorities, our local councils, care workers, charities, individuals, the families that are trying so hard. But we need to do better, and the best way of doing better is funding it properly.
This is Emma Lewell-Buck.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. I refer to my entry in the Members' Register of Interests. I would like to thank the Honourable Member for East Worthing and Shoreham for his persistence in securing this important debate today, and also the Backbench Committee for granting it. Rarely does this House debate children's social care, but I think it's clear to see by the strength of the speeches so far from all honourable friends and members that not only do such speeches warrant more frequency, but more importantly that government action is needed now before the growing numbers of children and families being failed by a system that doesn't meet their needs swells to even larger proportions. Now, I know that the Minister is on record as being the view that good leadership, not increased resources, is the key to improving outcomes. But I would have to say, as someone who practices as a social worker, this is simply not true. Nor does this assertion resonate with the reality that dozens of organisations, charities, trade unions and a plethora of cross-party select committee reports and groups across this House are repeatedly telling him. The scale of this neglect towards our most vulnerable children is colossal. Over 400,000 children in need. The largest number of children in care since the 1980s. Care proceedings are up by a staggering 130% since 2008. Increasingly poor outcomes for the thousands of children leaving care. Fallen adoption rates. Social work recruitment and retention difficulties, fallen numbers of foster carers, and increasing large private sector contracts focused on profit, not care. Over 120 national organisations wrote to the Prime Minister last year, stating that this government is ignoring children, and cited compelling evidence that the services and support that children and young people rely on are at breaking point. Yet they were ignored. The Local Government Association are now reporting that local authorities will face a £3.1 billion funding gap in children's services by 2025. And 60% of children's social workers have said that austerity and cuts have affected their ability to do their jobs. There is now a wealth of research that highlights the links between austerity and the rising numbers of children coming into contact with children's services and entering care. One study by the Nuffield Foundation found that deprivation was the largest contributory factor in a child's chances of being looked after. And another study by the National Children's Bureau found that 41% of children's services are now unable to fulfil their statutory duties. Now, I know that the Minister isn't too concerned about local authorities fulfilling their statutory duties towards children, as he recently argued that such duties are subject to local interpretation and disseminated a very dangerous myth-busting document advising local authorities to dispense with their statutory guidance in relation to the most vulnerable children. I would again, especially since the children's rights charity Article 39, of course give way to the Minister.
The record to dispense with statutory guidance is absolutely not true, and I would urge her to correct the record.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I do not need to correct the record because what I am saying is correct already. I would again, especially since the children's rights charity Article 39 have written to the Secretary of State threatening judicial review on this matter, urge the Minister to withdraw this document and cease these repeated attempts to deregulate and wipe away hard-fought-for protective legislation for children. Madam Deputy Speaker, this government tried to do so in the passage of the Children and Social Work Act, and they failed to attempt to allow private services to take over children's services. I would politely suggest to the Minister that he should instead focus on the unprecedented rate of referrals, which stand at more than 1,700 children every single day, the consequences of which has tightened the threshold for intervention, meaning that last year 36,000 children had to be referred multiple times before they received statutory support to help them with serious issues. Worse still, there are a further estimated 140,000 children on the fringes of social care in England, not receiving any support at all. But as my honourable friend from Crewe and Nantwich indicated, there will be many more because there will be those who simply do not seek help or know where to go to for that help. What this means is that children in desperate need of help are being subjected to further harm because of a lack of resources and funding. I have, and I wish I didn't have, etched on my brain every single child and family I worked with prior to entering this place. I remember vividly the little boys and girls who'd been so severely abused and neglected that they gouged their own skin. The children who had fled war zones, who were stoic and motionless in playgrounds and completely unable to interact with their peers. The adolescents who would severely self-harm after being subjected to sexual exploitation. Thankfully, though, what I also remember was being able to make a positive difference to those children's lives. Ex-colleagues now tell me, despite their absolute best efforts, the hollowing out of local government and decimation of wider support services, as referred to so characteristically articulately by my honourable friends from West Ham and Plymouth, Sutton and Devonport, has left many of these children waiting longer for help. Each hour these children wait, they are suffering significant and for some irreversible harm. It is therefore not only misguided but dangerous that against this backdrop the Government has pressed ahead with slashing local authority early intervention grants, a point well made by my honourable friend from Lincoln. Closing 1,200 sure starts, decreasing funding to children's centres by nearly 50%, removing funding from the very initiatives that help to keep children out of the care system, such as the Family Drug and Alcohol Court National Unit, actively implementing policies that make it almost impossible for foster carers, kinship carers and special guardians to care for children. It is little wonder that members of the Minister's own party are warning in the press we are fast approaching another baby P tragedy. And for children in residential care, why has the Minister ignored my warnings that many homes are facing potential collapse overnight due to the overnight levy? Why has he not addressed the shameful situation where children in residential care are locked out of stay-and-put arrangements afforded to those in foster care? Why has he not listened to my concerns about the number of children being placed miles away from their families? Worse still, he has not acted sufficiently on the use of state-sanctioned restraint that is designed to cause physical harm to children in the secure estate. And why has he not responded sufficiently to the recent news that increasing numbers of vulnerable children are being placed on their own with no support in hostels, bed and breakfasts, and in some cases, tents and caravans, a point made by my honourable friend from Bedford. In 2016, the National Audit Office reported that actions taken by the Minister's Department since 2010 to improve the quality of services delivered to children have not yet resulted in improvements. Just last year, the Public Accounts Committee, after their examination of child protection, stated that the Department lacks a credible plan for improving the system by 2020. It is clear to everybody except this Government that their whole approach lacks any cohesive strategy and is consumed with piecemeal, misguided measures. Measures such as the What Works Centre, Partners in Practice, the discredited National Assessment and Accreditation System and the Innovation Programme that are not yielding any positive changes but have so far cost over £200 million, with at least £60 million going from taxpayers to private companies. Madam Deputy Speaker, Labour would do things differently. We understand the holistic nature of children's social care. That's why we are committed to looking at the care system in its entirety and giving equity to all forms of care. We are committed to stemming the tide of privatisation in the sector because we know that there is no profit to be made in good social care. We are committed to putting into domestic legislation the United Nations Convention on the Rights of the Child. In short, we are committed to children. We will ensure that once again every child matters, because at the moment the belief that every child matters could not be further from the reality.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. I want to congratulate my honourable friend, the member for East Worthing and Shoreham, on securing today's debate and persisting in making sure we actually have the debate, third time lucky. His expertise and, of course, that of others, and I do want to thank the members who have spoken today, the member for Brentford and Ongar, the member for West Ham, Lincoln, Chelmsford, Bedford, Crewe and Nantwich, and Plymouth, Sutton and Devonport, and others who've made interventions, the member for Henley, Lewisham West and Dudley South, for their contributions. They bring valuable, sometimes invaluable insights to this vital issue. Nothing is more important, Madam Deputy Speaker, than the work we do so that vulnerable children are identified early and get support that they need to keep them safe. I applaud the all-party parliamentary group for children for being vocal champions and give an assurance that the Secretary of State for Education and I share this priority. The importance of children's social care too often goes unrecognised. We heard many colleagues say that today, making headlines only when things go wrong, rather than valuing, as we should, the contribution of social workers day in, day out, in making a difference to children's lives in sometimes very challenging circumstances. These challenges facing children from within families, in communities and beyond are many and varied, as we heard from the member for Brentwood and Ongar. As all of us will know from our constituencies, there can be stark differences in the demographics, economic status and social problems between communities, even from one area to its neighbour. That is why children's social care is delivered locally, within, of course, a national legislative framework for safeguarding and protecting children in England. A long-standing principle, this is, Madam Deputy Speaker, and it is enshrined since the Children's Act of 1989. It places on all local authorities the same duty to take decisive action wherever a child is at risk of or suffering significant harm. All of the 50 judges in the family courts must use this same law when making decisions wherever care proceedings are underway. It remains that local authorities are best placed to identify, assess and respond to local priorities, setting the criteria for assessing services that reflect the needs of children in their area. Thresholds, which my good friend, the member for East Worthing and Shoreham, quite rightly continuously reminds us are important. And they are important because thresholds play an important part in allowing them to do that work. Whether thresholds are set appropriately and well understood is scrutinised by Ofsted as part of inspections and factored into their independent judgment on the quality of local services. What Ofsted tell us about quality, I think, corroborates some of the APPG's findings. Across the country, it is a far from a uniform picture. What I know some today have described as a postcode lottery. Although some children and families receive good and outstanding services, the majority live in areas where these are inadequate or require improvements. While some variation is right and necessary in responding to local needs, such inconsistency in the quality of service is not. We must recognise that government action is needed if all children are to receive the same quality of support that every child deserves. Addressing this inconsistency is a priority for me, for my department, through our wide-ranging national social care reforms and through strong action to drive up quality where services are less than good. We will intervene every time Ofsted judges children's services to be inadequate, and our interventions brings results. The First Children's Services Trust in Doncaster moved from inadequate to good in just 2 years. Just last week, Ofsted published an inspection report for Bromley, and the member for Lewisham West is not in her place, but she quite rightly praised the team in Bromley, the leadership and the whole team, showing that its services are no longer inadequate but are now judged as good. And today, as my good friend, the member for East Worthing and Shoreham, reminded us, I'm delighted to say that after almost a decade of deeply entrenched failure, children's services in Birmingham are no longer inadequate. Ofsted published its inspection report for Birmingham this morning. It noted that the children's services trust that we worked with the local authority to establish, and I quote, has enabled the revitalisation of both practice and working culture, and as a result, progress has been made in improving the experiences and progress of children. In fact, since 2010, 44 local authorities have been lifted out of intervention and not returned. The significance of this should not be underestimated, Madam Deputy Speaker. We also raised the bar for Ofsted inspections in 2013 to drive up quality for children, but by May 2017, 20% of authorities had not met our new standards and been found inadequate. This has since reduced by a third, from 30 to 19 today, as a result of our reforms. This is not intervention for intervention's sake, as the front bench attempts to spin, but improving the lives of children and families. But I am not complacent, Madam Deputy Speaker, about the challenges. Whilst we have seen considerable improvements made in some areas, other areas, such as Wakefield, Bradford and Blackpool, have declined this year. This is why we are investing £20 million in regional improvements to get ahead of failure, as well as supporting every local authority rated inadequate. A further 26 are receiving support from a strong partner in practice local authority, with work underway to broker support for many more. The number of local authorities achieving the top judgments under the new Ofsted framework is small, but growing. In December, Leeds was rated as outstanding, and just last week, we heard from the member from Chelmsford, Essex received the same Ofsted judgment. I actually visited the hub that she spoke about, and I have to admire Councillor Dick Madden and, of course, his excellent Director of Children's Services for what they've been able to achieve and demonstrate that it's not just about funding, but it's about real good practice on the front line and strong leadership. In total, 5 local authorities have been rated outstanding since 2018, setting the highest ambitions and showing that even within current constraints, and there are constraints, as the member of West Ham reminded us about the financial constraints, local authorities can deliver outstanding children's services. My aim is that the improvements we are making continue at pace, so that by 2022, less than 10% of local authorities are rated inadequate by Ofsted, halving failure rates within 5 years, Madam Deputy Speaker, and providing consistently better services for thousands of children and families across the country. Service quality clearly is a significant variable in what differs between local areas. And crucial to service quality is the social care workforce, the practice of staff locally, from the leadership of directors of children's services down to the decision-making of social workers, makes a huge difference to ensuring that the right children get the right support at the right time. That is why we have set clear professional standards for social workers and invested significantly in training and development to meet those standards nationally, to ensure a highly capable, highly skilled workforce making good decisions about what is best for children and families. Beyond the... I haven't got enough time. I've got a lot to get through, and I'm hoping lots of responses to colleagues as well. Beyond the front door, decision-making is especially critical at the high end of social care, recognising that where children are at significant risk, these decisions can be life-changing and in both directions. Over-intervening potentially can cause harm as much as the consequences of leaving a child where they are. In most cases, children are best looked after by their families, with removal as a last resort. This is paramount, and it is important to strike the right balance between local support to keep families together and protect children from dangers within the outside of their family. Where a child cannot live within their birth family, I am clear that finding the right permanent home and permanent family must be a priority. Of course, always taking account of children's own wishes and feelings. Sometimes the best place for a child can be found within the care system, sometimes with a new family through adoption, or sometimes with family and friends informally or through special guardianships. A recent sector-led review found a complexity of many overlapping factors contributing to a known rise in care proceedings and entries into care. That is why the sector my department, the Ministry of Justice, and recently established What Works Centre for Children's Social Care are all looking to understand better what makes differences in supporting children to stay with their families safely and preventing them from reaching this crisis point. Some promising signs are emerging from our innovation and Partners in Practice programme. We have invested almost £270 million in developing, testing and learning from new practice. For these innovative projects showing real early promise, we have identified the 7 features of practice that achieve impact and allow change to take hold. We continue to learn from what achieves the best outcomes for children and families and to support local authorities to adopt and adapt the programme that successfully intervene. And of course, early help plays a significant part, an important part in promoting safe and stable families. It is about intervening with the right families at the right time and, most importantly, in the right way. In doing so, the statutory guidance Working Together to Safeguard Children is unequivocally clear that local areas should have a comprehensive range of effective evidence-based services in place to address these needs early. I am unfortunately out of time. I would just like to remind the House that both the member for Brentwood and Ongar and, of course, my good friend, the member for East Worthing and Shoreham, talked about the Troubled Families programme. And indeed, the 3 local authorities, Leeds, North Yorkshire and Hertfordshire, where we're going to scale up with the £84 million that the Chancellor has backed us with in the budget, when asked about their work as to how they've delivered effective children's services, they all mention the Troubled Families Programme as being a central pillar of their work. I think I shall leave it there. I had much to say in response to many of the contributions today, Madam Speaker, and maybe I shall write to colleagues on the specific points they raised. Thank you very much indeed. I'll leave a couple of minutes for my good friend to sum up. Thank you very much indeed.
Tim Loughton.
Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I've never questioned your gender, and I don't think you look remotely like the member for Chorley, but can I thank all honourable and right honourable members on either side who've made this, I think, an exceedingly valuable debate. And it's quite something that you almost have to impose a time limit as well on contributions for the last debate on a Thursday afternoon on a subject which doesn't get nearly enough attention, as honourable members have mentioned. I want to certainly pay tribute to my honourable friend, the member for Brentwood and Ongar, who certainly was exceedingly generous in blowing my trumpet, but he has quite a large tuba of his own in terms of his achievements, a positive cornucopia of the work that he did not just in this place before he became a member, but as part of Bernardo's, working with the Children's Commissioner on the Munro review. An extensive knowledge was clear from the East End to New Zealand, and he makes a great contribution to children's issues in this place. I want to pay tribute also to the honourable lady from West Ham, who I think was inadvertently arguing with my honourable friend at some times, but actually they were agreeing over an awful lot. And many of the cases she mentioned around knife crime and the horrendous cases we've seen in her constituency, many can be traced back to poor attachment, and the origins of those problems is exactly what we're all talking about. And I pay tribute to her and the other contributions from the honourable member for Lincoln, my honourable friend from Chelmsford, and the fantastic work done by Councillor Dick Madden there, but also Dave Hill, the Director of Children's Services, who turned round Essex when he came in 2009. The honourable lady from Cronat, which is not here, but she mentioned disabled children. The honourable from Bedford about supported accommodation for vulnerable young people. And for Plymouth Sutton, I will end on his words, paying tribute to the workforce of social workers who we do not sing the praises enough, and the counsellors and the officers who go with them. And I'm proud to be a trustee of the Social Worker of the Year Award that recognises those positive benefits. Thank you.
The question is that this House has considered children's social care in England. As many as had opinion, say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Thank you.
I beg to move that this House do now adjourn.
The question is that this House do now adjourn. Mr. Bill Esterson.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Madam Deputy Speaker, it's a shame the Children's Minister isn't able to stay for this debate, because I think it follows on very naturally from the last one. Babies being born brain damaged by alcohol is a national emergency. So ran the title of the piece in today's Times on the debate this evening. And it's justified by recent research by Bristol University, which suggests that as many as 79% of women say that they drank alcohol while pregnant in the study in Bristol, and that between 6 and 17% of the children born in that study, of something like 14,000 children, have fetal alcohol spectrum disorders. Scaled up, and this is why the term national emergency is not misplaced, that is a figure of between 42,000 and 120,000 children a year. So what is fetal alcohol spectrum disorder? Well, an umbrella term for a range of effects that prenatal alcohol exposure can have on an individual. That's the short answer. FASD, as I shall call it from now, is it's the most common non-genetic cause of learning disability in the United Kingdom, yet it is entirely preventable. It lasts a lifetime. This isn't just about babies. And what does it look like? Well, I often hear, when I discuss this, of people having an understanding of fetal alcohol syndrome. And people say to me, yeah, we know about that. It's a really, really bad problem. Women who've drunk heavily during pregnancy, which is true. There are often facial and physical features which demonstrate when a child has fetal alcohol syndrome. That is entirely true, but it is a very small number of children, relatively speaking, compared to the wider spectrum of children affected. And speaking of the wider spectrum, it is the impact on the brain, usually not immediately obvious from the outside. And that impact affects language, memory, attention, processing and understanding, emotional behaviour, and creates emotional, behavioural and learning difficulties. Often children struggle with complex concepts, so understanding of time or metaphor or consequences. Things like rewards and sanctions mean very little to children with these kinds of brain damage. And consequences don't mean very much either. A constituent of mine adopted two children. One of them, who is 16, had no idea of the consequences of his actions and got into trouble. He was very, very close to going to prison. This 16-year-old has no idea that he's done anything wrong. It's meaningless to him. And yet, because of a wider lack of understanding, including in our criminal justice system, he very nearly went to prison, and I think more by luck than by judgment was spared it, because of his victims didn't understand it, and for good reason, because why would they? And I think there was very little understanding in the system. A 17-year-old gave evidence to the all-party parliamentary group which I chair, and she described the effect of what her emotions are like. When she gets angry, she has no control whatsoever. Now, I know that's true of many people, but in particular, if you have this kind of brain damage, it's that much harder. She described to our all-party group that she sees herself from the outside as somebody else, almost. It's sort of an out-of-body experience, and she has no control over it. And I've heard that repeated by a number of children and young people affected by FASD, including by my own adopted daughter. I have two adopted children, both of whom are affected by this, which is the reason that I've become aware of it and have taken so much interest. And what are the implications for society as well as for individuals? Because when children become adults, this doesn't go away. So let's look at some of the consequences. In Canada, they have estimated that half of their prison population is comprised of people who have FASD. I wonder if it's very different here. It affects people's ability to get qualifications, those who are sleeping rough, who are otherwise homeless. I wonder how many of them have FASD. People who, because, remember the point I made about not understanding time or consequences, I wonder how many people who are sanctioned for not attending appointments with the DWP. I wonder how many of them have FASD. And as for the ability to hold down a job or maintain a stable relationship, again, the difficulties there and the relationship with FASD are likely to be strong. In the United States, a study last year estimated an annual cost of $24,000 before considering the cost to the criminal justice system. So this is a relatively small element of the cost for some of the people with FASD in the United States. For years in the United States, they've described people with FASD as million-dollar babies, often multi-million-dollar babies, because of the long-term societal costs as well as the costs to the individual. In our looked-after children population, we just had a very good debate on children's social care, and I wish I'd been able to take part in that rather than just listening to it. Evidence to the all-party group suggested, again, a relatively low estimate that at least a quarter of children in the care system are affected by FASD. I have heard other adopters, people who run adoption agencies, describing adoption as a family-finding service for children with FASD because it is so common amongst the adopted children population. And can I take this opportunity to add to what I heard in the last debate about the tribute that should be paid to adopters, to foster carers, to social workers, to all professionals who do what they can to support children and young people, and indeed adults who continue to have the challenges of having face the challenges of having FASD. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, what am I asking? Well, I'm asking for action on prevention and diagnosis. I'm asking for action to cut the numbers, a sea change in our approach, in our building of awareness amongst the population, including and especially amongst health professionals. I'll give way to one.
Can I thank the honourable gentleman for giving way and say that we have talked about this issue a number of times, and I really do commend him for the way he's taken it forward. I was really interested to read that twins who are exposed to exactly the same amount of alcohol in the womb can have very different outcomes, and it's a very complicated genetic factors are involved, and we've got no way of predicting in advance what the risks are. So does my honourable friend agree that this is something that really needs to be understood, and we're learning all the time, and actually there is no way that we can identify anything that would make drinking safe during pregnancy?
Can I thank her for her intervention, which allows me to quote a recent study from the University of Washington State, their diagnostic and prevention network on fetal alcohol syndrome, in fact, who have identified that, and I'll come to more detail on this, but they've identified that fetuses can experience vastly different FASD outcomes despite having been exposed to identical amounts of alcohol, i.e. when they're twins. That's exactly what happens. There is no way of predicting what will happen, and their conclusion, which I'm glad to see that the Chief Medical Officer accepts now, is that the only safe amount to drink is, to use their words, none at all. I thank her for that. And so I am asking that awareness of the Chief Medical Officer's advice and guidance, which has now been accepted by NICE as well, is given so much greater prominence, and that we build the awareness so everybody understands it, especially but not exclusively health professionals. I'm asking that we have a proper study of incidents, so we're not relying on the limited evidence of the Bristol University study. They were only able to make rough estimates given the nature of their research, but if it is between 6 and 17%, it really does need that intervention and that prevalence study. And we have to build greater understanding amongst health professionals and professionals right across the public sector as well. But I also mentioned support, and greater support for those living with FASD, both those suffering from it and those who care for them, those in education and elsewhere who are looking after them. Yes, I will.
I'm very commended for all the work he's done on raising the profile of this, and he knows I support him through the group as well, and he knows experiences I've had with children's homes in Denmark, which very much pioneered the work here because of the alcohol problems with the residents of Greenland and others. And it's absolutely right that so many of our children in the care system are directly as a result of this. But doesn't he agree that we have got to be so much better at very clear advice, just as we now have on smoking and the impact it has on your lungs? We need to have a similar campaign so it's absolutely clear to women that if they do continue to drink, and many of them will, exactly what the risks it could amount to for their unborn children.
Well, thank you for that. I mean, he's absolutely right to draw the comparison with smoking. There is no way anybody doesn't understand that you don't smoke when you're pregnant. We have to have the same cultural understanding, I think, of the effect of alcohol. I'm very pleased that the Chief Medical Officer listened to the all-party group's advice in the inquiry we held, which we published our report at the end of 2015, and that the guidance is now right, that the only safe advice is not to drink at all if pregnant or planning to conceive. NICE caught up last year, but for many people, including some health professionals, they still regard the previous guidance as relevant, and there is a question mark for many that, well, if the advice previously was 1 or 2 drinks, then maybe it still is okay. It's not, and we need to make that clear. And there's been a history in this country, going back many years. It used to be the case that a glass of Guinness was thought to be a good idea for pregnant women because of irons. My honourable friend says red wine too. A constituent of mine in his 60s, I described some of the symptoms to him, and he said, "Yeah, that's me." And it would have been because of that culture of the advice for women to drink. So we need to see change in the approach to get that change in culture that is so deep-seated, I think, and to end the misapprehension. A baby's liver matures later in pregnancy than other parts of the body, so can't process alcohol. When mum drinks, so does the baby. People have got to understand this. And there's a real problem because early in pregnancy is when much of the damage is likely to be done. There's a video on the internet of an embryo that is introduced to a drop of alcohol. It stops moving for 2 hours. Goodness knows what damage is done just in that time period by one small drop of alcohol. And people don't understand the potential risks that they are taking, and I think the intervention we just had was very welcome in that regard. Now, Nicola Blackwood in the Westminster Hall debate on the 2nd of February talked about industry labelling and improvements there that were and guidelines were issued in March 2017. I'm afraid to say to the Minister, it simply hasn't changed. It's simply not good enough. The labelling isn't clear. It's still small. People don't understand it. We need to improve on that. It's a subject to my 10-minute rule bill from 2015 as well. Please, can we have improvements there? Health professionals are supposed to discuss with pregnant women is another statement from Nicola Blackwood in that debate. We need to make sure that there is so much more emphasis made by health professionals, and as well as impact across the wider population. Greater understanding, awareness in the drinks industry. I know that sometimes the drinks industry is making great progress, but where are the notices in our pubs and restaurants telling people of the dangers? And I'd like to know what happened to what the then Minister said in that debate, because I'm afraid we haven't really seen much progress. I think it was this Minister who answered my honourable friend from Swansea East just a few weeks ago about the duties of midwives and other professionals. It's great that we've got the duties, but what are the outcomes? And that's really what needs to change. Madam Deputy Speaker, I do want to hear the Minister's response, so I just want to make 1 or 2 more comments. Sadly, sometimes alcohol is consumed by women before they know they are pregnant, and damage may have been done during that early period. Others are unwilling or unable to stop drinking alcohol while pregnant. The damage to babies, the impact on families, the long-term effects and costs directly to the public purse, plus the lost productivity to the economy from FASD, sufferers and carers, is a real problem for this country. This is a hidden epidemic. It's time it was out in the open. It's time we had that full information. I said I want prevention and I want greater support. Let's get that advice out there. I'm sure the Minister can make a lot of progress in this regard. This is too big just for good intentions. What those suffering from FASD need are firm commitment and action. This country has the 4th highest prevalence of FASD in the world. In Canada, they've invested $1.1 million Canadian dollars just for Indigenous children who suffer from FASD. We have money going into alcohol, I understand that, but not directly for FASD. Perhaps the Minister can take that away and consider it. It's an entirely preventable problem. It's the biggest cause of disability in the UK. It's entirely preventable. Minister, your move.
Minister Steve Brine.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Nobody has ever handed over to me that way before, but I like it. And I was just saying to the whip on duty, actually, Madam Deputy Speaker, that not just congratulations to the honourable member for Sefton Central in getting the debate today, but it was obviously a consistent record of campaigning on this area over many, many years. I'm sorry that it's come out of a bad personal experience for him, and I hope that his 2 daughters, stepdaughters, are okay and are watching him as proud as I'm sure they are, and watching him do his work tonight in the House. So to thank him for all the work that he's done through the all-party group on FASD to raise awareness of the condition, and I congratulate him on securing the debate. I chaired many all-party groups when I was on the backbenches, and I always say when I'm in this House, I make no apologies for repeating it. I think so much good work in this House goes on in all party groups, and there's so much expertise in all party groups, and it doesn't get enough awareness in the public, and it doesn't get enough awareness in this House, and it should, and he's certainly done that tonight. So it's true to say that we don't know enough about the extent of FASD. The recent Bristol screening tool study suggests there could be between 6 and 17% of people suffering from the condition in the general population, but I suspect that underestimates. It is nonetheless an important contribution, I would say, but as its authors, even its own authors acknowledge, there are limitations to the data, and its prevalence estimates should be treated, therefore, with caution, as I said. And more needs to be done. There's no question he's right about that. More needs to be done to clarify the true prevalence of FASD, and the Department will consider, and I take his challenge, further research in this area. What we do know is that the impact of FASD can be severe. Some of the lifelong physical, behavioural and cognitive disabilities that he mentioned, unfortunately there's no cure, but we know that early intervention can help improve a child's development, to help them lead improved lives, and I thought he made the point very well. This does not just affect babies. Touching on prevention, so obviously he knows that it is one of the key priorities of the new Secretary of State, and that is music to my ears as the Minister for Public Health, Primary Care and Prevention. And he's right, it is an entirely preventable condition, and therefore that makes my ears prick up. It is vital, and I know that his all-party group has made this very much the fulcrum of their work, have they not, to raise awareness of the dangers of drinking in pregnancy, to therefore protect future generations from, as he says, an entirely preventable condition. So, first and foremost, we need to be absolutely clear to women about the facts on alcohol, so they can make well-informed decisions. This applies both before they become pregnant, of course, and when they come into contact with the health system, what we call in primary care making every contact count. Now, the UK CMO, Professor Dame Sally Davies, who I work closely with, low-risk drinking guidelines published in 2016 provide very clear advice to women, as he says, not to drink alcohol if they're planning for a pregnancy or if they're pregnant. And PHE, for whom I have ministerial responsibility, reinforces this advice through its public health messaging, both global and targeted. And we've been very clear with the alcohol industry that we expect these guidelines to be reflected on the labelling of all alcoholic products. We've given them till September this year to ensure that their labelling reflects the updated guidelines, and they know that I'll be watching them like a hawk. There's also central advice through nhs.uk and other media platforms such as our Start for Life branding to inform women about the dangers of drinking during pregnancy. And local authorities, of course, all upper-tier local authorities are now public health authorities in England. As part of their local public health duties, they continue to educate the public rightly about the dangers of alcohol during pregnancy, and it's encouraging to hear about the initiatives such as Be Your Baby's Hero, Keep Alcohol to Zero, which is one of my particular favourites, Madam Deputy Speaker, in Blackpool, of all places, targeting areas of high alcohol use in pregnancy to stop future cases of FASD. That's Be Your Baby's Hero, Keep Alcohol to Zero. Anyway, so once women are, I just like saying it, once women are pregnant, they will generally come into contact with health services frequently, of course, as I've already said, which gives so many opportunities for healthcare professionals to give advice on alcohol. And while there are many campaigns around diet and nutrition, which I mentioned in Health Questions this week, health professionals are very, very aware of the dangers of drinking. And Cancer Research UK have been very helpful in this space, for instance, around this issue, and they're very aware of the dangers of drinking alcohol during pregnancy. What I think is key here is that there are consistent messages to pregnant women delivered in a supportive, not judgmental way. And that's the same in obesity, which is also one of the areas that I'm responsible for, delivering a message about being overweight in a supportive way, and then a call to action is very, very difficult, and many primary care professionals find that difficult, and I understand that, and it's very easy for us to say, well, they should just mention it, but it's not quite as easy as that. So midwives and health visitors have a central role in providing clear, consistent advice and early indication and support, and I would suggest that they are very well equipped to do that in a supportive way. We're enforcing that role through a number of strategies I just want to touch on, if I may. So through the Maternity Transformation Programme, the department that I'm responsible for is working with NHS England, Public Health England, the Royal Colleges, and a range of charities such as SANS, which the House will be very well aware of, the Stillbirth Neonatal Death Charity, who do such good work to promote safer maternity services. And this programme of work covers a range of initiatives which include raising awareness of the known risk factors among pregnant women and health professionals, which is something he obviously asked for. And this will ensure that I think women receive that consistent, supportive advice on how to minimise the risk of stillbirth, including the importance of healthy eating, not smoking, because I'm responsible for the tobacco control plan as well, or drinking alcohol during pregnancy. Now, NICE, the National Institute for Clinical Excellence, has also updated its guidelines to reflect the CMO's advice not to drink during pregnancy. And the department, we will continue to work with the Royal Colleges, and I was with the head of all the Royal Colleges last night, actually, and various other regulatory bodies to raise the profile of these CMO guidelines and to recommend that they include them within their training, something that I know he asks for and has asked for consistently. I think he'd like to come in.
Chairman, I really do appreciate the tone of his and content of his response so far. I neglected to ask him about the alcohol strategy. I wonder if he'd say a few words about his intentions to include action on FASD in that strategy, which I think would be an extremely important and welcome step for those who are interested in this subject.
Yes, Madam Deputy Speaker. I mean, I don't directly own the alcohol strategy, but obviously I'm involved in that, and I take his challenge on board. Maybe we can discuss that further, and if he has stuff that he wants to... I know he does have actually stuff that he wants to feed into that he's produced through the all-party group, but maybe we can discuss that more, and I can discuss that with my ministerial colleagues across the Home Office. But absolutely, it would make absolute sense to do so as part of that, but also I would suggest that being linked to our Green Paper on Prevention, which we'll be bringing out this year. So spot on, as again. I just wanted to touch, if I may, on services for affected families, Madam Deputy Speaker. So we know that FASD can have a huge impact on the early years development of children, their life chances, and he gave a number of different examples. I think they were all very, very good examples. We also know that early intervention services in every area, but certainly in this, can help reduce some of the effects and therefore then the secondary disabilities that come as a result. So responsibility for commissioning services in this space lies with the CCGs, the clinical commissioning groups in England, working together across all different sectors of the local health economy. And we've heard of cases of long waiting times for a diagnostic. We'll consider how we can improve access to these services in the diagnostic pathway. Most certainly we will, but I think we also need to learn from best practice. So the Tameside and Glossop NHS Integrated Care Trust, they've developed something called the Maternity Alcohol Management Algorithm Pathway. Why can't they ever come up with something snappier like that first one, Madam Deputy Speaker? And that's introduced screening and awareness of FASD, enabling what we think is very effective early intervention. So I'm keen, as the long-term plan gives different examples around smoking, for instance, so the Canada example around challenging smoking rates for pregnant women. We're very interested in, obviously, the best practice ideas, and Tameside and Glossop, I think, have a lot to bring in this space. The Surrey and Borders Partnership NHS FT, they've got a specialist centre, sadly the only one in England. Now, they provided a very comprehensive and rapid diagnostic pathway for those with FASD, and I think they've got a lot to share on their journey and their ideas for service delivery and the success that they've had. Yeah, of course.
I'm very grateful for giving way again. He mentioned Surrey and Borders. I've had significant interaction with Raja Mukherjee, who is the specialist who runs that centre. I'm glad he acknowledged it's the only one in the country. Can I encourage him to intervene to make sure that we have these right across the country? I think that would make a massive difference.
He can certainly encourage me in that regard, yes, and I will look at it in terms of the prevention paper. But I think what we'd have to do is be guided by the clinicians and guided by the commissioning groups as to where they would see the greatest need for that to be, and that's very much the spirit of the long-term plan. But I do think that it is not ideal that it is the only one. Surrey is a long way from where he represents, for instance, not too far from where I do, but certainly a long way from Sefton. So finally, Madam Deputy Speaker, I just want to touch on the wider sort of departmental policy engagement in this area. So our Deputy Chief Medical Officer, Gina Radford, has held roundtable meetings on the subject, which considered future development of policy, I suppose, to improve prevention. I don't know whether the Honourable Gentleman's been involved in that, and support. So these meetings were attended by experts in the field and crucially FSD service users. And I'd like to thank NOFAS UK, actually, who I know have been very helpful supporting and contributing to these meetings, along with other charities working in this space. We're also providing, Madam Deputy Speaker, wider support to children and families affected by alcohol misuse through the Children of Alcoholic Dependent Parents programme, which I'm very proud of. It was one of the first things I got to announce in this job, something that the previous Secretary of State, working with the current Shadow Secretary of State, absolutely as one, have managed to do, and just show that cross-party working can happen in this Parliament between the two main parties. And there were no preconditions to it either. So through this programme, we... Through the alcohol-dependent parents programme, the preconditions didn't come from this side. Let me just clarify that. So we're investing some. I've filled it in nicely. We're investing some £6 million through this programme over 3 years to support what we think is a very vulnerable group as part of our new alcohol strategy. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, the government takes alcohol concerns across the board very seriously, in pregnancy even more so. We are making progress, I hope, to prevent future FASD cases, trying to change the landscape around prevention and also treatment for those that are affected. But there is not an ounce of complacency in us. There certainly is not with me, and we'll continue to work towards improvements in the area. I can promise the Honourable Gentleman that, and I know that given his consistent work in this space, he will make sure that he holds us to that and continue to raise awareness of the dangers of drinking alcohol during pregnancy in this House and outside, and I thank him for that.
Thank you. The question is that this House do now adjourn. As many as that opinion say aye. Aye. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Order. Order.
The proceeding has ended. 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 The proceeding has ended.